We're now no duper sad. I have obsidian for the road. 360. That was a little more than 360. Hey! Leave the loot, homie. I think he's coming back for it. I think he's just trying to dupe the stuff real quick, and then he's gonna grab his loot, if I'm correct. Had to make sure my mic was on. Bro, we got 10 people on right now. Oh, damn. That works. Bro died. Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't see your comment path. I'm just watching you guys build and eat god apples. Yes. Yeah, we just chilling and killing. I'm kind of lagging, so it's making it a little hard for me to place blocks, I'm not going to lie. But I'm hoping that... Why is it double like that? Stop it. It's because we're in the Netherlands and shit right now, so it's hella laggy for me, even though my internet's honestly really good right now. Well, I say my internet's really good. But it's not running at 3,500 kbps, which would be max, so... Shut up, sponges. So maybe it's not running good. Yo, Path. By the end of today, that won't be the only. By the end of today, that won't be the only death. Says the real JMTV. Sounds sketchy. Sounds a little sinister, if I do say so myself. Boing, 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 boing. Alright, let me get some good stuff on to listen to real quick, guys. Because I think we've been going in the stream long enough that YouTube's not going to... Yeah, it's been 1 hour and 7 minutes. YouTube ain't going to... They're going to detect shit if I turn on something right now. At least I would think they wouldn't. And even if I do, I am reacting to it. So it should be good. But I just don't know what they... You know, what they marked or what their AI caught as quote-unquote reusing content. I really don't know. So I'm just trying my damnedest to avoid anything. But let's listen to some nooks. Real quick, anyway. Y'all might not like Nux, but I love him. He's fucking hilarious.
President would. We see literally the backlash Trump is getting for this. Man, I've been camping out at
Hold up.
Man, I've been camping out in the Jew tunnels underground researching this one, and it is diabolical. Trump dropped a proverbial nuke on Iran and NATO. NATO's chief is begging the Europeans, please help Trump. NATO needs the U.S. Without the U.S., we're cooked. But the Europeans are too busy getting conquered by Muslims to get too involved, even though a couple of them did cave, in fact. New Iranian leaders were elected. Congratulations.
Yo, I was gonna go watch Nux. Yeah, that do be.
Joe Pence, a former CIA counterterrorism guy, quit and said Israel controls the United States. But it turns out he's been allegedly...
Ow, that was my dick you hit with your spear. No. Woohoo! Thanks, homie. Oh, you got a bot. I got a bot. Yeah, you got a bot coming at you. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm so excited to get into this. I am more excited than Destiny when his wife's boyfriend is not in town. Definitely subscribe, because these deep dives are diabolical. There is so much misinformation, such a massive psyop going on, and this dude is getting you the news. Lock in, boys and girls. Just in, President Trump dropped a tweet. Remember, for all those absolute fools, it's considered by everyone to be the number one state sponsor of terror. We are rapidly putting them out of business. Actually, President Donald J. Trump is actually creating jobs, not only in the United States by deporting illegals, but also in Iran, all right? Anyone can be an Ayatollah. There's literally infinite empty positions. You could be an Ayatollah. You could be an Ayatollah. I'll admit the shelf life for Ayatollah is not very good these days, but, the game. All right, so Pete Hegseth dropped this tweet.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country. I love this country. I'll protect this.
No, my dupe room. What happened to your dupe room, homie?
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying?
I'm also going to protect this bitch. All right, that's my analysis, too. I'm really glad we're on the same page. A lot of people hate America, which is why they're allying with our enemies in order to destroy it. And we're going to talk about them today a little bit. Don't you worry. So, Caroline Leavitt says, spot on. All right, here are the current IRGC leaders resting in pieces. All right, we are taking them apart in very, very rapid time. Leftists are like, can you imagine the response? What would happen if Iran was killing our leaders like this? It's inhumane. I think I saw leftists crying about this, but I don't think they understand something. They can't do this to our leaders. In fact, they tried, but they can't, because we are superior, we are better, we are stronger, we are cooler, and God likes us more. Therefore, unfortunately for these guys, they can't do the thing that they were literally trying to do for the last 27 years, but we can, which is why we did. Leftists will use everything in their power to destroy you, all right? Unconstitutionally, if they can, all right? But oh no, are you not fighting terrorists in an honorable fair fight duel? Yeah, all right, classic. Unbelievable stuff. It's honestly insane. So this is what Donald Trump had to say.
Buck was smashed by JMTV.
And it would take 10 years to rebuild the damage that's been done. But I think we have to make it a little bit more permanent because no other president has to go through this, and we shouldn't have any other president.
To be fair, what other president would? We see literally the backlash Trump is getting for this, honestly, from some of the most retarded places of all time. Leftists are mad because they all support terrorists. This is not news, right, obviously. And also they're controlled by their Islamic base that they're currently trying to import into our countries. Right, third worlders are mad, obviously, sure. And then you got, like, the really weird sycophants.
Brutally honest, love this guy, right? Especially after Charlie Kirk, homie. He's like, you know what? Fuck you guys.
Not actually putting America first, which is my agenda.
That's what I find hilarious. He's like, fine, you guys want this side of me? I'll give you this damn side.
This is controversial, but if you think it's controversial, you might be retarded.
President having to go through this kind of a thing. And if they didn't want to do it, if for some reason they didn't want to do it, we'd have the same problem. We don't ever want to have that problem again.
That's right. That's right. Finish them off, Mr. President. Let them all fucking die. Oh no, no, you support death. Then dies.
All the lunatics controlling nuclear weaponry. So I just want to thank everybody.
Quite literally the most obvious and base opinion of all time. All right, let's fucking kill them before they kill us. I know. It's a controversial thing these days. And Donald has been on fire lately. Like actually, like cooking.
They're very happy that I'm getting rid of a nuclear power, a nuclear terrorist. And as soon as that war's over, which will be soon, your prices are going to drop like a rock.
That's right.
You watch.
You're literally not going to have terrorists standing guard over the street of Hormuz. You won't have any terrorists. They're all going to be fucking dead. Yep, that's right. They're going to be dead. And then the media's mad. No, but the gas prices went up like by a little bit today, so this is obviously more important. Of course, the U.S. Senate rejected it.
He's watching him. I was watching him before the Charlie Kirk thing. He was nothing like this. He was always saying slurs, though, just not the same way, right? Yeah, you know, like me. I was always saying slurs. I mean, maybe I'm not as going as hard as I should be, but yeah, I definitely should be going harder on them fuckers. Fuck them.
Risk midterms. All right, he's like, all right, these guys have been terrorizing us for 47 years. They're gonna fucking die.
A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that Ismail Khatib, Iran's intelligence minister, was killed in a precision strike overnight. Khatib
didn't have enough intelligence. This is diabolical.
Was responsible for managing Iran's global cells, these sleeper cells in countries around the world that even threatened U.S. politicians and President Trump.
Bro, you guys.
This man had blood on his hands.
He's gonna keep killing you until you kill him. I feel like.
The only person to survive the opening round of strikes in Operation Epic Fury that killed Iran's supreme leader. Those 40 officials killed in around 40 seconds.
That's pretty sick. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Killing terrorists. It's based actually. Oh no, don't kill terrorists. No, killing terrorists is awesome. Yeah, no. Wake up and smell the coffee, bro. Killing terrorists.
Certainly, this was a known terrorist, and U.S. intelligence combined with Israeli intelligence, our great partners in this effort, is the best in the world. And of course, this man is no longer with us here on Earth, and that's a good thing for the United States, and it's a good thing for the American people who have long been threatened by this rogue terrorist regime. We're now on day 18 of this operation, and some updated numbers for you from CENTCOM this morning. We've now actually struck more than 7,800 targets. More than 120 Iranian naval ships are at the bottom of the ocean, have been sunk by our great military.
You know how many of them struck us? Zero. No, we didn't lose any ships. We didn't lose any ships. Thank God. It's pretty great. Sorry to Trump. He helped shut down the internet. He instituted spying. He had American blood on his hands, and he's dead. He fucked around, found out, he's dead. Yes, and we're all happy about it.
Fuck around and find that motherfucker.
Actually like America and have decent values. Normal, decent people are really happy he's dead. Remember, the same leftists that celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk and the same leftists that wished that the assassin actually murdered Donald Trump are crying and screaming that a pedophile, terrorist, mass murderer is killed. All right, literally, never, ever acquiesce to these retards. Their boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes them cheer.
Yes. Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer is an awesome line.
This is insane. Our allies.
Rick and Morty.
This is fucking insanity. 4 IRGC commanders in Lebanon tried to hide, right? So they fled Iran to Lebanon.
And that's facts, though. It's like, bro, I've seen what makes you cheer.
And only used one room for all 4 of them. They disabled all of the hotel security cameras. All 4 were killed in a single missile to the room, and no hotel guest was harmed. This is fucking insanity, bro. Like we are cleaning shit out of these people's toilets.
Hit him again.
Very effectively. This is diabolical. Honestly.
February 29th was National FAFO Day. Yes, sir.
Allies in the world.
W Israel, even I'm saying slurs now, bro. That says a lot. Damn, Maggie. See, shoot, that's no good. I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I feel like it's good if you don't say slurs. But with that being said, the Bible even says "quote unquote" slurs, if I'm correct, according to the. Hold on, let me pause this real quick. But according to today's definition of slurs, if you will. What do you call it? Even God or whatever would be saying slurs according to them. Would like if I'm correct, calling someone a whore, right? They're like, oh, that'd be a slur. Like, oh, what? No, God says that they're going, or like, don't quote me exactly which one, but I'm pretty sure there's different verses. Actually, I know there's different verses. I've heard them before, where basically God's like, I think for Israel itself or whatever, basically saying they're whoring around with other idols, basically, or whatever. And yeah, so it's like if God's gonna be saying something like that, well. I don't know, I assume it's, at least not bad to use, at least if you're using it in context, or, like, if you're using it in the way of somebody actually being like that. Like, metaphorically speaking, I don't know, I feel like if you're being legit about it, like, if you're just calling somebody a whore, or a fool, or a slut, or a dumbass, or something like that randomly, that's one thing. But, like, if you're calling them out for being something, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of another thing, if that makes sense. I could be wrong. But that's, like even Jesus called the Pharisees, what was it, something like brood of vipers, or was that John? And then Jesus repeated it. I forget 100%. But yeah, Jesus and John insulted some other people back in the day. And I think even one of Bible verse where Paul was talking in or whatever, he was saying something along the lines, fuck, I'm going to mess it up. But basically, he was saying that everything in life is meaningless but God or whatever. And that basically everything is like dog vomit or something like that. But according to what I've heard, apparently he was using more of like a curse word in their times or whatever. And yeah, but basically like, yeah, everything's basically like shit compared to God or whatever, which is legit in my opinion. Like that's facts. But yeah, I don't know. So like I feel like it's all right to say stuff. I just don't, I just feel like we should try to control our anger towards people, if that makes sense. But maybe I'm wrong with that thought logic and stuff. I don't want to be, saying stuff that ain't biblical, but that's just what I feel is correct, but I could, again, I could be wrong.
Currently getting conquered by Mohammed very effectively. This is diabolical, honestly. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We really don't have a lot of, like, actually capable allies in the world. Argentina, El Salvador, Israel, Japan. Literally none of them are European anymore. Our European allies are currently getting conquered by Mohammed. So it's pretty diabolical, but this is fucking insane. They managed, they knew this, they obliterated him here. That's crazy stuff, honestly. All right, and of course, the third world is really sad. Israel destroyed a large residential building full of people in Beirut a few minutes ago. War crime. And this is a video, as you can see. Damn, whole building gone. It was not actually full of people though. That part of the world. All right. So how is this different from 9/11? I don't know. Maybe because they literally issued an evacuation order. Hello, this is from AP, not a right-wing journal in any way. An Israeli airstrike struck an apartment building in central Beirut. The Israeli army warned the residents in the building to evacuate an hour before flattening it. All right, like it was literally a building utilized as a Hezbollah terrorist hotspot. They warned the civilians in there, and then they obliterated the building. All right, but of course, it's like a 9/11. How is this different? How is this different than 9/11? Yeah, I can't possibly think of a difference between terrorists blowing up 3,000 people in New York, literally unprecedented, with no warning, not in the middle of the war, versus a counter-terrorist operation where all the civilians were warned. This is literally the leftist mental hopscotch you have to play with every single time you're online. Even JD managed to drop a nuke.
What is the administration doing to help keep gas prices down, and where do you see gas prices going here in the near future?
Well, the President of the United States has been crystal clear about this. Look, gas prices are up. They're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it, and we're doing everything that we can to ensure that they stay lower. I will say, the President said this, and I certainly agree with it. This is a temporary blip. Okay, what happened under the Biden administration is the gas prices were high for 4 years. Gas prices are higher right now, and frankly, they're not even as high as they were during certain parts of the Biden administration because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's not going to last forever. We're going to take care of business.
But again, no one cares about reality. Like, just look at every single one of these news outlets crying and screaming and yelling and crashing out about the gas prices being a bit up. The reality is, there was dead silence under Biden. The entire Biden administration had gas prices up, and the reason for that was because they wanted to protect the environment or some shit. All right, like for some cockamamie, gay-ass faggot bullshit, they literally made us pay millions of extra dollars on gas. All right, I'm not exaggerating. This is a real thing. All right, the reason why our gas prices are up like that is because we are literally eliminating the terrorist threat to our nation that existed for the last 47 years. How can you possibly compare the two? All right, and honestly, I think that everyone knows this difference, and people just don't care. Because reality doesn't actually matter to leftists. You know, the party that thinks men could be women. I'm not even exaggerating. So, breaking news, Iran's president, Hazakian, all right, he's the president of Iran, not the supreme leader, he's the president. He tried to submit his resignation to the supreme leader, but they can't find the supreme leader.
בדיוק, זאת השורה, רעידת אדמה של ממש באיראן לאחר חיסולים הלילה. אנחנו מפרסמים שהנשיא פזשקיאן שוקל להתפטר מתפקיד.
Creeper chill.
This is fucking incredible stuff, bro. Like, people realize this is close? Oh my lord, holy shit. Breaking, oh, this is insane. 4 Palestinian women killed in Iranian missile attack. Hello, leftists, Iran is killing Palestinians. You guys have been screaming and bitching for the last 3 years over this. Hello, Dude, Iran, Israel, bombing Palestine, it's fucking diabolical. Bro, it's diabolical. Where are the leftists? Where are the leftists? They don't care, actually. It turns out they actually don't care. Right, so, you know, we're dropping 5,000-pound bunker busters on Iran missile sites. We are eviscerating them in real time. There was something unfortunate that took place. Israel forcibly closed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and canceled the Easter service due to the war. Synagogues in Israel remain open, but churches in Iran remain open. But churches are being closed. This is like, again, I don't even know, like, so this Ethan Levins guy is a guy that's literally been posting coordinates. In my opinion, he's been committing treason, posting coordinates of, like, our Patriot systems, saying, Iran, you have to kill them here. You have to kill them here. Kill the American troops that are... Yeah, so anyway, I actually don't give a shit about this opinion, or at least where the opinion comes from. Now, to be clear, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is the only church that was closed. There are many other churches in Israel that are operational right now, even though this tweet doesn't make it seem that way. And the reason for that is because it literally got hit by an Iranian missile. Iranian missile fragments fall near Church of Holy Sepulchre. All right? Like, bro, they literally hit... The Iranian missiles hit the church, you lying rat. Like, again, the propaganda war is insane right now. And the reality is, they didn't just close down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre for now. They also closed down the Western Wall. You know, the wall that every American politician needs to kiss if they ever want to get elected president. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's diabolical. But, you know, the wall's also closed down. All right? Also, Al-Aqsa Mosque. All right? That's also closed down. All right? Like, so y'all could chill out for a second. Oh, my God. And the reality is, this is going to hit you with a reality check. All right? So, definitely log in. You know, if you're online, you're probably seeing how deeply unpopular this war is, because killing terrorists is actually not in the best interest of America, says retards. But the reality is, if you actually want to look at the polls, well, they tell a very different story.
Okay, MAGA GOP on U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove.
Damn, this is CNN, by the way.
Popular among the Republican base, and of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio lately.
Lots of smiles towards Marco Rubio. What could this possibly mean? Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what it means.
Just take a look here. Okay, only party of people, Secretary of State, about at this point in the presidency. Look at this. Marco Rubio at 81% among Republicans at this point, significantly higher than Tony Blinken was, of course, who was Joe Biden's Secretary of State at this point in the Joe Biden presidency. He was only at 73%. So I think Donald Trump is also looking at these numbers, saying, hey, this is a popular guy amongst the Republican base, and the actions he's overseeing are also quite popular. Maybe he's someone I might want to get behind for 2028.
How is Secretary of State as a job?
Honestly,
just take a look
really
here. Okay, home party approval.
Because it really does look like there's a really good shot Rubio is going to be the next president of the United States. Now, they did another poll, and this poll broke the internet, all right? This poll absolutely destroyed the internet. Everyone's talking about it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you look at the polling data and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you, and this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%.
This is literally on CNN, okay? This is not AI. When I first saw this, I thought it was AI. I'm not going to lie. I double and triple and quadruple check this. This is real.
100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, so that's insane, actually. So when that stat came out, everyone was talking about it. CNN, MAGA GOP view of Trump 100%. That is crazy, actually. Like, that is actually insane. That's a little bit diabolical, I'm not gonna lie. It turns out killing terrorists and doing the things that you promised for the most part is actually pretty popular. Who knew? Now, we got to talk about Joe Kent. Joe Kent has all the headlines lately, and I did an unbelievable deep dive on this guy. I've dug up so much shit, I should open up a shit store to sell it. And I'm sure I will find enough buyers for the amount of good quality shit I've shed to actually destroy it.
Alright.
Alright, so Joe Kent made this statement. Realistically, not been doing a very good job. Not trying to be controversial or anything. I don't know if you've been aware, there's been a lot of terrorists in the United States. There have been 5 Islamic terrorist attacks this month, literally. Right? Bombs in New York, shooting in Austin, Texas, shooting in Virginia. There have been 5 Islamic terrorist attacks, and that's aside from the Antifa.
I'm flying here.
Still not done. Alright, so I hate to be that guy, but this motherfucker could have done it. I cannot good conscience of the war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. It is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. It's been an honor serving up here for Trump and Gabbard, leading to professionals at NCTC. Hey, God bless America. We're going to be looking at Gabbard in just a minute. She's going to do an entire congressional testimony over this stuff. But let's look at his statement, because when I say this is what everyone's talking about, I mean this is what everyone's talking about. 100 million views, almost 1 million likes. All right, this is a massive story. President Trump, after much reflection, I've decided to resign my position as Director of National Counterterrorism Center, effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran poses no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that it was started due to pressure from
Those dang Jews.
we forced Israel's hand. Not that Israel forced our hand. In fact, the opposite. We forced Israel's hand. That's a direct quote.
It's those dang pesky Jews. The Jews, right?
In your first administration, you understood that better than any modern president. How to defend military power without getting drawn into never-ending war. Excuse me, is this a never-ending war? Excuse me, is this war with Iran never-ending? Wake me when it never ends, all right? I don't know. This doesn't look like it. We still don't have a single American soldier on the ground in Iran. How can you possibly call this a never-ending war at this point? We don't have a single man on the ground. To be clear, all right? People upset at Trump for this stuff. Paid by foreign power, perhaps? You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and defeating ISIS. Earlier this administration, Irish and Israeli officials, influential members of American media, deployed a misinformation campaign that only undermined your American first platform to sell pro-Jewish a war with Iran. Just to be clear, Donald Trump has been on war for 40 years. All right, I have literally covered this war every single day, basically, since it started. All right, I've been doing deep dives daily. I have shown you, literally, 40 years of Trump saying we need to fucking bomb Iran. Until you do something, right? Wait until an ICBM hits our shore, and then maybe we can fight back. And I think that's the gayest fucking mentality in the history of the world. All right, my opinion is we have an overwhelmingly overpowering military, and we should use it. We're giving it a lot of money as it is, and we should use it. Right? If we have a terrorist entity that, let's say, for just a second, has killed thousands of Americans, has massacred tens of thousands of our own people, has started endless wars.
Oh, you suck at this. That was pretty good.
President Trump multiple times. That is a threat. It is an inevitable threat that they are going to defend and use if nothing's done about it. So, in my opinion. That's Trump's opinion. So anyway, and you should strike down. There was a clear balance of Israel. This was a lie. The same tactics the Israelis used to draw us into the disaster of Iraq war. have caused our nation the lives of thousands of men and women. We cannot make this mistake. Now, to be clear, I'm very against the Iraq war, obviously. In retrospect, I think the Iraq war was a terrible blunder. One thing that's important to note that for some reason...
Bro, why is this lag with the Netherlands stuff?
For some reason, Israel literally was against us going to the Iraq war. Alright? Yes, Israel said to us once we decided to go. Alright, yes, Israel gave us all their intelligence in Iraq after we decided to go. But the Iraq war was CIA and MI6. This is literally
Run, bitch.
bullshit campaign ever. Alright? Like, Israel directly stated they did not want us to get involved in the Iraq war because it was Israel's work. I don't know how to name a talking point. This is 2007.
Bro, is that all you can do? Like, you can't really even fight. If you really want to do this, you want to see how we can fight? Watch this, dumbass. Fight. You stupid bitch. Come on. Exactly.
Trying to get the news to obliterate us. Have tried to assassinate us multiple times. Like, what are we talking about? More justifies the cost of American life. I really need to reflect upon what you're doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. Alright? What happens to these guys?
Bro, you can't fight.
Anyway, so this post is very interesting. A, it feeds very, very much into the actual discourse that, Israel secretly controls America. America controls Israel. Right? And that's why we're literally fighting against terrorism. We force Israel to get involved right now to fight them because they've been for the last 47 years.
Oh, look at that lag. I hate this lag right now, but oh well.
Before the war. Quote, we have enough uranium to build a nuclear bombs and we are going to do it. Alright? I'm just being upfront here. That is a threat to us. If you think that
come on, buddy.
Threat to us in our country now, why not give them all the time in the world to literally develop their
the cobwebs.
Yeah. Imagine what would happen if they literally it's very interesting for multiple reasons, and we will get into it after this post goes out. Joe Kent live at
Come on, buddy.
Come on my podcast. We can talk about how Israel controls America together. Now, if you unfamiliar, he is currently being investigated by the CIA for allegedly leaking classified war plans to Iranian's government. That's right. He is literally, allegedly being investigated. Alright, and bro is more than happy to get Joe Kent this deal. Going on in the Republican Party. I hope that people are actually noticing. This
John, you can't even hit if no one's moving, bro. What the fuck is that?
Right? Tucker Carlson. And I think J.D. Vance might be kind of working for them because Tucker Carlson's, I think, nephew works for J.D. Vance. Also, Tucker Carlson and J.D. Vance both are really, really close to Peter Thiel.
Oh, sorry, Pat.
So, there's a lot of really interesting pieces moving, and I urge you to pay attention because Joe Kent's also connected to Peter Thiel. But anyway, that's conspiracy talk. Now, the White House holds all the advertising suspected leaks, but she never did. This is information that came out right away. More information that came out right away. Trump officials was cut out of so, he was actually, removed from intelligence 6 months ago. And if that's true, then he didn't actually receive intelligence to know if Iran is an imminent threat or not. Just to be clear, black folks think there's a massive hole in the story. Again, we don't know exactly who's telling the truth. I'm more than happy to hear more sides. So, his wife was caught in an ISIS bombing in Syria. It's a nightmare. How is that manufactured by Israel? The guy running counterterrorism in the battle with ISIS with the Jews? Like, seriously, bro. Are we being serious for even like a half a second? This is insane. Now, Carolina has been responsible. There have been false claims that Iran poses no imminent threat to the nation. The same false claims some liberal media have been repeating over and over, as President Trump clearly explicitly stated, strong and compelling evidence that Iran was
Look at this lag.
resources and factors.
quite sad. I can't even barely switch to shit.
All the way up to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. Iran was aggressively expanding short-range ballistic missiles to combine with achieving the ultimate goal, nuclear weapon. Right? This is very obvious. Anyone that's been paying attention. A lot of retards don't get it though. So, President, through his power negotiating,
Yo.
the regime every single possible opportunity for giving up nuclear ambitions in exchange for sanctions relief, free nuclear fuel, and potential economic partnerships with our country. But they would not say yes to peace because obtaining nuclear weapons was their fundamental goal. You know, because they're literally a radical Islamist death cult. President Trump ultimately made the determination that a joint attack with Israel would greatly reduce the risk of American lives that would come from the first strike from a terrorist.
Bro, look at that. I can't even fucking hit anybody with this leg. I was right on him and it couldn't even hit. Yawn. Go fucking put your totem on and try to come back and fly around like a little bitch ass fly in the air. You're doing nothing but just being annoying, bro.
I don't know, man. I think that either A, he's being investigated for leaks and he's trying to get ahead of it by making himself look like some sort of martyr that's willing to sacrifice his career in order to fight for truth, which I think is the most likely. Second most likely, and also potential, I think he's trying to do a hostile takeover of the Republican Party, and I think he's working with people like Tucker Carlson and Peter Thiel, and maybe even J.D. Vance to do so.
Bro, look at this leg. I can't even. Oh my gosh. There we go. Yes.
President Trump has been remarkably consistent on this issue of Iran for many years.
Hey, bro, we're in the Netherlands right now, so the fucking realm is kind of crazy, but it works.
Agenda and his willingness to use the United States military to achieve peace if and when necessary, as we have seen throughout Operation Epic Fury.
True. Now, something important to be noted is that Donald Trump has been incredibly consistent regarding the entire Iran situation. But wouldn't it be funny if there was another player who was not very consistent regarding the Iran situation? Or perhaps even Joe Kent himself. Big threats on my life, Iran, the entire U.S. military, who are already anti-Iran, it didn't work out, they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I've ever seen before, thank you. And Joe Kent reposted this, saying Iran has been after since January of 2020 after he was targeting killing its terrorists for some money. This is a new threat. This is a new threat. The Secret Service consistently failing. We need to figure out why these failures keep happening, implying that Iran intelligence literally, Iran influence, literally has some sort of stranglehold on our CIA. Our CIA is not actually operating in the best interest of the President of the United States. Right? That is what he's saying. And now here he is, part of the counterintelligence community, literally saying that Iran is not a threat. You made this tweet saying that Iran is literally we shouldn't wait. Why is Iran's ballistic capability out to get our troops out of Iraq?
Bro really fell in the water.
What happened, Mr. Joe? You literally said they didn't pose an imminent threat to us in 2020, all right? If they didn't pose an imminent threat to us in 2026, then they definitely didn't pose an imminent threat to us in 2020. Are you telling us to wipe them out? That's interesting, Joe Ken. Important. Poland orchestrating October 7th was that's the terrorist attack on Israel, was to break up the Abraham Accords because the historic alliance isolated Iran's terror regime. So you're telling me actually that Trump is doing really well right now? Iran's actually evil and shit? Oh, wow. Oh, what about this one from Joe Kent? My opponents are spending... You literally blamed me for killing your wife. This guy literally blamed his wife when he said she was killed by ISIS. Okay? Holy shit.
Oh, look at this lag.
So in 2020, he's urging Trump to bomb Iran. All right, interesting. What about this one from Joe Kent? I told you I did a lot of research. The war with Iran. Talk black and white in a gray world. Iran has been at war with us since 79. Excuse me, you said we started a war for no reason, Mr. Joe Kent. Mr. Joe Kent, you told me that you assured with a very viral tweet that we started a war with Iran for no reason. They pose no imminent threat. You're telling me to leave in that war for the last 47 years.
Wow, this thing is so laggy. Fuck it, but like, oh my gosh. Yeah, you better run, bitch.
Wow, bro. He's blaming Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel on Biden. Because Biden didn't bomb Iran. Almost implying that he should have bombed Iran. Some would even say. Joe Kent condemns attack on Israel. Biden, Perez's leadership. Saddened all fucking and Biden for not crushing Iran. So it really seems to me like this guy has the best.
Tell me homie hit that. Fly off. Because they tell me homie went and actually, what do you call it? Hit that crystal behind me, and what's that was path that hit it, but. Yeah, look at this little bitch, can't even fight.
We left our troops in vulnerable locations like on the Jordanian, Syrian, and Iraqi. Our troops have been attacked recently at least 150 times.
Oh, what the fuck? It keeps switching to my light. Like, oh my gosh, guys, look at this shit. It's kind of funny, but holy shit. Come on, you can do this, buddy. You can do this. There you go. Michi, where are you? I'm just chilling, homie. I'm just lagging. Fucking with this guy a little.
Want to go to war with Iran. There's no other logic. We have left them there as bait to be killed by Iranians at the time and place of the so we can continue to.
You're close, but try it again.
Interesting how he's on with Tucker Carlson. Right, so this is in 2024. This is a lot more recent. After an Iran coalition of 3 American soldiers in a coalition based in Jordan, Joe Kent blamed the U.S. government for baiting Iran and claimed the U.S. government was leaving troops in areas across the Middle East hoping they would be killed by a war.
Buddy, calm down. I'm doing something. Give me a second. I'm chilling. Yeah, thanks. I'm fucking doing something. Jeesh. What a meanie. Can you believe that guy? Anyway, getting back to what I was doing. Bruh, I'm doing something. Calm down. Paul. Yawn.
Well, I read a say that I was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy.
What?
It's a good thing because he said that Iran was not a threat. He realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something.
Even the guy in charge of NATO right now is begging the European allies to help. Right? Everyone knows Iran's a threat. And especially coming from a guy with a whole history of telling Trump to attack them.
Is that I? Nah, I don't think so, but it could be.
Military scholars are saying is that the president should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal, give it to us, one of the worst things. Remember when they took 50 seconds over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars. He would have been very happy. This was a wonderful. They said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember? Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think that took the seats out. So much that it was in a bank in Virginia, Maryland, and at 80 money, they stripped them all line, put it in place, sent it to Iran.
Bro, what the hell is going on with those hearts? They were just all not there and then they appeared. It's like homie knows I'm lagging, so he's trying to fuck around. Bro, just do this to the retard. And then he can't do nothing. Bro, tell me that didn't hit. This little fucking bitch popped, and I fucking hit him when he had 2 HP. And the game didn't fucking hit him. Hi, Tiny.
He wrote that he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. He writes, Iran poses no imminent threat to nature. It's clear that we stand with Israel and its powerful American body. How do you respond to that?
Tiny, back off a little, homie. I don't want to accidentally blow you up, my G. Wait, is that, who's that? That was Pat. Sorry, Pat. Sorry. My bad. It looked like you were invisible. I was like, wait a second. But yeah, you weren't invisible. You're just crouching.
That no one in the region could keep up with. They were far outpacing our allies and friends and us in our defense capability because we had personnel, installations, members of the armed services, and civilians in the region. Iran was building up ballistic missiles at such a rapid pace, and we knew that their plan was to fire them upon Americans. The commander-in-chief of this administration...
Alright, guys, I'll be right back.
I don't know where Joe Kent is getting his information, but he wasn't in those briefings clear.
Bro, I am so leggy, I can't even fly. I'm jumping like 7 times. What the fuck is happening with my game? And bro, I just noticed something. Homie only had my chest plate and my pants on my character, and he still, like, he was popping me and shit, but he still couldn't kill me. What the fuck, bro? I would have thought you would have been able to get me after that. Holy shit. Especially with me not being able to click anything. Like, I can't switch. I'm lagging like crazy, and you still ain't able to kill me.
I really feel like this is it's an entire like there's a massive psyop going on, quite literally, to convince us that this war is actually not in our interest at all. Like, again, you could be for the war, you could be against the war, whatever your stance is, but to say that this is like some sort of cataclysmic decision that we do see coming, that Trump broke his promises, that this is a war purely done on behalf of foreign interests, it's literally not in our benefit. Like, that's just a lie. Like, that is very obvious. And that's true. And I think that a lot of these people are smart enough to know it's a lie. And they'll take it anyway, so they're just going to be part of the psyop. So I think you're jumping off that too, also.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm not sure what Joe Kent is reading, but
In Zion,
He is part of a giant plot, or whatever. I told you my conspiracy already.
nope. I is not on right now.
I mean, if I'm right, you gotta put a shekel into the Nuts is Always Right jar, alright? Listen, you're gonna have to. I'm telling you the dates.
before this operation in Iran began, we got briefings during and then after it commenced, and the intelligence was exquisite. It was very clear this was an imminent threat to the United States and America's interest, and the commander-in-chief did exactly the right thing. He had to protect American lives. We knew that those missiles were
Oh my gosh, it was just freaking... The bombs of enchanting were even lagging.
did what he had to do. Joe Kent seemed to understand that until about 24 hours ago. I'm not sure what happened there. There's lots of discussion about it on Capitol Hill, as you can imagine. We're trying to get down to the bottom of it, but he is an outlier. I'm telling you, as Longino and others have said, everyone else in the administration and everyone who sees the actual understands clearly that the president did what he had to do.
Longino, former head of the FBI, said this too.
On a plaque in a facility I can't really talk about. It's a tough story to read, but again, as I've said, the sacrifice is beyond reproach. That doesn't mean that this current opinion is any more fact-based, because it's not.
I already know that I'm going to see people being like, Nux, are you attacking a veteran? Listen, man, I have nothing but respect for the service and the sacrifice that these people make. That doesn't mean they can never, ever do a thing wrong ever again in their life. All right, if you have a veteran and he ends up raping someone, I'm still not going to like him. All right, because I'm not a fan of rapists. I'm not a Democrat. Only Democrats like me. I'm not a Democrat. As an Indian, right? So while I respect that this man was on duty, he lost so much, he sacrificed so much for our country, and I respect all of that, don't get me wrong. If he's committing treason now, he needs to go to jail or worse.
Sorry, more intelligence than he did, because they don't have a function in the national counterterrorism center. Clearinghouse. Access to just about everything. And how you can come to the conclusion that the Israelis did it, and it was... What about the anti-ship ballistic missiles? 60% enriched nuclear material, their constant death to American chance. I mean, that's called evidence.
No, but Trump is happening Trump twice. Like, hello?
In some limited circles, we call that, a clue. I mean, I don't know at what point you thought this wasn't an imminent threat after you've read.
I don't think he actually thinks this, though. All right, all these people are really treating him in good faith, but that's why you have me, a very, very skeptical, slightly sarcastic asshole, that I personally think that
Yes.
this guy is running an op on us. He is running as part of this counter-MAGA psyop. Him and Tucker Carlson, I think their allegiances are not with us.
A lot of the stuff.
Yep.
And by the way, that's just the open source stuff we can talk about on the air. I promise you, the president, has a bevy of material.
That's pretty wild. It's pretty diabolical. Anyway, Asmongold even, and Asmongold's like no big fan of Israel or anything. Asmongold's been saying this too.
I don't get it, man. It drives me crazy to see this. So anyway, I think obviously, I think he's totally wrong about this. I think that this goes against everything that he had said literally for years following this.
Yep.
And I think it makes no sense that you want to get rid of it. You think Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon. You think Hamas are terrorists. You think that they would commit a genocide if they could. You think that, Islam...
I mean, to be fair, they literally stated their plan is to kill all the Jews and all the Christians and bring the entire world under Islam. And then they did October 7th, and now they're totally back.
As a threat to Western civilization. You think all this stuff, but
you know who else was saying that in 2021? And it has to. All right, listen, man, I'm going to break you in
GG though. I'm gonna GG him in a second. Unless he's still fighting, then yeah. No GG yet.
Yeah, it just doesn't add up. That's extremely fucking confusing. It seems like there's some sort of operation going on, whether it's from a foreign power. I mean, we know that Tucker Carlson has connections with Russia and potentially Iran. I mean, he was literally texting with the Iranian regime right before the war started. He admitted it. I don't get it.
Wait. We'll be on in 12 hours tomorrow. Holy, that's deep.
I'm just blue cartoon retarded Alex Jones over here with my conspiracies. But you're gonna see, I'll be proven right. All right, hopefully before it's too late. Now, breaking news: the FBI has released an investigation. This actually came out.
But maybe I'm not 100% sure.
The FBI came out with
Wait, good night, Cock. No, I'm not done. I just had to restart. But why am I not? Hold up, let me. Yo, we got 8 people in here. What's up, everybody? Yeah, we need to keep this fight going. It's entertaining. I'm gonna try to. I don't even know. I want to switch the internet.
For allegedly leaking classified information.
Is it gonna work?
Do we know someone else that is under investigation by the CIA for leaking classified information?
Departure.
Over. It's over. So let's get this straight. There's this guy. They think he's.
I don't know, unless you're saying goodnight because you're going to bed. But if that's the case, goodnight, nostalgia.
Flips out, goes online, gets a super viral story, immediately goes on Tucker Carlson, which I'll show you in a minute. Has this gigantic crash out. Literally contradicts all of his positions for like the last decade. All right. And all of a sudden, we realize that wait a second,
Peace.
Committing treason.
Congressman, your reaction to that tonight? Wow.
Well, there's a lot there, and I think that we.
Bro, this one isn't even half over yet. Holy, this is a long one.
Tolerate any leakers in the administration, particularly regarding classified national security interests and information. So we'll let this play out and see where it goes. But if he was leaking, he ought to be held accountable just like anybody else would.
Absolutely. We got so much going on. I'm really excited. Bro, I feel like if you don't watch the Nuts and More channel, and you're just too lazy to actually do the research yourself, you probably are just like, maybe I'm patting myself in the back too much, but I've been doing so much research for all this. I've been hiding in the Jew tunnels. It's insane. Explosive Shelby Tagout reports for sources confirmed. Former U.S. counterterrorism chief Joe Kent under FBI investigation for leaking. The investigation apparently predates the sudden resignation yesterday, which implies something is going on. Now, of course, Candace, who hates our country, decided to show up. Joe Kent is an American hero, patriot, and veteran. That's right. Joe Kent was trying to stop the Sumerian time-traveling Egyptian planes from assassinating Charlie Kirk. Trump is a shameful president. May American troops take his lead and look into the conscientious objection to Bibi's Red Heifer War. Goyim, stand down. Joe Kent, these are your people. All right, my dude, Joe Kent, these are your people now. These are who we've allied with. I'm really glad we're all on the same page. Hell yeah. Candace Owens got debunked. Oh, so speaking of Candace Owens, I'm so glitchy. So Candace Owens is literally completely bought hook, line, and sinker that Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu was killed, and she believes this because she saw some AI video coming out of Pakistan. Right, so this is her talking about how Bibi Netanyahu is actually dead, and then immediately got debunked herself live on air.
Damn.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Good to see you. Thanks, Speaker.
Ain't? They ain't gonna do that? Like,
Prime Minister Netanyahu said the word ain't. He said the word ain't. This gotta be AI. He's gotta be AI. He's probably dead.
I don't say ain't.
Ain't no way you're a dumb bitch like that.
I don't say ain't, says the woman who pronounces architecture. All right, dude.
You know, ain't gonna do that. I don't know why these hyper-produced videos feel very strange to me. You know, you don't really have to prove you're alive. Just be alive. You know, just be alive. Just go to a press conference that we used to do. So that's where this is going. This is kind of all this is going on. Skylar said they're like posting more content now.
Right. So Skylar is their producer, literally waving her down. No! Stop talking, Candace. Stop.
We only got a few minutes left. No. Well, JMTV, if you're here, thanks for making this 21st interesting at the end. This is fun, and I think people are enjoying it. Well, yeah, a few people. Trying to get this all set back up again, though. Let's get this back on.
Where'd you say he was, Skylar? Like at the Air Force Base today, greeting people. I think that's happening while we're live on the show. But I wanted to give you guys a little background on where those rumors are coming from.
Yeah, right. Oh, and there he is, literally on a live stream. Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah. People think that they've killed Bibi, or that Bibi was killed, and that they're using stunt doubles and AI, and they're now doing a lot to show that he is alive. So, there's the background of that.
Hopefully that.
I was just covering the background. She literally started off talking about how it's super fake videos that they're producing because Bibi Netanyahu was secretly killed. I saw in an AI Pakistani video.
Guys, I'm gonna smoke real quick before I jump back on, but I'll be back.
I was literally doing a live stream at the time. This is one of the most diabolical. Like this, she's actually retarded. And then she cuts the commercial.
We will be right back after a brief break.
Operatives on the...
Yeah, and then she cuts the commercial break. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. So she is on your side, Joe Kent. All right. Anyway, speaking of Joe Kent, and this is pretty incredible stuff. This is what Nick Fuentes, all right? Not a big fan of Israel, all right? This is what Nick Fuentes had to say about Bibi Netanyahu being dead.
All porn is gay, in a way, when you really think about it. So how about that?
Marcos 321 $30. Man, I genuinely can't believe people actually believe the whole Netanyahu is dead thing. Loads of people I know talking about him being dead and using eye to cover up. Man, Goyim are not people. Crying face emoji.
They're not. Dude, the Goyim are not okay. You just, honestly, when it comes to the Goyim in your life, you just got to be patient with them.
Oh, my God, bro.
For the Goy in your life, you just need to give them a lot of patience.
That's Agent Shlomo Fuentes, Mossad agent extraordinaire.
Patience and room to grow, and you just have to be kind to them. Be kind to the Goyim in your...
Yeah, so anyway, so that's him. All right. In fact, this is him talking about Joe Kent a while ago. All right, I'm really glad I was able to pull up an old Nick Fuentes. Now, Nick Fuentes hates that this war is going on. He, in fact, wants Iran to get nukes. He literally directly stated he wants Iran to get nukes. He thinks it would be better for us if Iran got nukes and won this war against us, which is the most anti-American piece of shit thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But this is what he had to say about Joe Kent.
But what's really interesting is that later in 2024, Donald Trump nominated Joe Kent for a counterterrorism position. And what he said about Joe Kent is that he is a CIA officer. Not only was Joe Kent a Green Beret and a mercenary...
So Tucker Carlson's dad was in the CIA. He probably is too. Joe Kent was a CIA officer. Interesting.
A contractor, as Tucker described him in his show with Candace this afternoon. Donald Trump blew the whistle on him. He was a CIA officer the entire time. So let's back this up and let's sum up the whole thing. A CIA officer, that was not public information until Donald Trump tweeted it last year after he won the election. Joe Kent, who was a secret CIA officer the entire time, got $1 million from Peter Thiel. He consulted with Ryan Gerdusky. He runs for office in Washington State. Initially, I try to support him. I get disavowed for no good reason because I'm critical of Israel. I make him lose to make an example out of him. Tucker Carlson's friend, Max Blumenthal, the son of Bill and Hillary Clinton's hatchet man, writes a three-part hit piece about me.
Oh, my.
With no mention of any of this, accusing me of being a Fed. Then that article is conspicuously promoted by an under-the-table, unofficial ad broker.
You get the point that I'm trying to make. All right, just to understand what's going on. So this guy, and he's no fan of the Iran war, just to understand.
Survive. I'm rooting for Iran to survive. I'm rooting for Trump to walk away. I'm rooting for deterrence to be reestablished. This is not a war, ironically, that we want to win.
Yeah, so again, that's some traitor shit, in my opinion. But that is not the point. That is actually not the point at all. What I am saying is, so this dude, who very against this war, thinks that Trump is a traitor for doing the thing that he literally promised the entire time. He thinks that Joe Kent is quite literally an actual traitor, a CIA spy that's been running an op for years with Tucker Carlson and Peter Thiel. Now, this guy did a show with Tucker Carlson. But let me first show you exactly what he stated 3 months before the show. This was him on someone else's show whose show was he on Sean Ryan, literally 3 months ago.
11:59, guys.
For the draft, aren't they? Like that's the
11:59 and 41 seconds, guys. We got a few more seconds till the end of March 21st. So I'm just going to watch the timer real quick. 10, 9, 8, 7. There we go. 6. Had to get on track. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bloop. Wow, mine didn't switch on here. There it goes. 12 o'clock. Damn. Technically March 22nd now.
logical conclusion into the direction that we're heading in right now, unless we make some serious changes.
I've already heard rumors that Fifth Group is going to be sending guys to Iraq because of the escalated situation with Iran now.
Yeah. I mean, most Americans aren't aware of it. Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies. And
Oh, really? Oh, really? So in this war that we shouldn't be in, according to Joe Kent, and we're doing it for Israel, according to Joe Kent, and it's preemptive because Iran never attacked us. Iran attacked us 150 separate times.
Interesting.
The Iranian proxies, we got to be clear on what that is. That's the Iraqi government that we pay. Because after the Iraqi military we spent $2 trillion on surrendered to ISIS, we had to go back in there in very short order and stand a
Give me 1 second, guys. Let me do something real quick.
military back up again, and guess who filled the breach? The Shia militias controlled by Iran did, and the Iraqi militias controlled by Iran. So these are, they're still...
Wow. So it turns out we've been hit 150 times by Iran. Interesting. So 3 months before President Trump was elected, Joe Kent went on Sean Ryan. 3 months before he was elected. Iran proxies attacked the U.S. 150 plus times. Escalation is a logical trajectory. Trump tries diplomacy.
So I got 4 kills from people with armor.
There's no imminent threat.
I got 2 armored people and one of those twice.
Was Iran on the verge of getting
something like that.
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago.
I mean, you couldn't get me with just a chest plate and a pair of pants with the broken helmet and broken pants. Like, people threw me a helmet too because they're like, oh crap, you don't have no armor. But, I mean, you good. GG if you're off. If you're still here, then no GG yet. We're gonna keep fighting, but yeah, if you're off for the night, then GG. Good game, bro.
Just to be clear, all right. So this goes against all that, and I'm sure he's going to show Satan. What are you even talking about?
Been in place since 2004.
Notice how not only is he running against Trump right now in regards to this war, he's literally running defense for radical Islam. The exact same feel as Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, who said actually Islam's not a threat at all. Actually, Muslims aren't dangerous and Islam is not a dangerous religion. Actually, we need to import more of them into our countries. And now he's literally following suit. Ruling against it.
Bro, I wasn't even close to it. What the hell?
Not only them, Saudi Arabia said that they were trying to get a nuke. Saudi Arabia said that if they come close to getting a nuke,
Yawn.
the nuke first to nuke them. That's a literal quote from the Prince of Saudi Arabia right now.
That's available in the public sphere, but then also we have new intelligence that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy is actually the Iranians are taking place in the region, and their strategy.
They fund all the terrorism.
Was to not completely abandon their nuclear program because they saw what happened when he say,
and we gave them a Peace Prize.
Yeah, regime changed him, and he was executed by his own people in the most.
I'll fucking eat a crystal. Will you?
Again, terrorists is bad, but the reality is, he just believed him. His evidence is just like, oh, I just believe them. Joe Kent says Iran was not going to get up your rating to develop a nuclear weapon because they told us they did it. Well, Iran said so, so that's good enough for me. I'm Joe Kent. I'm in charge of counterterrorism. This is the worst clip I've ever seen in my entire life, actually. Except we literally do have intelligence that they were getting really close. Like, really, really close. And it's not just our intelligence. The IAEA said so. Every European intelligence agency said so. So, again, this is very weird. Right? Wow, Joe Kent revealed the last thing Charlie Kirk said. This is huge.
Hey, Pat. He's 2. He's 2 HP, 1 heart.
Breaks out every conspiracy theory the retard right has been pushing for like the last year. Charlie Kirk and we're not even allowed to ask questions. Excuse me, what? Excuse me.
JMTV, I could have hit you there, bro. Come on, homie. I almost would have. I'm like, well, I can, but watch that back if you want. You don't need to, but watch that back. I had the shot. That's not nice to try to do to people.
That's why it's small. It's space. He said, Joe, stop us from getting a nuclear war with Iran.
Charlie Kirk's last words, I think it's all Hadith. Insane shit. Using Charlie Kirk this way. Charlie Kirk, the most pro-Israel voice in the history of America. More pro-Israel than I am. Remotely close. He's in another stratosphere. And to use that guy's theory as like this weird narrative reshaping about how actually Islam is good, even though Charlie Kirk literally his last tweet before he was killed was Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. That was his last tweet before he was killed. Alright? For these people to use that guy to whitewash alright, and literally use coalition, which is what they're effectively doing, and they're trying their absolute best to do this. Charlie Kirk spent the last 4 years of his life fighting for Trump to become the president. And he built this use his name, literally, so that they can fill this power vacuum. So Tucker Carlson can become the next Charlie Kirk, the next very influential voice. And he can be surrounded by all these people pushing their
Jeez, bro, I almost fucking flipped the wrong person.
So one of President Trump's closest advisors vocally advocated for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis.
Charlie Kirk was the most pro-Israel guy I've ever heard in America. Except for he might be aside from him. All right,
Yeah. I killed myself. GG.
Quite literally the most pro-Israel voice. And the craziest thing is, for him to say that Charlie Kirk is trying to get Trump to reconsider his...
I killed myself with an arrow on accident. Because these stupid arrows, like, when you shoot them, they'll hit a ender pearl, or not ender pearl, what do you call it? They'll hit a end crystal, there you go. From like a distance away, I did that on accident once. I'm like, what the fuck? How'd that? I even mentioned him, like, how'd that arrow hit that end crystal? But yeah, then I shot a arrow and it apparently hit another end crystal and kabooey. Daddy, chill. Yes.
Egyptian planes and Sumerian time travelers.
But there was still language for us to investigate that we needed to run down. I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying no.
Yes, you are. Go ahead. You're making conclusions. You're talking in this vague and exactly what you're trying to say out of it.
Because I'm not saying that wrong. I'm saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public.
It's message that the donors decided to stop paying it. All the donors stopped paying Charlie Kirk. That he spent the last 10 years.
Wrong road. Rip.
It's insane. But like, this is unbelievable stuff. I hate reading all that. But you got what I'm trying to say. No, this is insanity. Alright? This is how you're educating us. And then you go, oh my god, the communists. This is literally a communist. Literally a communist account. Being like, whoa. They're onto something. Do you see exactly who we're allying with here? Alright, Sneeko says, and you can make me obvious. From day one, that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Holy shit, these people are retarded. These people are actually...
Nah, that's thanks for the totems I ran out. That's a lie, because you already got the thing of totems last time. Oh, I don't have my crosshairs, sad. And, you already had, if you lost all those already, that's, you're saying you suck, and I don't think you lost all of them all at once like that. I had 4 on me. Bro, you were flying around. What are you talking about, 4 on you? You just kept flying and flying and flying, and the moment I built something up, or like on top of me, you couldn't do nothing, so I was like, well, let's just try to have some fun with crystals. And then I shot my own crystal. But GG.
Praising and congratulating President Trump. Anyway, you get the idea. That was his stance then, and I have a feeling that would be his stance now. I don't want to put words in his mouth, because unfortunately it was taken from us way too soon. And I've seen so many unbelievably diabolical figures try to, I don't know, usurp the power vacuum that Charlie Kirk left. If you look at the people that gained most from Charlie Kirk's assassination, it most certainly was not Israel, but it was most certainly people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. Now, I'm not saying they assassinated him, in fact, I don't believe they did. They're just incredibly opportunistic vultures that felt like this was their moment to strike. Charlie Kirk was vehemently pro-Israel, as we
We die.
Whether you agree with him or not. But this is absolutely demonic shit that I'm seeing constantly. Bringing up this poor man. This poor man who died fighting for what he believed in for this shit. Meanwhile, this is the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, confirming that Iran did pose a threat to America.
If left unimpeded, yes, Senator, they would have the ability to range missiles.
Now you good, homie, here.
It's one of the reasons why degrading Iran's missile production capabilities that is taking place right now in Operation Epic Fury is very important to our national security.
Unbelievable, insane shit that this Joe Kent guy decided to show up. Now, again, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. So, Joe Kent, the reason why I'm showing you Nick Fuentes clips is because Nick Fuentes is super anti-Trump. He's pro-Iran. He's anti-Trump. He's anti-Israel.
Dunka.
Pro-Iran.
I can get some more, but yeah.
Do you know, by the way, that Tucker consults Peter Thiel with every major life decision he makes?
Peter Thiel, owner of Palantir.
Someone should ask Tucker about that. The next podcast that he's on, somebody should ask Tucker, what is your relationship with Peter Thiel? Because according to my sources, Tucker consults Peter Thiel on every major life decision. They're far closer than he lets on. They're far better of friends than...
So it turns out both Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson are really close buddies with Peter Thiel and Palantir. People don't see Gabbard had this. Overwhelmingly elected by the president, by the American people.
Am I doing this wrong?
Imminent threat, and whether or not it will actually be necessary to save the security of our troops, the American people, and our country. Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping all the intelligence commander to the best information available to inform his decisions. President Trump concluded the regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. Long deposition that she basically
Bro, it's internet. That's what I'm blaming it on.
Everyone needs to know about. So this is her talking about the rapid spread of Islamists and Sharia law throughout the Western world.
And organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Bro, no! Okay. What was that? I couldn't even do nothing. I hate this leg. Hey, a black bunny. Hey, bunny.
Financial support for terrorist organizations around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs
12,000.
various
No, don't kill the black bunny.
Muslim Brotherhood chapters and terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks to their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, Islamist terrorist groups have shifted toward focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West.
Can you think of anyone who might perhaps be
What's good, no?
I really do a lot of good research for my video. I decided that my videos are really good. That's right.
U.S. counterterrorism efforts, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria in 2025, were instrumental in removing key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of Al-Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership.
Again, she mentioned correctly that this Islamist spreading ideology is a threat to the world, and they are quite literally organizing and funding propaganda. They are literally paying people off and getting people under their thumb. All right, now this is her just mentioning other generic threats.
However, the intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
Just important to note who the enemies are. I'm glad she did this.
In 2025, there were at least three branches where we have multiple Islamist terrorist attacks on our border, literally in our homeland. Islamist terrorist attacks in the United States. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Last year's disruption in contact with Islamist terrorists inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. For example, in a recent attempt to attack a synagogue in Michigan, the shooter had familial ties to a
I'm lagging so much.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate. In the Middle East, AhQTK8rqYNcyB in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria is likely
Why would you be mean like that?
expand support networks, solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from likely hundreds of ISIS detainees. Thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who were prisons and displaced person camps that were previously run by the Syrian Democratic Forces in northeast.
Hold up, guys. He wants me to go gear up or something. I was even being a happy dancer around him saying GG, but he apparently don't want to deal with that, so... Oops.
Approved by United States, because that story changes very quickly. All right, a pretty massive attack, obliterate their oil. All right. Anyway, then Trump released this statement about an hour or so later. Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as South Pars gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack. And the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it. Now, the reason why he's saying this is because right after Israel struck their oil, they struck Qatar. That's right. Immediately after that took place, they started striking everyone's oil. They targeted at the United Arab Emirates. They targeted Saudi Arabia. They targeted Qatar. All right, so he said Qatar wasn't involved, nor did have any idea this was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this, or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably, unfairly attacked portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel. Wow. Totally sounds like a guy who's being controlled by Israel. Pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, wow, sounds like Israel's controlling the United States, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I don't think he's bluffing, man. Not like... Orange Man has not been bluffing a lot lately. I don't know. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications it will have on the future of Iran. But if Qatar's LNG is attacked again, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump's a man of his word. I'm not going to lie. Trump is a man of his word. Trump promised the Iranians when they were protesting he'd help. Well, Trump is freaking helping. Obliterated their entire regime, retards, all right? And now Trump is promising Qatar assistance because Qatar is essentially one of our allies. And it's, well, or at least, they claim they're our allies while they flood billions of dollars into our politics of groom children, into retards. Essentially, into what we're doing. All right, so that's pretty insane. This is a pretty massive escalation by all things, all right? They already knew we're going to kill all the terrorists, we're going to kill the regime, we're going to kill all their fucking guys, all right? We're going to obliterate their navy and their air force, we're going to make them look like complete, weak, and utterly powerless bitches. But this is an escalation. Obliterate all their oil, spooge, and water. That's pretty diabolical. Now, obviously, the Eurocucks are very angry about this, because that's where they get their shit. Now, I have a conspiracy theory, and I think it's a correct one, all right? I'll tell you a lot of conspiracies, but I've been right a lot lately. I hope it's not getting to my head or anything.
That's what happens to me. Be right with them all.
I think that Trump absolutely authorized Israel's attack on the oil. I think Trump and Israel are doing good cop, bad cop on Iran, where Trump, ironically, is the good cop. I am telling you, this is what's going down. This is the same as Trump before the war saying, don't worry, we're negotiating. I give you 12 days. He always gave them these timelines. He said nothing's going to happen. Then all of a sudden, boom, out of nowhere, something happens. I think this is a classic Trump subversion technique, all right? I think Trump and Israel are working together, all right? Just like the initial report said, I think it was approved by the United States. I think Trump is knowing about this, and I think Trump is making believe it's not, because Trump is utilizing Israel essentially as his attack dog, so he could be the nice guy. Israel will fucking annihilate their shit, and they'll be like, whoa, Israel, calm down, Israel. So Trump looks good. He looks like the immediate, moderate peacemaker guy, and he obliterates Iran. I think this is literally his plan. All right, but anywho, we'll get into that later. I'm not the only one that thinks this. Nick Fuentes, the gigantic Israel hater who thinks that Israel controls the universe, all right, even he thinks so.
Of course, Israel told the United States, and of course the United States knew about it, and of course they approved it, because this is part of the escalatory tactic against Iran.
Now, the funny thing is he's saying this like so sad, because he's literally rooting for Iran. He wants Iran to win. He actually stated he wants Iran to develop nukes, which is fucking insane. But that said, he's saying this is like it's such a bad thing. And here I am, like, wait a second, this is 5D fucking chess.
Just like how Trump bombed Carg Island last week, he authorized this strike because he is trying to ratchet up the pressure on Iran to compel them to allow the Strait of Hormuz to open up. And we'll talk about why I suspect this.
Where'd I put it?
It's very clear that that is what happened.
I agree. So, I mean, he's saying it with like a sad face.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did I pick it up?
Working together to fuck over these retards.
Where?
But I think it's a diabolical strategy by Trump to fuck over these retards, which is incredible, actually.
Okay, fuck it. I thought I had Shulker, but maybe I'm retarded.
It's a Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's also part of this like Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent camp. Heartbreaking. This is what we thought MAGA was going to end. We believed Trump would end this because he told us he would. This is Trump's new MAGA, and I want nothing to do with it. Trump is sacrificing them for Israel.
To the Bay Area, yes.
An illegal war has deep consequences. Sons and daughters are coming home with caskets for Israel. And this is literally a video from something else. This is literally not even from. This is. Alright, is this a fucking joke? That's Army Special Forces Warrant Officer Sean Connolly, Green Beret, who died on February 2nd in Niger. It's classic shit. It's literally the classic shit. Post some footage. You have no idea what it's about. Use it as some sort of political talking point. And that's literally the strategy for these retards to push their agenda. Don't worry, Bernie Sanders' crash out is even better. Unbelievably, unequivocally correct to the point that no one can even deny this anymore. CNN was allowed into, unironically, Iranians' missile cities. Their top secret area was literally open to CNN journalists, so obviously we know the propaganda is coming from. Hassan Piker and a bunch of communists went to Cuba to protest the fact that the communist regime is collapsing, and the people are going to be free. Zohran Mamdani has announced that New York must start following Islamic holidays. And unfortunately, Chuck Norris passed away, and leftists are crashing out, freaking out, and celebrating because apparently he supported Trump. Another day of incredible blue news. We have an unbelievable deep dive today. I did so much prep work, so much planning. I had to
Norris?
spend so much extra time in the tutorials for this one. Locked in, boys and girls. We got lots to talk about. Our Presidente, our glorious orange man, Donald J. Trump, posted this on Truth Social. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. 1, completely degrading Iranian missile capability, launches, and everything else pertaining to them. 2, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. 3, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. 4, never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability. And always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to a situation should it take place. 5, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. Based, by the way, unbelievably based. The United States. This is literally such a actual United States realigning war. Not only are we taking out an Islamic regime that has been terrorizing us for 47 years, and threatening to obliterate us, but we're also completely defining the fact that the entire world needs us, all right? They all need us. They're making believe they don't need us. They all do need us, all right? And, oh no, Trump is making our allies mad. Well, our allies should go fuck themselves, quite literally, if they are not able to actually take part in whatever we want to do. I'm not going to lie. We are their piggy bank. They're sucking our blood. They're leeching from us, and they expect us to not get anything in return. Sorry, it's a two-way street. It don't work that way. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This, by the way, is an unbelievable W. So, to all the journalists making believe that we don't know what Donald Trump's actual goals are in Iran. Yes, we do. He laid them out. These are the 5 goals. He literally said this on day 1. He's still saying the same thing. Goals haven't changed. Goals haven't been plotted. We're not putting troops on the ground. We're not getting involved in there. We would love it if the regime changed and the Iranian people were able to rise up and take their country back. But quite literally, we are not putting our ground forces there to do that. This is exactly what he said on day 1. It's exactly what I said on day 1. And it's exactly the opposite of what every single one of these podcast bros that's getting paid by some goat fucker in the Middle East is trying to push onto you. All right, quite literally, this dude's been super consistent. This is an America First policy, and a lot of people are gay and retarded. And also, I love the pressure that he's putting on NATO and the European allies, because quite literally, we are not only funding their existence, all right, we're maintaining their survival, all right? We funded the Ukraine war, which was an existential threat to all of Europe, and we gained nothing from it, all right? Now we want them to help with a little bit here and there, and they'll just be like, no, what an international law! Yeah, quite literally.
No lifting. I'm like, no lifting? What the heck's no lifting? But I'm retarded.
I didn't expect to see it, and I am so glad that it's actually happening. There's a big realignment in the works, and it's for our benefit. Because those guys, they need to figure their shit out. Now, something insane happened today. Iran fired a pair of intermediate-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, a joint U.S.-UK base in the Indian Ocean. All right, so to understand, they struck a U.S.-UK base, or they tried. One missile failed in flight, another was engaged with the U.S. Navy destroyer using an SM-3 missile that managed, thank God, to intercept it, and no one was hurt. But this is actually an unbelievable thing that happened. Because this was the thing Trump was saying was going to happen, and this is what all the retards saying was impossible.
Really? Trump was right?
They came out to be like, Iran doesn't pose a threat. They don't have missiles that can even reach anywhere. Well, the Diego Garcia Island is around 2,500 kilometers away. All right, so just to understand what we're dealing with, Marco Rubio was right again award. They actually do have ballistic missiles that could reach a large range. Iran only needs a 500-kilometer range to strike Israel. Why has the regime developed a 4,000-kilometer range missile that covers Western Europe? So interesting. For the same reason, they're developing an intercontinental ballistic missile to cover North America. This missile that they fired to Diego Garcia, this is the range.
How do I check that? I'm retarded.
Literally, they could hit the capitals of Italy, Germany, France soon. All right, they're England very soon.
Duh.
The goal of the Iranian regime is just to fight Israel, and we're fighting Israel's war. Then why do they have missiles that could reach most of Europe? The reality is, Trump was right again award. Now, I think this was an unbelievably dumb fuck move by Iran, as they've been doing a lot. I mean, it's really hard to fight a war when you have no leaders. Every time you elect a new leader, bro gets sent to the afterlife real fucking fast. Bro, they have a Ayatollah conga line leading straight down to Lucifer at this point. All right, and they're trying to still find ways to do shit. Right, they bomb all their Arab neighbors, obviously getting them all involved. Right, you got Qatar and Israel somehow on the same side of the global conflict. All right, and one of the major points that all of the retards in the West were saying for a while is, oh, Iran, they're not even building ballistic missiles. Well, they did. If they could hit Diego Garcia, then they could hit most of Europe. And who knows if they even had further capabilities. That's insane.
29 days played, and I'm not even fucking no-lifing it, honestly. Only 3,000? Nah, that's fucking bullshit. 3,000 mobs defeated. Cap.
Which is crazy. So, a definite threat. Imminent, even. Put a nuke on it, you can see why Trump has been right about this all along. And journalist Scott Jennings. Now, the reality is, Iran does possess missiles with this range. The reality is, this is an imminent threat. This was a terrorist regime, and these people needed to be fucking destroyed. Now, I've said the entire time, I don't want our troops on the ground. I've also said the entire time, this is a terrorist regime. It has been thousands of our people. They stated their goal of obliterating us forever. They claim that they're building nuclear weapons themselves, that they plan on delivering here. They literally said to our ambassador that they have enough uranium to build 11 nuclear weapons. They're going to kill us, and now we're going to fucking kill them. It's awesome, actually. All right, and all of these moralistic agents, these retards, convincing you that, oh, we don't even need to do this fight. This is an inevitable war. It had to happen at some point. I support doing it while they're at their weakness, so we can fucking destroy them. And a lot of people don't have my stance on that, but then again, a lot of people are retarded. And there it is. So Trump was right. Iran was an imminent threat. Joe Kent can apologize now since he was not part of the intelligent briefings. And honestly, he's been proven completely and utterly vindicated by this. This is insane. So this is the chief of the IDF. Just yesterday, Iran launched a two-stage intercontinental ballistic missile range of 4,000 kilometers towards an American target on the Asian Sea. These missiles are not intended to strike Israel. Their range reaches the capitals of Europe, Berlin, Paris, and Rome, all with direct range. It's almost like it's the thing that Trump's been saying the entire time. Now, NATO is terrified because they are actually doing it. Right? Without the USA, Trump says, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the war to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now the military, now the fight is militarily won. With very little danger for them, they complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay. They don't want to have both the Strait of Hormuz. A simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do, so little risk. Cowards! And we will remember, dude, this is a diabolical upheaval of the current order. The live-cut order of Earth actually...
Me scared.
We are clearly not empathetic enough. Alright, get fun. Alright, so the reality is we don't need them, actually. And they're going to imagine? England will probably become our main enemy on the planet. Which would be laughing, it's fucking terrifying. But like, you get what I'm saying. So Liv cut Piers Morgan, and they lied. Really? Iran lied? You mean just like they lied about enriching uranium to build nukes? Just like the UN confirmed? You mean Trump was right all along, and all these Liv cucks have been crashing out, running defense for the Islamic regime for fucking no reason? Wow. It's almost like this blue guy got fucking justified too. It's crazy how that happened. Breaking, more than 170 British Navy sailors caught doing hard drugs on nuclear submarines. So just a lot of people have been, I just felt like I needed to talk about that because a lot of people are saying England is our greatest ally. My guy, my dude, my bra. England is Iran's greatest ally. What the fuck is it? Now, there's some insane shit that's been happening that we need to talk about.
Really going. It's, Europeans would never agree to go anywhere near Iran unless they thought the tide was turning and they think that we're going to win. Otherwise, they would keep still. And the reason that the petro nations of the Gulf survive is they have their finger in the wind and they're very attuned to this climate. And when you have Al Jazeera praising the United States bombing campaign and saying that it's been underestimated, it's really ineffective. Wow. You get the feeling that they think not only can the United States finish the job, but it can and will finish the job. And then when you start to see tactical aircraft like Warthogs and Apaches, that means that they're offering almost grounded sea support to hit targets. There's nothing. There's no defense at all when you have that type of aircraft flying at will in Iranian airspace. So
and he's right.
You put it all together.
Dude, if we own their skies, then they're fucked. They are quite literally fucked. Alright? I'm sure it's taking Trump a little bit of restraint, keeping his finger off the red button. We won this war already. Alright, now we're just doing cleanup duty.
And I think it's pretty clear that this rope-a-dope strategy that they have, that we're going to tire before they are, is dependent on just public opinion, the midterms.
Oh, but I gotta check that. I'm pretty sure it's his base, but let me check if because I wrote down the name of the person's base if I'm correct.
Fuck those retards. They fuck goats, they fuck children, and they're gonna fucking die. I fully support killing them. It's awesome. Killing
It was
terrorists is awesome,
Ballast.
actually. I don't know if you heard the news. Killing
This is Ballast, yeah, Ballast Road.
No, killing bad. No, killing terrorists is
So
actually
I was told it was your base.
fucking great. So the reality is, the Iranian regime is releasing AI slop videos, getting likes from Pakistanis, and probably funding, Tucker Carlson and the rest of the misinformation campaign online because they know it's over. They literally just need public sentiment in the United States to hopefully convince Trump to stop fucking pounding them. Their military strategy is like maybe a couple of podcasters in the United States in Trump's mind. Trump's had his mindset for 40 years about wiping out this regime, but maybe a couple of podcasters will change it. It's honestly humiliating. It's the most hilarious shit ever. Now, the reality is, we are still bombing them, and we're bombing them really hard. One of the 3 nuclear enrichment sites that was hit during Operation Midnight Hammer is located 150 miles south of Tehran, as you mentioned. That is Iran's main nuclear enrichment site where they enrich uranium isotope. Actually, we have a periodic table available. But some of the officials I've spoken to about this strike say this is likely to detect...
No, maybe not that far. Well, kind of. Okay, so like, if I have an enemy, like, I'm not gonna go do that because I feel like it'd be scummy, but like, if I have somebody who I really hate and I just want to piss them off, I might, take an advantage like that and be like, well, you're not supposed to, but now that I've seen it and I can't take it out of my mind, but yeah, I probably wouldn't on this realm, but I don't know. Block. Oh, block. Just make sure. Wait, just make sure not to leak, or else the server will suffer. That's logical, right? I didn't leak mine yet, so I know leak yours. It sounds logic. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it's logical, right?
Uranium or radiation, more importantly, detected. That means self-destruct during Midnight Hammer. That's right. What's coming up next? President Trump offering a rapid update on what he thought to
Yeah, and the reality is, it looks like we're just doing cleanup duty. We're just trying to assess how much damage we actually did. All right, we wiped out their airports and Navy. Now we're just trying to figure this shit out. Now, the media, of course, Iran's greatest ally, Western media, it has been incredible.
Stop from here.
Not for good reason. It's purely because of media manufacturing. All right, quite literally, Trump is going against this gigantic deep state idea factory. All right, you got these CIA agents like Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent that are against it. All right, and the reality is, people are grappling trying their absolute best to survive. All right, this war is infinitely better than the Iraq War. All right, the Iraq War was decades of suffering. All right, for our troops and our people. Way more money. All right, this is much more efficient. This was a much more direct threat, and it's literally because of media brainwashing that so many people are actually against it. This is not a deeply unpopular war. I guarantee you, the majority of Americans fully support Trump fucking killing the terrorists that have been trying to kill us for 47 years.
The longer it goes on, the worse those numbers are going to look. There is no instance in history of prolonged war benefiting any nation.
Prolonged war?
And
How do you know it's going to be prolonged?
I don't know it's not. Because that's the story of pretty much every war ever.
How long the Venezuela war? So how long was the war in Venezuela? Fat ass.
Well, that wasn't a war. That was a.
Well, then this isn't a war.
Hey guys, we already got 7 likes. Thank you guys. That's what's up.
Yeah, well, I think the Vietnam generation would take issue with that, and the Iraq generation, and the Afghanistan generation.
I'm part of the Iran generation, and this one's going very well.
Yeah, but if you ignore the lessons of what we're seeing, you're saying a 3-week situation.
I'll try to wait till it's online. I don't think you were.
Americans understand what's clear, which is that this is getting worse every day.
I know peak yours, I know leak yours. What the heck? My English. Well, if you're in the stream, there you go. If you're not, I'll send it again when you come on. Or attempt to. Damn, 8 likes now, heck yeah.
Inflation is growing, extremism and attacks on the homeland are growing. Everything.
I love how this dude is like, yeah, it's Trump's fault that Muslim terrorists that were led into our country are blowing up synagogues. Are you fucking retarded? Are you insane? Like, this is an inevitable issue. If this dude would have blown up a synagogue in this time, this is not Trump's fault. This is your fault. This is the
That's true, though. He would have.
These people are actually all retarded. It's insane. Now, to prove that CNN is actually wrong, this is one of the most unbelievable videos I've ever seen in my life. Americans are raising major red flags over how CNN somehow scored full access to investigate Iran's underground missile facility.
An Iranian underground missile city.
No!
How the fuck are you there? The Iranian people don't have internet.
A show of force aimed at Iran's enemies.
This is literally propaganda for a terrorist regime that we're at war with. I don't know how this is being investigated for treason. This is unbelievable.
A contingency plan to protect its precious arsenal from being eradicated by massive bombardment. Dozens of these submarine fortresses are spread across the country. It's proof that Tehran has been preparing for a war just like this one for years and possibly decades.
Bitch, they lost all their leaders on day one. all their preparation, and they lose all their leaders on day one. Damn.
It's also from these mountain bases that Iran stores its mobile missile launchers.
This is AI, by the way.
Taking them out, firing, before hiding them back into the mountain to reload and avoid detection.
Just to be clear, this is literally terrorist propaganda. I don't know how else you could possibly frame this. That's my opinion. This is insanity, right? And it's literally another 3 minutes of this talking about how Iran is so powerful. They have missile cities, they have missile bases, they are so cool and advanced weaponry. They build us Americans. This is actually shocking.
Those damn Americans.
But apparently CNN is just literally arm in arm with the regime releasing.
Those damn Americans and Jews. It's all their fault.
Iranian strike in southern Israel, in Arad. This is a residential area, and 100 people were injured. So far, none dead as far as I am aware, but 100 injured. And again, this just goes to show Iran striking civilians, America and Israel quite literally striking targets. And civilians die as casualties, and quite literally as collateral damage. It's really fucking sad, but that's their fault.
And now I'm not, bro. Now I'm not lagging.
They've been striking at civilians constantly. This missile was not intercepted, and 100 people were injured. These people are fighting to kill as many people because they are in an Islamic death cult. And people aren't willing to acknowledge that fact. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It really is. Now, in American media, there has been a little bit of memeing around.
Bro, do you want to die?
We had a pretty diabolical Oh my god, dude. Anyway, Justin says U.S. is taking measures to bypass Iran's infinite lockdown and global messaging to the Iranian people, which is a W, and they needed to do this immediately. Honestly, this is urgent. Now, to understand how our media is completely occupied, this is Don Lemon, CNN host, former CNN host. He was fired for being gay and retarded. And this is what he has to say.
Reporters have privilege, you know, it's like an attorney. And so you have to be very...
No way, is he talking to Gavin Newsom? Holy shit. It's literally a meeting of the minds for retards.
careful about those things, and we cannot lose those things. Otherwise, we are going to lose the First Amendment. We're going to lose the freedom of the press, because part of that is having sources and being able to be trusted by those sources. That you're not going to give any information away that they give you. Reporters go to jail over refusing to give up a source, and then usually it ends up with working out with them saying they don't have to, and they get out, but still. So we cannot lose those norms and those.
I mean, like how under the Biden government, they literally locked down our internet under COVID. If you just say that the COVID vaccine has like some sort of side effect, you'll literally get banned.
Yep.
I got a video taken down by YouTube for that.
I got multiple videos taken down by that. In fact, they actually said one was misinformation, and I'm not a medical doctor or some shit. I'll have to go check the exact wording. But it was not anything about trying to be a medical doctor at all. It was basically showing how people said they wanted pandemic amnesty or shit like that. It's like, nah, fuck you, you fuckers. And yeah, apparently YouTube doesn't like that because you can't show the facts.
You mean like how the Biden administration shut down literal freedom of speech?
Those traditions, because otherwise we're no better than a country that we're at war with. We are saying, you know.
That's right. If you arrest reporters for treason, all right, then you're literally just as bad as Iran, where they massacred 40,000 protesters.
That Iran shoots protesters. Absolutely.
How could you possibly fucking compare Iran's massacre of 40,000 people?
They want to be a victim. That's why. That's how they can compare it. That's how. If you want to be a victim, you can compare anything and be like, look at poor little old me.
And we're killed in self-defense. It's some of the most unbelievable, diabolical shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, running defense for the Iranian regime because you hate Trump is fucking insane.
And you know, we're over there because Iran, you know, jails reporters, or...
No, we're not over there because Iran jails reporters. We're over there because Iran has killed thousands of us and are developing nuclear weapons to exterminate us. So therefore, we're going to exterminate them first, like the roaches they are. The barbaric fucking terrorist pedophiles are going to die. And it's awesome, actually.
You know, doesn't have free speech, and that makes us no better than them.
What are we even doing? We are no better than Iran. Yes, they massacred 40,000 of their own people, but they arrested me for being a gay reporter that invaded a church and harassed people praying at a church.
You're acting and doing the very same things that they're doing.
We're not doing the same things they're doing. This is evil. This is like unconscionably evil. We're not doing the same thing they're doing. Holy fuck, these people are delusional.
What sort of moral authority do we have to be able to be there?
We have God on our side.
Gosh dang
the
it.
Ayatollah is dead. He did not have God on his side. That's proof. But like, this is insane. These people have been trying to kill us for 47 years. They've killed thousands of Americans. This dude doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care at all. He literally doesn't care at all. Replace them with some illegal aliens. Who cares if they kill 1,000 white Americans? Replace them with brown people. Oh, colossal W. I hear Nigeria is very, very happy to give us as many of their people as they can. Did you know that they only legalized rape in Nigeria one day a year for the rape festival? Aside from that, Nigeria's swell.
And, you know, in a war, and quite frankly, killing people.
Yeah, of course they're killing people. It's awesome. They're gonna fucking die, and it's great. Hell yeah, dude. Let's kill more. Israel announced it will bomb bridges on the Litani River. A Russia Today journalist stands on the Litani River Bridge. Nearly get bombed, prize foul, and sells war crimes. Like, again, we're playing this fucking game every single time. Our enemies are just retarded. This dude, this whole thing talking about, oh my god, Israel almost bombed me, and I'm a journalist. He was literally standing exactly where Israel warned them they were gonna bomb. This is why no one trusts the press. The press is literally evil. It's unbelievable. Heartbreaking news from Gaza. I feel like we should talk about this. 96% of children say they feel death is imminent. Excuse me? Didn't you just go through a genocide? And now you guys are claiming death is imminent? What's going on? After more than 2 years of war and relentless violence, young Palestinians face a deeply mental health emergency. The mental health of children in Gaza. Girls in particular are at risk, including a rise in child marriage. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Wait. You're just gonna leave that at the end, Mr. UNO Center?
Right.
Are we really seriously doing this? Excuse me, what? Gazan men rape little girls. The UN. It's the struggle to survive. Within this crisis, girls...
You're not gonna speed past that and act like you didn't say what you just said.
Okay. As we surge sharply Recently, rates have fallen from 25% to only 11%. But now they're rising again. They're struggling to survive. This is fucking insane, dude. These people are wild retards. After the genocide that never happened, 96% of children that survived the genocide that didn't happen are now struggling through a new genocide. Raping children. I can't believe Israel would do this. Now, we are literally at war against the media. The media is the enemy. We have to fucking destroy them. Now, Trump actually just spoke with reporters, gaggled with the press before departing the White House, and bro was on fire. I didn't see this yet, but apparently it was insane.
How do you know it was on fire then?
Our great Secretary of State out. And he's doing a fantastic
Did we just say sleeping through the night?
Marco, we're going somewhere. Dude, every time that happens, something insane goes down.
Go ahead, please.
I guess I said I don't think so, so if I said that, then it must have not happened. Pay no attention to that being before the sleeping through the night messages, but yeah.
We fucking obliterated them.
I don't know if you can possibly get hit harder, but these are thugs and animals and horrible people, guys. But you can't hit anybody harder than we've hit them. But I'm not surprised. They executed 3 young people for protesting.
Escort those ships to the people watching people on CNN being like, we are just like them. We've lost Americans that were protesting too. Yeah, they tried to fucking kill ICE agents. These guys massacred 40,000 of their own people.
We're doing very well there. We're doing very well overall. You know, we don't use the strait. We don't, the United States. We don't need it. Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people. So they'll have to get involved a little bit in that work. What about it? Well, I love South Korea. We have a great relationship with South Korea. We're helping South Korea a lot.
Mr. President, do you think Israel will be ready to end the war when you're ready to end the war?
Mr. President, I think so. Because Israel's on America's leash. Everyone got this shit flipped. You know, everyone's like, oh my god, Israel controls America. My guy, America controls Israel. Anyone that pays attention to geopolitics knows that Israel is just our attack dog in the Middle East. And we'll play good cop, bad cop with them whenever we need. And they're incredibly competent at doing that and at gathering intelligence. I mean, look at how they took out basically every single Iranian leader. But the reality is, when Trump said jump, Israel kind of says how high. But we give them billions, all right? They better. I'm not going to lie. Which is why I want to stop funding fuck everybody. All right? This is why I believe in foreign funding. Bye-bye foreign funding. Don't want to foreign fund anybody. But that is the reality. All right? The Israelis generally love Americans. They love America. And, you know, we give them billions of dollars. And essentially, they do what we say. All right? Trump said last time, Israel, stop the war. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And Israel, stop the war. And that's just kind of how it works.
Relationship's a very good one. I think so. Mr. President, we want more or less similar things. You know what we want? We want victory. There's both of us. And that's what we've got.
Mr. President, we're better.
You know, I may have a plan or I may not, but how would I ever say that to a reporter? If I said that to a reporter, Marco would say, please, sir, let's bring you over to the helicopter immediately. Right? I can't tell you that.
Mr. President, I love when they do that. It's like, what are your top secret military tapes, Mr. President?
It's certainly a place that people are talking about, but I can't say.
Are you willing to vote
back talks with Russia and Ukraine. What about it? The talks come back burner right now because of we're talking about it. I think it'll get done. When do you expect the next round of talks to take place? They take place almost every day. We're making a lot of progress. You said that the war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that? The war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that? Oh, I think we won. We knocked out their navy.
What did you mean by that, sir? We are sharing the ocean with Iran. We got the top half, and they have the bottom half. Right? We don't. It's so over, bro.
Of course, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming.
Oh, darn it.
Is gay and is erectile dysfunction.
Free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished. So how long is
You said opening the Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver.
Very simple.
Yeah, but what did you mean by that?
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but
it's relatively safe.
You need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others can help us, but, you know, we don't use it.
Please continue humiliating NATO, sir. The more the better, actually. Those guys are retarded. They've been taking advantage of us forever. They've been taking our money, they've been taking our troops, and they give us absolutely nothing in return. Humiliate them. Prove that we don't need them.
Oh, the lag.
This is a one-way street, and quite literally, it's time to go. Right? I believe in American sovereignty and American power. I believe in an America First policy where we do not need to be leached off of by retards that fucking hate us. That's right. That's my policy. That's why I don't want foreign funding. And when I say foreign funding, people think I just mean like Israel, Ukraine. No. I don't want to be part of the UN. I don't want to be part of NATO. I don't want to be involved in this gigantic shit machine of global politics where all these retards and parrots feel like they have the right to have an opinion and force us to obey their opinions. Their opinion means nothing to us. We're the strongest country in the world. We don't get anything out of most of these giant organizations that just sit there to write strongly worded letters and condemn us whenever we do anything. Oh no, I can't believe you captured Maduro. We read a strongly worded letter. You invaded the sovereignty of Venezuela. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, actually, sir. And if you actually had anything on us, you would do it. All right, call the international law police. Wee-woo. Maybe they'll come and arrest us. Maybe they'll put us in international law jail. Oh, wait, they won't. They can't. They literally, quite literally fucking can't. All right, I don't care. I don't care about their strongly worded letters. I don't want to be part of this global hegemony of retards. Because that's literally what we're dealing with. Like, oh my God, did you know that Nigeria condemned us in the UN? I don't give a shit. Somalia has condemned us for racism. Oh, really? Somalia condemned us for racism. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, these people have been genociding the Somalilanders. Nigeria have been genociding the Christian population in Nigeria. And they condemn us. Yeah, go fuck yourself, sir. Yeah, I'm really happy that Trump is throwing a wrench into this entire globalist garbage cesspool. Right? I love America. I don't want America to succeed. And I don't think America needs these leeches making us worse, weaker, and gayer.
You know, at a certain point, it'll open itself. At a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people.
He's right. He's right. Mr. President is right.
The leadership is gone. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. The anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have, is all gone. Everyth's gone.
No toilet paper left.
Strait itself, the actual strait. How are you? The strait
used to be the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's the Gay of Hormuz.
It itself is, we're doing a good job. But it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
Oh my God, shut up.
That's what I'm thinking. Bunch of dumb bitches just squealing. Shut your dumb cockwashes. Holy shit.
Here I am just grinning. Look, man, what's in our America First policy is actually really fucking simple. I love America. That's the policy. Right? You want to fuck with us? Sorry, bro, you're going to find out. You want to take us for a ride and you're not going to give us anything in return? Sorry, bro, don't need to do business with you. Alright? Get on your fucking knees and apologize immediately. Alright? Start sucking, my guy. Alright? Look, my policy is very simple. I don't want to give away our money to people that quite literally don't deserve it. I don't want to give our money to people that quite literally don't reciprocate. I believe in very reciprocal politics. Alright? We rub your back. You literally come and help us immediately with whatever we ask for. Even if you disagree with the policy, you should still help us because we literally fund your survival. You don't like it? Fine. We don't need to fund your survival. I'm actually a very pragmatic individual, all right? We need to deport all the retards. A piece of paper doesn't make you an American. Deport the retards that aren't here, that aren't assimilated, that aren't willing to assimilate, that are part of death cults and not willing to assimilate. Get them all out and make America awesome. Make the military fucking great and do whatever the fuck we want to do. That's right. International law, fake and gay. Dude, my policies are really simple, actually. I feel like a lot of people need to get on board with the Nutsenor doctrine.
Much of their energy from the Strait of Hormuz, and if Lindsey Graham said that, and don't forget, he was the big NATO guy for a while, and now he's not. And a lot of senators and congressmen, they're very upset with the fact that NATO has done nothing.
Pope Leo says that we're not allowed to deport illegal aliens because we have to welcome people into our homes. Meanwhile, Pope Leo is behind the gigantic wall around the Vatican. All right, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Pope Leo, probably a very nice guy. I don't know if he's a geopolitical mastermind.
And to reopen dialogue, what do you say to the Pope? Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire.
Hey, dude, we don't need a ceasefire. We can keep doing this. They need a ceasefire.
You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment. They don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, they just told him that Chuck Norris died. Wow.
I thought he was a great guy. Wow. Yeah, he was a good guy. Chuck Norris died. I didn't know that. He was a great guy.
R.I.P. Chuck. Chuck Norris is dope.
Real man. We don't have a lot of them these days.
You didn't want to fight him, I can tell you. He was a tough, great guy, and he was a great supporter. Wow, that's too bad. Tell his family highest respect. Okay? Great man.
Yeah, anyway, a lot more screaming and yelling. Damn, that was actually a really good interview with the press there. He actually fucking killed them. And I completely agree with basically everything he said, except a little even harsher on the NATO situation. And I really wish people would follow suit. I don't know. I feel like I'm like a pretty lone voice here. Like all these American first guys are still like more than happy to keep funding NATO and shit.
Nope,
And I'm
fuck
tired.
NATO.
Like, they don't help us. We give them billions. Why? Knox policy is actually
Exactly.
very simple. We're America. We're fucking awesome. All right.
They've gotten so used to America giving them money, they expect us to give it to them. It's like, go fuck yourself.
In any way we can. And you reciprocate by doing basically things for us when we need you. So I am more than happy to have personal alliances.
Yep, 1,000,000%.
Argentina, with
I
Israel,
agree.
with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, even maybe sometimes maybe with Japan, etc. But the reality is, a lot of these European countries, they're used to taking us for a ride. And I don't know if you heard the news, but we had a revolution. We fucking won. And we can fucking do it again. All right, I wanted to see a CENTCOM's update on all this, actually. All right, because they just released a little update video on the actual war, so let's see the logistics. Let's see what's going on.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here for my fourth update on Operation Epic Fury.
All right, let's go.
On day 22 of combat operations, U.S. forces continue to take bold action and remain on plan to eliminate Iran's ability to project meaningful power outside its borders. Just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army launched the longest field artillery strike in Army combat history using precision strike missiles.
Book world record?
The strike took out Iranian military infrastructure, demonstrating the U.S. military's unmatched reach and lethality. Iran has lost significant combat capability over the last 3 weeks. We are taking out thousands of Iranian missiles, advanced attack drones, and all of Iran's navy, which they use to harass international shipping. Their navy is not sailing, their tactical fighters are not flying, and they've lost the ability to launch missiles and drones at the high rates seen at the beginning of the conflict. Our progress is obvious. U.S. forces maintain air superiority over Iran's skies, having now flown over 8,000 combat flights. Our air crews are performing exceptionally across the fight, from tankers to fighters and bombers to land-based and carrier-based aviation doing a superb job. Tankers are extending our reach so that we can keep constant pressure on the enemy. Fighters and bombers are delivering precision strikes against our primary objectives, and our pilots across the board are dynamically hunting threats as well, finding and eliminating targets in real time. So far, we've struck over 8,000 military targets, including 130 Iranian vessels, constituting the largest elimination of a navy.
Dude, and CNN is saying, oh my god.
What's that called, damn it? I can see it. The Pillager Outpost.
Iran's combat capability is on a steady decline as our offensive strikes ramp up. While U.S. forces continue to sustain overwhelming offensive firepower, I want to recognize our air defenders mounting a coordinated defense against Iran's attacks. We have built the most extensive air defense umbrella in the world over the Middle East right now. Yeah. This is thanks to years of investment alongside our allies and partners to build a robust and integrated air and missile defense architecture. For more than a decade.
Dude, I just have to take this moment to recognize the fact that, Iran has been planning this war, we've been planning this war, and God's on our side, right? And God made our people better and smarter, right? And God made their people hedonists and goat fuckers and cousin fuckers and inbred low IQ retards, right? And God has helped us design the most lethal, diabolical, incredible fighting force in the history of the world. And God helped us overwhelmingly fuck these people. I'm just saying it the way it is, all right? Shout out to the big man who's really pulling this string.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the OG up there, the real capital OG, Thank you, God. still looking out for America.
You're not as close allies with the European people who are literally importing people into their countries to kill all of themselves. Meanwhile, we have strengthened our alliance with every single Middle Eastern country. Well, except for Iran, for some reason.
I don't know why. What happened with Iran recently? Iran. How did you get out of Iraq? Iran. Damn.
Underground facility located along
Whee!
the coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only...
There are enemies in war. You should be praying for them to die. Actually, that's based. I don't know if you heard the update.
Took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites.
No word turn. I mean, obviously I turned, but...
Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the more than 50,000 servicemen and women supporting Operation Legends, heroes and forces serving in the Middle East. I'd like to reiterate 3 key points. Number 1, be relentlessly lethal.
That's right. You shoot to kill, all right? You absolutely shoot to kill. Don't let the libtard media and retards in government convince you that actually you're not supposed to kill terrorists. You're actually supposed to kill terrorists. They're trying to kill us. You kill them first, all right? And every single one of these people who quite literally will open up their, infinite abortion clinics will explain to us about the morality of taking a life in warfare and shit. I don't know if you've ever opened up the Bible in your life, all right? That's where I get my morals first and foremost from God, all right? Now, everyone obviously has their own worldview and stuff like that. But have you read about warfare in the Bible?
Okay, let's go on. Where are you?
Our military isn't going in there and, I don't know, stealing every single Iranian terrorist foreskin that we come across. All right? Because King David did that to the Philistines. I'm not going to lie, bro. You destroy your enemy. All right? This idea of, no, actually, we shouldn't destroy our enemy is some radical, feminized, lip-cuck shit that we don't need to live with.
We have the momentum. Number 2, be a great teammate. Continue to take care of one another. And number 3, steady your resolve. For we stand on the shoulders of giants, American heroes who have served with tenacity, grit, and honor. Fall back on your training. It is the best in the world. I just could not be prouder of our warfighters, and I know that the American people share in the same pride.
Absolutely. Legends and heroes. Thank God for our great soldiers. Now, in my opinion, there is an enemy within that we need to be talking about, because while I think we all know at this point that the left is evil and agents of Satan, there are some people on the so-called right that are a little bit evil and satanic too. What happened to this guy? So Tucker Carlson had this Professor Zhang, who, by the way, in my opinion, is a CCP operative, and he's retarded. All right, and these guys got together to do a podcast because Tucker Carlson has literally been doing an entire circuit, getting the biggest retards, anti-American retards on the show ever. And this is what they had to say. If this doesn't wake you up to the fact that this guy is not the Fox News host that we love so much, then quite literally, you're probably lost. You probably fell for the psyop. No offense.
So what I would do is basically sit down everyone, okay, including Russia, China, Iran, and say...
All right, so he wants a giant meeting between the United States, Russia, Iran, and China. All right, so let's understand. This is probably a CCP operative, and he's probably a Russian asset, if I had to guess, and Iran, who literally funds both of them. Okay.
It's time for a new world order.
Nope.
Gentlemen, we got to get Russia, Iran, China, and the United States to form a new world order.
Where we are partners in this relationship. Right? Before America was a hegemon, before the U.S.
Right, so America right now is the most powerful country in the world. We are dominating the rest of the world by leaps and bounds. I'm just going to make something clear. Russia wants Taiwan very badly. China wants Taiwan very badly. They've been trying to take Taiwan forever, but they don't because they don't want to fucking obliterate them when they came. So they didn't do that. Russia wants Ukraine very badly. Well, I don't know if you're aware, Russia didn't win that war. They've been at war for years against Ukraine. Ukraine, bro. Like, that's not America. We're a lot more powerful than Ukraine. Iran got wiped out by Israel, a country the size of New Jersey in the Middle East. Obliterated them, all right? And now, with our help, Iran is absolutely fucking cooked, all right? So, trying to make the point that these people are equal to us at all is insanity, aside from the fact that they're also fucking evil. So this guy is saying that we need to do a new world order, all right, where the new leaders of the world are America, Russia, China, and Iran. What? All right, get ready. It gets worse.
Was the world reserve currency. But now, what we want to do is open a dialogue where everyone is respected.
Fuck you. Fuck off.
At all. They're an actual terrorist.
Suck my dick. That's my respect.
Sorry, don't respect them. No, I don't respect the communists in China either. I don't know if you got the news. No, I don't really respect the communists in Russia either. I don't know if you got the news.
What, you want me to watch my mouth? Suck my fucking dick, you faggot. Are you happy now? Yeah.
Benefits everyone.
Yes.
friends with the people that chant death to America every single day and calls us the Great Satan.
Not just a few.
All right, so that was Professor Zhang's analysis. All right, that was Professor Zhang's analysis. It's pretty good stuff. All right, we should make a new world order, get rid of all of our old alliances. All right, and we need a new world order where it's us, Russia, China, and Iran. It's the new world order. All right. Now Tucker Carlson's probably going to push back, right?
I think that's the wisest possible advice and probably the only path that preserves civilization.
What the actual fuck happened to this man? I mean, I know he was paid literally millions of dollars from an Iranian billionaire when he was fired from Fox News, but literally what the actual fuck is going on? All right, so what's stopping America from doing this? What's stopping America from preserving Western civilization by allying with China and Iran? All right, get ready.
But the one country standing in the way of that is Israel.
Those darn Jews.
The Middle East is stopping the United States from allying with Iran, China, and Russia to create a new hegemon. These people are actually fucking insane. All right, the mask is so off. Like, this guy, Tucker Carlson, and the rest of these guys, they're anti-America. They're anti-our civilization. I don't know what is going on. This is insane. Holy shit. Chinese Professor Zhang says the United States should willingly forfeit its role as the #1 global superpower to China and Russia and Iran, to which Tucker Carlson agrees and then blames Israel.
Yes.
This is like, you can't even script it. This is insane. Like, bro, this is not just, this is Trump derangement syndrome. It's Israel derangement syndrome. This is diabolical. So you're saying the Lembas bread was gone? That's correct, Tucker. And the
Those
quotes weren't on
Jews.
Spiegel, but on Samwise's cloak. Correct. There's only one possible explanation. Fat Hobbit eat bread. Everyone now knows Spiegel guys only eat fish. So true. So true, Tucker. You make a good point. So now this is the guy that Tucker Carlson had on the show, because this guy is saying, you know, Israel is stopping us from making a new world order where we forfeit our role as the #1 superpower to China and Russia and Iran. All right, so let's just understand the type of, the caliber of people that Tucker Carlson's been getting on the show.
Wait a minute here. If the banks can print as much money as possible, why do we have poverty?
For real.
We have poverty. So that is the common answer, scarcity. We have poverty because
maybe it's because if you print infinite money, you don't worth anything anymore. Because everyone has money. No one wants money.
Exactly.
scarcity. But I already told you this. We can print money out of nothing. So why is that? So why do we have poor people? This is retarded.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna kill myself.
Holy fuck! This is unreal. This is the expert Tucker Carlson had on the show.
I'm gonna... Self-harm never felt so good. Happy Days played 5, 3, 2, 1.
He's so right. I was literally talking to my cousin in the other room when I was thinking to myself, whoa,
Print more money, guys. Duh, fucking dumb America. You can get more money if you just print it.
The poor people don't want that. They want it because otherwise,
Hey,
no one
ass game.
money is to create the illusion that money is valuable and therefore you work hard in order to obtain it. But in order for me to make you want to get money, I need to create artificial misery.
this guy is actually fucking retarded. Just to be clear, Professor Zhang explains we could fix poverty by printing infinite money.
Yo, what's good, JMTV?
Wow. No, this guy's actually fucking retarded. It's insane. All right, and just to understand, he's laid out his actual plan in the past.
And okay, so no game theory. So here's my grand plan. Okay, my plan eventually is on my own religion, and so I'm using a YouTube platform in order to test certain ideas I would need for this new religion, and that's why I switched around a lot. So you know, you're then a certain topic, you can get more because then like Messianic isn't really different. But again, my goal is to be the Messiah. My goal is to be the power of something, right? So
Man, really glad Tucker Carlson gave this guy a platform to talk about his new world order theory. Wow, pretty good stuff. That's the goal. He's doing R&D to become the next Messiah. Pretty good stuff.
So I'm going through the R&D phase of my life right now.
Yeah, because you can do travel to Gnostic India as you can have like a Japanese boy, whatever the fuck they say Christ did, the Gnostic with the internet.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I will eventually go to these places, but like at this point, I'm just trying to innovate with the framework, and then eventually I'll go and spread my message like Paul did.
Oh wow!
I'll travel.
Bro, this guy should kill himself. I want to see the video live.
And you have Tucker Carlson promoting this stuff constantly, and it's insane. Now, one of Tucker Carlson's recent guests, this guy, Joe Kent, who recently retired from the United States Counterterrorism Office to basically say Israel forced us into this war in the Middle East. He was asked about Jeffrey Epstein, and he gives one of the most suspicious answers I've ever seen in my life.
I do want to also ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. So you had, I'm sure you probably have been reading the news. You were inside the administration also at the time.
He was the head of counterterrorism, okay?
You did have a very high-level security clearance. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset?
And the guy that and the guy that killed me called me a coward for restocking mid-fight.
Stuff that was all under DOJ, lock and keys.
Oh, is it because he ran off, or I mean, I don't know. I understand stocking up or whatever, but you gotta do it mid-fight, you know, don't run off. You gotta do it like I do. Yeah, I don't know.
But also, he was the head of counterterrorism, super high security clearance. He thinks that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence asset, not because of anything he saw, but because of stuff he saw.
I need more totems. Damn. You grabbed that green shulker of mine. Didn't you use that, or did somebody else grab it? I could have swore it was you, though.
Who also is like in this podcast sphere area, also copies the podcast shit. He's also fell hook, line, and sinker for this like third world.
Yeah, so, yeah.
What do you think about these Netanyahu AI videos?
I haven't seen them.
You haven't seen them?
No.
Oh, they think he might be dead.
What?
He's not dead.
Place! Bro, I was lagging. I mean, I'm still lagging kind of, but I was lagging so bad because I was in the Netherlands. I mean, I don't know where we're at now, but I was in the Netherlands region. I used like 10 totems. Damn.
AI videos that Israel has released that are like clear.
They're literally not even AI.
I don't know how many I used. We could go check the stream though and see.
Show him the one where there's in the cafe.
The cafe was not AI. The people in that video are all real people.
Oh, look at this. It's not the worst lag now, but still, it's like, come on, bro.
Kid made. Yeah. Just fucking around on his computer. All right. Like I saw it, I was like, there's no way they're really trying to.
It's literally real though. It's actually not AI. Because the people in the coffee shop are real people. Civilians that work in a coffee shop.
Pass this off as an actual video of Netanyahu at a cafe in the middle of the war, like everything is
in the middle of a war. Bro, you do realize that life in Israel is just going exactly like it always did. Alright? People are just kind of around the bomb shelters, but everyone's still working. But what are you talking about?
I could have won the PvP battle if bro didn't hit me twice mid-air in the same build. Bro. Hold up. I gotta say, I would have had you once, okay? The only reason I think I didn't is because of my leg. I popped your totem, you had one heart left, and I hit you and you were fucking, you're not flying, you were fucking coming towards me. I hit you with my sword, and I'm pretty sure I heard the sound of my sword making the, like, hit thingy or whatever, but my leg was like, fuck you, bro, he's not dead. He sucks to suck, and I'm like, you fucking leg. It was not good. But, yeah, but GG. And all absorption hearts? Wait, hold up. Which guy was that? I know I had it on stream, but my stream crashed, bro. As soon as I got back to base, it crashed. I'm like, okay. So I started restocking a little bit. I didn't even, stock fully. I just got a little bit of stuff and then came back to spawn and started back up stream. I used half of it, I think. Damn. I had 2 totems in my hand and all absorption hearts. You hit path? Wait, I hit path? Yeah. I don't know his name exactly. The other Elytra user. He spammed it. Oh, I might have hit him once before, but I could have. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'll have to check the stream. But I could have swore there was you were coming in one time, and I hit a crystal, and you were at like 2 HP or 1 heart. And I wanted to hit you with my sword, but my sword didn't work because of lag, and I was quite sad. I'm like, oh well, fuck it. The other Elytra user, he spammed it. What would you call what you were doing, homie? I mean, not to be that guy, but yeah. He just ran, and whenever I was chasing him, he would mace me. Wait. He just ran, and whenever I was chasing him, he would mace me. What do you mean? Sorry, like he would just he would run from you when you were fighting. What do you? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding 100%. He would run from you sometimes, or he would run from you, but when you were chasing him, he would run away when you weren't chasing him. I don't know, but yeah. Bro, my fireworks wanted me to die. Oh, what type of fireworks did you have? Level 3? Those ones, honestly, if I'm being honest, I don't know if I should tell you this. But if I'm being honest, I think Flight 1 duration rockets work better for maces than Flight 3. Because Flight 3 lasts so fucking long, bro. You use a rocket and it'll be like, alright, I'm gonna go mace, and then you let go or whatever and go to glide, and then all of a sudden it's like, like you're like, no, I don't want to use the rocket again. Still, what the heck? There's still duration left. Level 2 is the best one. Nice. Honestly, I haven't tried level 2s. I've been a level 1 or level 3 type of person. Level 1 because they're cheapest, and level 3 because they're the most powerful. But yeah, I've never used a level 2 to my knowledge. They wouldn't work though every time you used a crystal. Damn, yeah, it sucks. Bro, I hate how we don't have, I don't know how to describe it, but basically I can change my buttons or whatever. But there's no good way, like, give myself more buttons, or like have it so I can like use the touchscreen but also use buttons or something like that. Because, or like at least for jumping and stuff, or jumping and then flying with a rocket. Because basically, like, you know what you were doing in the water where you would like get a little bit of momentum and then you would like fly out of the water? You can do that on mobile, but you can't really do it with the controls that I play on. I mean, you might be able to, but it's extremely rare. Like, it would be hard as crap and probably take you way too many attempts to actually do, let alone perfect. So like, that's one thing I hate about mobile. That, and also, like I said, I'm kind of nerfed on mobile on Minecraft. Because usually when I'm playing like something like Call of Duty or whatever, I'm playing with 5 fingers or 4 fingers or whatever. But for Minecraft, I am kind of forced to have 3 at max. Like, they don't let me use more. I have to move my screen or attack. I can't do both. Which is kind of stupid. Like, you would think Minecraft would be able to update the screen to have like 2 or 3, clicks on it at once. But like right now, if I'm touching the screen, I can place to click obsidian. Like, I don't know if you can hear this, but I'm trying to place obsidian, but it's not placing because I'm touching the screen. Kind of gay, so it's like, oh, no, that place though, because I tapped it and then moved. But yeah, so like if I could like move and really, if I could move like this, and yeah, so yeah, like something like, you can't see my screen, but basically I'm moving and tapping and walking at the same time. If I could do that, then I feel like I would be a little better. But sadly, I have to like move, attack, move, attack, move, attack. I don't know, it makes me feel like I'm fucking sluggish, but it works. Switch is touchscreen and controller? Heck yeah. So you could use touchscreen if you wanted to, right? I mean, obviously, yeah, that's what you're saying. But, that's what's up. I can't see your chat? Wait. When are you going to friend me? I already did friend you, didn't I? Oh, you can't see my chat? Hold up. I could have swore I friended you already. I feel like Salt was using hacks. Salt? Salt. Shit, bro. I don't know why I'm retarded. The salty guy? I think that might have been his name. Or Sparky? I don't know. Maybe I'll have to double check that stream. I've been up too long. Hey, you're right there, I think, right? Oh, Null? Okay, yeah. Null Salt. I have not, what do you call it? I have not PvP'd him. But if you have video of it or whatever, then definitely send it or upload it, because, yeah, that's good to know if somebody is using, Kill Aura, Crystal Aura, something like that. Holy crud, guys, my phone is getting so hot, it's actually heating up my room. And have a fan on it to pull it down. I don't know why it wants to get so hot and overheat, but it's a gay phone. Mace has a cooldown? What? Oh shit, I'm not all fully mic'd, my bad. But really, the Mace has a cooldown? Everybody's been telling me you just spam that bitch if you're falling on somebody. Although for Pocket, I can't fucking get it to work. I feel like it's either my lag or I just suck or my controls or something. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got it to work very, very, very rarely. But rare doesn't count when you're trying to, use it. It does. So, like, if you spam it, it doesn't usually work. But he went through full health and 2 totems, and somehow is making perfect mace attacks. He went through full health and 2 totems, and somehow is making perfect mace attacks. It does. It needs to be timed. Huh. I know on Java it definitely needs to be timed, and like the spear does on Bedrock. But I didn't know that, or don't know that. I mean, that could be true, because I've noticed that when I don't spam and I try to like time my attacks with the mace, I tend to, like I said, it's still rare, but I tend to actually get it more than if I'm spamming. When I spam, it doesn't seem to work ever, and it's like, what the fuck? Oh, damn, Joshy, you already connected this while I was just talking? Homie wasn't playing around. Oops, I used 2 rockets, but... This is low-key a pretty cool island here, I feel like. I mean, obviously we can't we could, but we can't use it or it'll get found, but this is pretty dope. Oh, a village. What do you know? FA9. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Or maybe they're saying fag. Fag. Yeah, they might be writing fag. Okay. FA9. Where did you go? Oh, I'm just looking around this island that we are around. Please move. Yeah, I don't want to buy stuff from you, so move. Yeah. Oh, and you got the lights and everything. Oh, I didn't bring a silk touch shovel this time, but that's okay.
Is exactly the same during the war as not during the war. People are still going to work. People are still taking their kids to school. Israel had 12 casualties, which is tragic, but that's because Iran fired thousands of missiles. So yes, not only is this believable, but it's real. Of course he went to a coffee shop.
Peaceful. That one? Yeah, this one. Well, that's just a clip. Show the actual. It's on the Israel website or the Israel Twitter.
It's on Netanyahu's Twitter because he posted it because he's obviously not dead. You know, because he just did a live press conference.
Rich. Oh, really? Yeah, no, they released it.
They released it.
Yeah, it's
dead. That's crazy.
Well, his brother's dead.
Except it's not AI.
His brother got killed in a missile.
No, he didn't! Oh my god! He literally fell for everything! He fell for all the Pakistani AI videos! No, his brother wasn't killed in a missile strike. Recently?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Oh my god, he's falling for this.
I'm sorry, that was me, Jachi.
The brother of Benjamin Netanyahu tragically lost his life, burned alive in his home. Iran did a great job. A ballistic missile struck his house. Community note, false. This fire incident was in New Jersey. Diabolical. Oh my god.
They struck. You just don't know what's going on.
I just because none of this is real. He totally fell for all the AI slop videos.
Watch funny shit and move around.
Pour some of that.
I got you, baby.
Go. Come on, give me some.
Oh, hey, they put the sauce.
Oh, I got my
Hey, I think you turned Muslim or something. I didn't know what happened.
I'm back.
Hell yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Pour me one.
Easy, Zoran.
There it is. Alright, here's the infamous coffee shop video, which is real, by the way.
Well, people have zoomed in on the signs and stuff. It's not even real writing.
I can't believe he covered his mouth. It's Hebrew writing. He's like, yo, it's not even in English, and it's literally Hebrew letters.
They say
It's all real writing.
fingers.
Weird.
He's joking around. You know, because there was an AI video before that people were criticizing because it looked like one of his fingers had grown an extra appendage.
No, it didn't.
Right.
Oh my god, he's actually retarded.
Yeah.
Eddie, this looks fake as fuck. First of all, it's weird because he sips out of a cup, and yet the cup stays exactly the same level.
It's really hot coffee and it has foam. So you drink a little bit of the coffee under the foam and it still has foam. I have to explain coffee. This is unbelievable.
And no matter where he moves the cup around, it doesn't spill.
Right.
Like there's
Are you like a bumbling retard that you just spill coffee wherever you go to get a cup of coffee? I'm like, are we serious?
a moment where he turns the cup like almost sideways.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
He must be really, really good at balancing.
It looks like an ad for this coffee shop. Just hanging out at a coffee shop during war.
He posted a funny video about how he's not actually dead.
And also, like, how's everybody so casual?
Yeah. He didn't tip though, so that's the Judaism is kind of cool. But yeah, no, this is crazy.
Tipping is fraud. Don't tip.
Yep, tipping is fraud.
It's like AI. Like, he looks like he's got a beauty filter on. That doesn't look like a human being.
Totally.
Totally.
Let me hear what he's saying.
Totally.
What is he saying? Is it in Hebrew?
לצה"ל, למוסד, אנחנו עושים דברים אני לא יכול לשתף...
Is it taking him this long to figure out it's Hebrew?
אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם, גם אתם תמשיכו.
Hey, all those people in the background of the coffee shop are all real people that posted their own photos of Netanyahu visiting their coffee shop on their own private Instagram accounts. This is objectively real.
Look, everybody's happy to see him.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you were in that coffee shop? You're like, please leave before the bombs come. Please leave before they target you. Right?
It's almost like literally they're not scared.
Trying to find that guy everywhere he fucking goes.
Are they? Like, yeah, they're trying. They obviously fucking failed pretty miserably.
Yeah.
This
Look at that. So we got the Ayatollah in there too.
Yeah, so this is honestly sad. This is sad and pathetic shit. It really is. I can't believe that it got to this point. But like, you got Joe Rogan fell for the... Netanyahu and his brother are dead. I saw it on social media. I can't believe this is real, dude. Now, he did another one, actually. And I think this is even more shocking. This is even worse.
I've heard AhQTK8r's got a dick. I've heard that one.
Whoa, well, she seems thrilled right now.
She's an
Hello? She's a widow?
She's a kook for sure.
You ever seen the compilation of her making crazy eyes?
No.
It's a video of her making demon eyes, and every time she makes the eyes, the music... It's so big.
She's a widow. She witnessed her husband get murdered in front of her 6 months ago. This is actually shocking.
Possessed.
What happened?
She's like the guy with...
New marching orders rolled out for podcaster HQ, I guess.
What's the gang guy? What's that guy? Oh my god, look at that. She looks like a televangelist.
Give me some volume. She's talking to Barry Weiss.
There you go.
Watch this. Pay attention to her eyes.
Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that she somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified you're sick?
This was literally her doing an interview like 2 weeks after her husband was assassinated in
He went through...
Human being.
Hold up. He went through basically 3 lives in one hit? What do you mean? And of course, I'm a little busy making the road. I don't want PvP right now, but... But if you're not going to try and, you know, start something while we're working here, I can let you know. Ow. Ah! That hurt. But I like what you're doing. Buddy, I'm busy.
Exactly what Barry is saying. Bro, this is literally an interview like 2 weeks after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Marching orders came out of podcaster HQ. Everyone's talking about Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. They all have like the same talking points these days. It's honestly a little bit terrifying. For a final round of how Israel is secretly controlling everybody, look at this story. All right, so this is a guy in Florida getting arrested for being anti-Israel. Try that again.
That's good. So you been hit?
Soliciting. What you're doing is basically soliciting. You understand that, right?
Were you being hit? I don't know, it sounded like you're taking damage there for a second. Really? Alright, I'm gonna keep putting this tunnel down.
Greens are not welcomed here. Okay. Bye.
Alright, well, looks like this guy was almost arrested because he just made some comments online about Israel. Well, let's see what the actual comments were. Alright, at some point Christians are going to have to wake up and realize we have to kill them all, we must eliminate the Jews, it's the only solution at this point, we must protect Christianity. That is not protected by freedom of speech, that is literally like a classic call to violence. And honestly, the police should be investigating people that are doing this shit. And that includes if you say we need to wake up and start killing Muslims, or killing Jews, or killing Christians. Yeah, not acceptable shit, honestly. Threats of violence are not protected by the First Amendment. We should actually have police investigate people that are posting stuff like this. But again, that doesn't fit the narrative of the Jews are controlling the police to arrest people criticizing Israel or whatever. So yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is an op. It's obviously an op. People aren't actually this fucking retarded. They're convincing you that they are, but they're not actually this retarded. And the Tucker Carlsons and the Joe Rogans and quite literally the retards are falling for it. I think Tucker Carlson is not falling for it. I think he's
Is that a creeper?
I think Joe Rogan is, I'm not sure. I think he's falling for it a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. He thinks
That's a
that
creeper.
Netanyahu is secretly dead and he's releasing AI videos.
What a meanie.
He's alive, which is diabolical. But like,
Bala path cleared.
of Americans that are getting manipulated by this shit and finding themselves allying with terrorists. Now, speaking of terrorists, Hassan Piker is planning a trip to Cuba to rescue the Cubans or something. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what's going on in Cuba, Cuba is a communist regime, dictator, so his regime is collapsing. He's going to liberate Cuba, he said it himself. Peacefully liberate Cuba. Marcus Rubius, first of his name, also involved. This was Hassan Piker in 2025 talking about how he's too scared to go to Cuba. Because he's afraid of going to jail if he goes to Cuba. Now, Cuba's a communist regime that's literally been jailing anyone that protests against the communist regime. Shock of all shocks. Cuba is in complete and utter economic failure. There are blackouts across 75% of Cuba, and people are rising up against the communist regime. Just like the Donald foretold.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes.
No!
Because I didn't want to go to prison. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So this was him in 2025 talking about he canceled his Cuba trip because he's scared to go to prison. But now it's trendy to go to Cuba. Greta Thunberg is going to Cuba. So Hassan Piker gets involved. Don't have radicals. Flock to Havana in Cuba. Staying in 5-star hotels while Ireland is in crisis. Mockery of the Cuban people. Alright, so this is Hassan Piker and his alive and rejects and dumb fucks that go to Cuba in order to rescue Cuba from... honestly, the people in Cuba are rising up against their communist regime. We literally have, like, understand the level of retard we're dealing with. We have a rich communists in America, nepo baby, rich, multi-millionaire communists in America, flying to Cuba to tell the Cubans that actually communism is good, as they are literally being starved and imprisoned by the communist regime running Cuba. It is the most diabolical, sociopathic shit I've ever seen in my life. Alright, so Hassan Piker meets Jody Evans in Cuba. For those of you who don't know who this is Jody Evans is married to Neville Roy Singham, $785 million tech fortune into America's largest CCP-linked protest infrastructure. Singham funds the People's Forum, which, by the way, is George Soros' campaign. Code Pink, $1.4 million.
I don't got none.
Code Pink is like the Queers for Palestine and shit like that. BSL and breakthrough news from the Shanghai office inside a Chinese propaganda firm. You are watching recruitment into a documented foreign influence network. This is literally what's happening. This is Hassan and a Code Pink, Roy Singham's wife, Code Pink's co-founder, and People's Forum, which is George Soros' board member, and they're working together quite literally to indoctrinate people into this gigantic communist project. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if you told this to me, I would think it was a conspiracy theory, that it's like some gigantic psychic operation coming here to manipulate people into falling for this shit. It's literally that. It is quite literally that. We are witnessing the grooming of people into the communist pipeline in real time. Or people say that I drag people to the alt-right pipeline. That's not true. I don't drag people to the alt-right pipeline. I am the alt-right pipeline. But more importantly than any of that, and I think it's super important to be aware, I'm just a rational fucking guy. No one funds me. No one pays me. I do my thing. I say what I want to say because it's the thing I want to say.
Me.
Right? And people agree with me because I'm right about most things, actually, it seems. I have very simple values. I love America. I don't like terrorists. And I want terrorists to fucking die. I hate communists. I love the free market. And we're going to liberate Cuba. And these guys are going to cry. And it's going to be awesome. I hope that you don't mind that these are my stances. But they are. And if you don't like it, you should probably go cry about it or something. Because it's really not going to change anything. Now, this is Hassan talking about Cuba. Talking about how he loves the Cuban people. The Cuban people are so good. But specifically, the Cuban people in Cuba under communism. The Cuban people that fled Cuba and are in America. He hates those Cuban people. So they're
trying to drop my loot.
The good Cubans are the really fucking poor Cubans suffering under communism. The bad Cubans are the ones that went to America and overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump.
Cubans, fucking best people, okay?
Yeah, I love Cubans too. True.
So welcoming. Just the best.
Wow, so all Hassan needed to do was literally join this gigantic multi-billion-dollar corporation of tech billionaires funding CCP-linked operations and give them money, and they're happy to see him?
Just the absolute best people.
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. Okay? Not in Miami? Oh, dude, it's the reversal.
Oh, this is awesome. But not in Miami, he says. Oh, my God. Cubans, the best people, but not the American Cubans. I think Hassan should stay in Cuba. America's so fucking bad, this dude should stay in Cuba.
Literally, like, exact opposite. Like, all the good Cubans.
What the fuck?
The opposite, because the Cuban...
6 potential warning.
You man, this dude exists, literally, so that the third worlders would be like, wow! He's so right! I think Israel or whatever. So yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is an op. It's obviously an op. People aren't actually this fucking retarded. They're convincing you that they are, but they're not actually this retarded. And the Tucker Carlsons and the Joe Rogans and quite literally the retards are falling for it. I think Tucker Carlson is not falling for it. I think he's in on it. I think Joe Rogan is, I'm not sure. I think he's falling for it a little bit. I'm not going to lie. He thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is secretly dead and he's releasing AI videos to trick people into thinking he's alive, which is diabolical. But, like, there is a large swath of Americans that are getting manipulated by this shit and finding themselves allying with terrorists. Now, speaking of terrorists, Hassan Piker is planning a trip to Cuba to rescue the Cubans or something. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what's going on in Cuba, Cuba is a communist regime, dictator. The regime is collapsing. Trump is going to liberate Cuba. He said it himself. Peacefully liberate Cuba. Marcus Rubius, first of his name, also involved. This was Hassan Piker in 2025 talking about how he's too scared to go to Cuba because he's afraid of going to jail if he goes to Cuba. Now, Cuba's a communist regime that's literally been jailing anyone that protests against the communist regime. Shock of all shocks. Cuba is in complete and utter economic failure. There are blackouts across 75% of Cuba, and people are rising up against the communist regime. Just like the Donald foretold.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes. No. Because I didn't want to go to prison. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So this was him in 2025 talking about
Leg.
scared to go to prison, but now it's trendy to go to Cuba. Greta Thunberg is going to Cuba, so Hassan Piker gets involved. Don't deaf radicals. Block the Havana of Cuba. Staying in 5-star hotels while Ireland is in crisis. Mockery of the Cuban people. All right, so this is Hassan Piker and his little entourage of rejects and dumb fucks that go to Cuba in order to rescue Cuba from... honestly, the people in Cuba are rising up against their communist regime. We literally have, like, understand the level of retard we're dealing with. We have rich communists in America. Remember, baby, rich, multi-billionaire communists in America. Actually, communism is good, as they are literally being starved and imprisoned by the communist regime running Cuba. It is the most diabolical, sociopath I've ever seen in my life. All right, so Hassan Piker meets Jody Evans in Cuba. For those of you who don't know who this is, Jody Evans is married to Neville Roy Singham, $785 million tech fortune covered into America's largest CCP-linked protest infrastructure. Singham funds the People's Forum, which, by the way, is George Soros' campaign. Code Pink, $1.4 million annually. Code Pink is like the Queers for Palestine and shit like that. BSL and breakthrough news from a Shanghai office inside a Chinese propaganda firm. You are watching recruitment into a documented foreign influence network. This is literally what's happening. This is Hassan and a Code Pink, Roy Singham's wife, Code Pink's co-founder, and People's Forum, which is George Soros' board member, and they're working together quite literally to indoctrinate people into this gigantic communist project. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if you told this to me, I would think it was a conspiracy theory, that it's like some gigantic psychic operation coming here to manipulate people into falling for this shit. It's literally that. It is quite literally that. We are witnessing the grooming of people into the communist pipeline in real time. And people say that I drag people to the alt-right pipeline. That's not true. I don't drag people to the alt-right pipeline. I am the alt-right pipeline. But more importantly than any of that, and I think it's super important to be aware, I'm just a rational fucking guy. No one funds me. No one pays me. I do my thing. I say what I want to say because it's the thing I want to say. All right? And people agree with me because I'm right about most things, actually, it seems. I have very simple values. I love America. I don't like terrorists. And I want terrorists to fucking die. I hate communists. I love the free market. And we're going to liberate Cuba. And these guys are going to cry. And it's going to be awesome. I hope that you don't mind that these are my stances. But they are. And if you don't like it, you should probably go cry about it or something. Because it's really not going to change anything. Now, this is Hassan talking about Cuba, talking about how he loves the Cuban people. The Cuban people are so good, but specifically, the Cuban people in Cuba under communism. The Cuban people that fled Cuba and are in America, he hates those Cuban people. So there are good Cubans and bad Cubans. The good Cubans are the really fucking poor Cubans suffering under communism. The bad Cubans are the ones that went to America and overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump.
Cubans are the best people, okay?
Yeah, I love Cubans too. True.
So welcoming. Just the best.
Wow, so all Hassan needed to do is literally join this gigantic multi-billion-dollar corporation of tech billionaires funding CCP-linked operations and give them money, and they're happy to see him?
Just the absolute best people.
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. Okay? Not in Miami? Oh, dude, it's the reverse.
Oh, this is awesome. But not in Miami, he says. Oh, my God. Cubans, the best people, but not the American Cubans. I think Hassan should stay in Cuba. America's so fucking bad, this dude should stay in Cuba.
Literally, like, the exact opposite. Like, all the good Cubans.
It's the opposite, because the Cubans in America are so evil. They voted for Trump. Oh, my God. This is literally the most evil shit I've ever seen.
Stay here. And most of the ones that are crazy is, like, up there. I swear to God.
That's all the crazy Cubans went to America. All the good, based, nice, kind Cubans are communists suffering under a communist regime.
Gotcha.
It's
it's honestly insane. So we're doing the good Cubans who agree with me versus the bad Cubans who escape depression. This is literally what we're dealing with. Like, this is the most cognitive
That works.
dissonance bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. The Cubans in Miami, for the record, are fucking awesome people. Yeah, they overwhelmingly vote for Trump because they're normal humans, but also they're just really good people. They punch above their weight class, they work hard, they make a living, they pay taxes, they're great people. Alright? They are. They're awesome. Alright? And quite literally, it's the same people in Cuba that are in Miami, except the Miami ones are thriving and the Cuban ones are dying. It's almost like communism is an oppressive evil regime that can't fucking work. Now Hassan, who's a multi-millionaire nepo, bad Cubans. If they were good Cubans, they would have stayed and suffered under communism, which is incredible. So this is Hassan explaining why he had to stay in a 5-star hotel while he was fighting for quite literally Cubans that are so poor they can't feed themselves.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently.
Don't you think that that means that the country fucking sucks? Sorry, I'm not trying to be controversial here to any of my Cuban homies, but if the entire lifeline of the country is foreign money coming in and propping it up, doesn't that mean that the country's actual economic situation is a disaster? The answer is yes, because it's a communist regime. It's communism, and therefore people are starving. You know, the F in communism stands for food. It's not a coincidence that every single communist country fucking sucks. It's not a coincidence, my guy.
The government has very limited resources.
Yeah, because they're communists, and they don't actually produce anything.
And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right?
Right. So Hassan has to stay in the 5-star hotel because America forced him to. Poor baby.
I'm telling you all this because, like,
bro's so frustrated he couldn't live in a shithole. He's gonna shock Kaya a little bit extra tonight.
Even the 5-star hotels are not like, you know, they're... It's not
even a nice 5-star hotel. Even the 5-star hotels are shitholes. Man, isn't Cuba great? This is unbelievable levels of coke. Yeah, I came us to stay at a 5-star hotel in Cuba. It's pretty awesome. People are starving here. His chat tags him for staying at a 5-star hotel while people are starving. His response is just like, oh, I just stay here because America forces me to stay here, actually. It's actually really shitty. Man, Cuba fucking sucks, bro. Even the 5-star hotels are shitholes. It's like, bro, thank you for proving our point.
It's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels. But regardless, in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity, pretty much.
It's prosperity. Man, he's living it big. It is paid vacation, Chinese paid vacation to the Cuba 5-star hotels. Isn't that nice? Now, day 2 of Hassan Biker in Cuba. Besides streaming from his hotel room and viewing off-stream YouTube channel, Hassan has broken the car and given cash away in hopes he will save Cuba. Well, get ready for the activism, boys.
Not having any bandwidth whatsoever, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, cool.
Like, last night we ended the broadcast, and I went...
All right, so what did you do in Cuba? You're trying to liberate Cuba, so how's it going?
Went and linked up with the Progressive International boys. I met Jeremy Corbyn.
Whoa, I met this famous communist, and I met that famous communist, and I met this famous terrorist supporter.
It was fantastic. And I hung out with the Kneecap boys. We went out and...
They support Hezbollah, by the way.
And drank at, like, a local
hell yeah,
establishment.
dude. Man, he went to Cuba and he got wasted with the boys. He got drunk. All of them, they all support the same terrorists, so it's honestly pretty cool.
And we have been, we've just been living La Vida Loca.
It's just the best to be in communist Cuba while everyone around us is literally starving without internet or power.
Fucking
Honestly,
internet.
We've just been living life, living large.
Yeah, so that's Hassan's vacation. I'm sorry, activist trip to Cuba where he rescued the Cubans from whatever. Now, this is another one of the people in Cuba. Why are 30 Democrats over in Cuba at a communist training camp, one of them being Ilhan Omar's daughter? That is correct. This person that was on the envoy with Hassan Piker is the daughter of Ilhan Omar, joining the Cuba fucking communist getaway. All right, now this is another one of them. Code Pink leftist activist heading to Cuba, telling people they're living under communism and how bad America is. And look at her flying in first class, explaining to you how actually America bad.
Getting ready to go to Havana, Cuba. We have this entire charter flight full of people.
We're bringing all these activists to tell people in Cuba that are suffering under communism how bad it is.
And as a team of citizens, and we're so excited to be with the Cuban people and show our support, show our solidarity, and to say that this inhumane, barbaric policy of the Trump administration.
Trump is really bad that he forced Cuba to survive themselves, and they can't because they're communists and they fucking suck. Wow, it's so mean of Trump to get rid of Maduro, the dictator in Venezuela that was propping up the Cubans. Wow, that's diabolical. Trump is dying because Trump decided to capture the Cubans. This is literally left.
Sounds windy outside.
This policy. They literally do not believe in agency or responsibility at all. And the responsibility of the Cuban people falls on the Cuban government. The Cuban government
regime that cannot stand on its own 2 legs because it's communist. They imprison dissenters. They fucking hate everyone. They're evil. They're literally an outpost to China and Iranian training grounds in our hemisphere. They're gonna fucking collapse. So the activists that love China and they love the actual Iranian training camps are going to preach how actually Trump is bad. The reason why you guys are suffering and starving is not because of the communist government. No, because of Trump. Now, for anyone that knows anything about history, they know this is retarded and also lying. Because Cuba 100 years ago was more wealthy and advanced than it is today because it wasn't under communism. Why is it that 100 years ago Cuba looked really fucking good and Cuba today is an absolute shithole? Duh, we all know the difference. It's not because of Trump. Okay, get out of here. So Steven Crowder's been attacking Hassan Piker over this, and honestly, Steven Crowder's been based as fuck lately.
Kneecap's going to Cuba? Yeah, I know.
Kneecap is a band that's supposed to be terrorists, by the way.
I mean, I know. I've been working hard, boys. You expect the CNN person to go with you? CNN is going with us already.
Yeah, the Communist News Network supports the communists. See that coming.
Yeah, we have Boy's going. I Did a Thing is going. We have a mate.
All the woke YouTubers from around the globe, like woke Avengers assemble.
Nature. Oh, dude, more people will be revealed in the upcoming days. I've been working on this no, it's not Donnie, unfortunately. I forgot to literally invite Donnie. It was such a mistake on my part. Is another CNN reporter that'll be on board. But I've been working for the last 2 months on like organizing this major flotilla trip. Like, shouts out to Upper.
It's not a flotilla. It's literally a chartered plane because these guys are multi-billionaires. All right, just to understand who's going to save Cuba. All right, it's the billionaires. It's the George Soros people.
Joseph International. They've been doing all the logistics, obviously, but I've been trying to get as many people as possible to come. Are you bringing aid? What are y'all doing there? Yes, we're bringing medical aid. Not only are we bringing...
Yeah, we're bringing bandages and big fuck Trump signs to Cuba.
Bringing medical aid and, solar panels, because, like, the Answer Coalition and, like, the PSL front orgs are bringing a lot of solar panels and stuff like that. But then... on top of that, like, the goal there is to just, like, show Americans,
all right, here we go.
Like, what the, regular experiences for regular Cuban folks actually...
That's right. We are going to prove to America that communism works, and it's Trump's fault that these people are suffering.
Look like on the island, because there's obviously somewhat of a communication blackout.
Yeah, that's because they can't afford electricity, and they have no oil, because they got all their oil from Venezuela, and Venezuela is now our bitch.
From American media, as far as, like, their everyday existence of Cubans, you can just go to Cuba. Like, even right now, you can just go to fucking Cuba.
Oh wait, am I an idiot? I'm an idiot.
Good stuff. Anyway, so that's
Don't ignore that, Jachi.
And this is Steven Crowder with an actual Cuban human being, and they carry the trip.
When I see these people go to Cuba and talk about, oh, we want to go to president, knowing the truth, knowing that no person trying to get to freedom, knowing very well that they would die.
True. Why are all these people risking their lives to flee Cuba? Cuba is actually fucking awesome. Explain that to me. Why are people leaving Cuba, but people aren't coming to Cuba? No one ever explains this to me. This is like when all these people are like, you're all leaving the Muslim countries and going to England and France. Bro, Muslim countries were so fucking good. Why are you leaving?
Just living with that reality. No one does that unless what's going on over there is really, really dark. And the fact that these people are trying to whitewash it and just, butter it up. And
they are. They quite literally are using Cuba as their little communist gay propaganda campaign, and it's evil. They're literally standing on the suffering Cubans who push their bullshit narrative to groom Americans into thinking communism is cool and Trump is bad. Just to understand, they did the same thing with Palestine.
Yeah.
Gave a fuck about the dead Palestinians. None of them gave a shit about them. They were more than happy to use their corpses as a little man that they could stand on to preach how Western civilization is evil and shit. Because that's literally what they did. Right? If they actually cared about the Palestinians, they'd be protesting Hamas. The retards that have been oppressing their own people in Gaza and started the fucking war that they lost miserably, but they didn't protest Hamas. They support Hamas. And that's how you know that they're complete frauds. Right? And that's why you should watch Nuxador, the only guy that gets it right. Sorry for the shameless plug, but you should definitely subscribe.
Call it vintage and call people resilient. Yeah, we're resilient, but not because we've been fighting against the U.S. Because we've been oppressed by a regime that, sold social justice. And it's even scarier when you see the similarities between the Cuban narrative and the Democrat narrative. Wow. And I have to say, I don't
Look at his leg.
socialist or a communist. Absolutely not.
That's true. Not all of them. Some of them are just retarded.
But it would be great if they admitted that their party is...
Wait, did I... Okay, hold up.
Found fit to infiltrate with their social justice.
I did mess it up, didn't I? Damn.
Cuba has to do their part. And I know a lot of people don't like when I say this. Because Cuba's on the island, it's time for them to rise up. And they're starting. I know it's scary.
Damn.
But we're doing our best to try to encourage them. I do have
Y'all
family there,
know.
and people are happy to say that. You know, if you're going to prison, or they can be in prison, I normally cannot ask U.S. to put their kids,
I saw dogs up here.
soldiers, their guys,
Thought I saw chests.
if I'm not asking for people in Cuba and sacrifice this flag. Freedom is not free. And we cannot just be thinking that the U.S. is just going to come and free us. Although we would love the help because we need it.
I'm just saying, Cuba would make a nice 51st state that would vote Republican for a long fucking time.
Cuba does need to understand that inside the island there needs to be an uprising. And there needs to be an uprising for the sake of freedom, but for the sake of the world understanding that the regime has not completely manipulated the results. Right now, these folks...
But don't worry, because a couple of gay communist activists are explaining to us that actually it's Trump.
Yes, flying over their situation and being successful because they're...
Like, how fucking gay is it?
There's not a huge amount of people just massively protesting in the streets, proving this wrong.
Yep.
If Cuba rises,
Literally, they're burning down communist buildings in Cuba right now. And then you have Hassan talking about how actually everyone loves communism here and America's bad. But, like, that's a level of delusional retardation that I would think would be impossible.
shows the world, no, we do not agree with the regime. No, we do not agree with these, you know.
No, it depends. Right now, I have a few minutes till I need to do stuff, so I don't know, but I'd probably come back. Alright, what? Yeah, it's his point. Just had to double check. back off then. Thank you. Ooh, sorry. I'm doing shit. Stop being a dumbass right now, unless you want people to fight you. Oh, we won't? Yeah. Am I doing the wrong? Okay, never mind. There's an E chest right up here. If if you guys can hear me in stream. Yeah, we could kill you there, you know. I was thinking about it, but I didn't. As long as he doesn't make me regret that, he's good, but... Oh, wait, Touch, you might be slightly mad. Actually, no, you won't be. Okay, never mind. You're right. Nah, I wasn't thinking right. I feel like that was his last totem or something. I don't know. He just went off instantly after that totem pop. I was like, okay. you have a hole in your ceiling. Go in the hole. Stupid leg. Alright, doo-doo-doo. Ah, damn it. Dodgy, am I in your way, buddy? Hold up, I'll move, I'm sorry. My shulker full, actually. I think that's why I brought. That's why I brought these. Joshie, be careful coming over here if you don't want to pick up items. That might have came in through too soon for you. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, give me 1 second, good sir. I need to sign into these castles real quick.
Bobos coming here to talk the nonsense they're talking and try to twist the narrative. If that were to happen, I think it would make the biggest difference. So I think that the U.S. is doing a wonderful job and we appreciate it. But my wish is that the people overcome fear and finally show the world that they've had enough.
Yeah, wow.
Building materials for the...
I don't think I've ever heard
the new players.
A case better articulated than that. And what I mean is a lot of people going, hey, no, we actually love the U.S. Can you help us? And you taking inventory and accountability saying, yeah, but Cuba has to do their part. That's the way that it needs to be done.
Yeah, and the reality is, the Hassan Pikers of the world, quite literally, are operating on behalf of foreign governments to destroy us. We have so many enemies within, and we need to start fucking taking them out. Obviously not with violence or anything, but we need to start obliterating these fuckers. You know, rhetorically, of course, but also, we gotta deport some of them. Like, these people don't need to be in our country. This is Hassan Piker, struggling with the stream, because he refuses to use Elon Musk's Starlink, which he is literally providing to the Cuban people.
You already know what we do out here.
It's Friday then.
Rain or shine, baby. Even if we are in.
It's Friday then. Right, so his entire stream is fucked up because he refuses to use Elon Musk's Starlink. Except, I have bad news. He's using Elon Musk's Starlink. He just knows he'll be called a hypocrite for admitting it. The blurry 2-second stints every 30 to 90 seconds is when the satellite is hopping. When the satellite is hopping, it's hard to hide, and the live stream perfectly lines up when you watch the satellites live on Starlink.sx. He literally is using Starlink, but he's virtue signaling that, I would never support Elon Musk. So he makes believe he's not using Starlink. This dude's the most performative fuckboy I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, Asmongold is losing it, cracking up that Hassan goes to Cuba to talk about him because he's such a retard.
Went to Cuba to sit in a hotel.
He went to Cuba to talk about Asmongold, bro. Oh my god, it's unbelievable.
Oh man, it's not a good place to be in, right?
It's really not a good place to be in. Damn, that's too bad. That's really just too bad.
It's the funniest shit in the world. This dude fucking sucks, bro. It's unbelievable. Now, Bill Maher, of course, gets himself humiliated on Cuba in the most hilarious way.
I want to talk about Cuba. This must be important to you, right? That's where your family's from? You grew up
We're
here?
Mexican, not all the same, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just love leftists being racist.
Who's those jokes now?
I love when leftists are racist. It just makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. It's like, you guys suck at your own game. Now, heartbreaking news, Chuck Norris passed away at the age of 86. A true American, a patriot, and he passed away. Heartbreaking. Now, this was going viral about him.
Why are you a conservative, sir? Well, I used to be a Democrat. But, unfortunately, the Democrats went too far to the left and moved into the position that the Democrats were 40 years ago. And so, the Democrats believed 40 years ago, the Republicans believe today. And so I realized that I had to go to a Republican because the Democrats just got off the trail. They just got completely.
Yeah, so he is a Republican because the left is retarded. Now, of course, all the leftoids are immediately going to shit on his grave because they are the party of morality.
The entire internet is remembering his life.
It's just constantly, bro.
There are thousands and thousands of posts like this.
You know, isn't it funny how the leftists can never talk shit about somebody really? Like, they'll try to call you a racist and shit, but they'll never really talk shit about you until you're dead and you can't say anything back to them. I don't know, call me crazy, but that's what I've noticed. They're like, yeah, now they can't say anything to me. Now I have the balls to say something. It's like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. You never had the balls beforehand. You only had the balls to say something when they can't defend themselves, you dumb coward.
And of course, on top of the crazy lefties celebrating his death, you have mainstream leftist media outlets saying, oh, his death is complicated. Actually, look at...
And they're actually doing this, by the way, for the record. All right, Chuck Norris was a great action star, but politics may overshadow his legacy. He was a good man that died. This is evil. Like, what are we fucking doing? And why are they all like this? This is the journalist, by the way. It's amazing how, like, you can imagine exactly what they look like before you actually see them. All right, just found out that Norris is actually a raging Zionist. Free Palestine, rest in peace. Wow. You waited till he died to say that? Understandable. Yeah, true, fair, valid. And it's honestly unbelievable how evil these fuckers are. It's the party of tolerance.
Wait till you die.
Now, the enemy is actually inside the gates. So this is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani hosting an Islamic prayer on Friday at Prospect Park with speakers blaring, so other residents are forced to hear the Muslim ritual. This is what we call colonialism. Eid Mubarak to everyone here. Salam alaikum.
I don't want to hear that demonic shit.
They're totally not conquering us. This is totally not conquering us. Totally. You know they have hundreds of mosques. Why are they doing it in Prospect Park? Fantastic question. Everyone knows the answer. The answer is because this is just showing their dominance. It's so obvious, actually. Zohran Mamdani announces that Eid will officially become a public holiday in New York City. Wow. Remember, when they say separation of church and state, they literally mean the church. Only the Christian church. All right? They don't care if it's anything else. They quite literally don't care. Now, in case you didn't want mass deportation before, this is Muslims roasting guinea pigs on the streets of New York.
There's pigs in the name? Guinea pigs?
Not just Muslims, I guess. Absolutely, bro. Hell yeah, dude. Now, this is the New Jersey Governor Cheryl wearing a hijab. Wow, we're totally not getting conquered or anything. It looks like more Jews controlling the media. All right, so Eid Mubarak streetlights go up in New York City, lit by Mayor Mamdani. Totally, this isn't announcing some sort of dominance. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. These are the guys that told you that saying Merry Christmas is racist, and you have to say Happy Holidays instead, by the way. That's right. Look, man, I'm not trying to be controversial here or anything. I'm just saying, look at what they're doing at Europe.
I don't care if I am.
I'm surprised that they're going to start trying to do it here. It's actually super obvious, actually. All right, now, Zohran Mamdani had a little bit of a crash out. He's super angry at the Islamophobia. People are like, she's like, so mad when people call Muslims for just fucking killing people. It's so heartbreaking, you know. I think that, you know, there'll be so much less Islamophobia if Muslims would just stop killing people all of the time, literally around the world. Everywhere they go.
Huh,
Anyone
legit.
who grew up post 9/11 knows that anti-Muslim bigotry isn't anything new here, but to you, does it seem like there's something different or something new this time?
Like, bro, one of my fucking, if not my best friend, is fucking Somalian and Muslim, and my ex is fucking Muslim. And yet, I know a lot of other Muslims who say, that the religion or the way that these people are doing it is just complete bullshit. Now, with that being said, if they actually followed their book to a T, they would be doing the same things, which I've tried to explain to them, but yeah, they sadly don't seem to listen to that. It's like, well, we're all about peace and love, man. It's like, well, your religion ain't, homie. But yeah, I digress.
There's an unabashed nature to it.
Wow. Did you know that literally anti-Semitic hate crimes increased in New York City by like 500% since Zohran Mamdani became elected as mayor? Did you know that there's basically, and when I say hate crime, I don't mean like a guy said anti-Semitic slur or something. I mean literally Jews getting stabbed and strangled and beaten up and cars driving into Jewish synagogues and stuff like that. Every single day, statistically, has one of these incidents. Not exaggerating, since Zohran Mamdani showed up. But let's talk about Islamophobia. Even though, you know, Islamophobic hate crimes are basically non-existent. Thank God. I don't want to see these people getting attacked in the streets. But the reality is, it's not a real issue, actually.
And it is
people telling you that, hey, you're part of a religion that says the Jews and Christians are the lowest of things, and that your goal is to slit the kafar at the neck. Quite literally, I think your religion hates us, wants to conquer us and kill us, which it does. And then they get all upset about, like, Islamophobia or something, because you quoted the Quran.
Being echoed from the highest offices in this country, they do so without any sense of shame.
Yeah, they should totally be ashamed to say we shouldn't invite a death cult into our country that's literal stated goal is to kill us.
And what is remarkable about Islamophobia and anti-Muslim bigotry is not that it is bigoted for their...
There's no such thing as anti-Muslim bigotry, because, and there's no such thing as Islamophobia, obviously. It's not an irrational fear. But it's not bigotry to actually dislike Muslims, because Islam is an ideology. It's not a race, all right? It's not a race. It's not a protected class. It is an ideology. They're trying to convince you that it's not, and that it is something.
Yeah, what are these Christophobians talking about? Like, that's so fucked up. They need to stop being Christophobians and understand that America is founded on Christian values, these stupid Christophobics.
Some sort of race issue. It's literally not a race issue. Like, you have made, with your own agency and free will, you have made the decision to be part of a group that literally preaches killing us. Now, again, I don't hate all Muslims. I really don't. And I think people think that I do when I make this content. I like Muslims that aren't very religious. But if you are a religious Muslim, you want us dead, because that's what the religion calls.
Another castle.
We don't even mince words. There's a reason why there have been over 67,000 Islamic terrorist attacks since 9/11. Alone, since 9/11, 67,000 terrorist attacks. Currently, there are 10 wars going on around the world, essentially. 9 of them are Muslims fighting people. Why? Is it a coincidence? It's not anti-Muslim bigotry, all right, that's getting the Muslims in Nigeria to massacre Christians, or the Muslims in Syria to massacre Druze, or Alawites, or Christians, or the Muslims in any other countries to fucking get involved.
There's so much bigotry in this country. It is that there are very few who...
Your wife literally likes Facebook posts of Islamic terrorists killing Jews. Do you know that, sir?
Speak up in opposition to it. The manner in which it has become normalized. And it is not exclusive to any one political party. It is endemic, frankly, to our politics. And what this kind of bigotry shows is complete...
Not endemic enough, holy shit. Why are they doing this in public?
Erasure of the million or so Muslims who call the city home.
No one wants to erase them. We just want to deport them, bro. If they want Sharia law so badly, why don't they go to a country that has Sharia law? Oh, because they're all shitholes.
Whose identity has often been one that they are made to feel as if is in tension with being a New Yorker. When, as I grew up here, I understood, and so many others did, that there is no tension in those identities. They can be one and the same.
Yeah, if you conquer New York, it simply becomes part of who you are. Yeah, we know. Cool. Anyway, Pokimane, history's most performative e-girl, shows up with an Eid Mubarak.
I hate that slut.
You know, Merry Christmas on her Twitter account. Ever, I've checked. But she's like, Eid Mubarak. There it is. There it is. Yep, we've reached the point where it is now cool and woke and trendy to be Muslim. Why has Islam become trendy? It's a misogynistic anti-life cult. What the fuck are we doing? Based Sydney Watson, 50,000 likes. And she's correct. The left will convince you you're not allowed to say this, but this is literally their principles. That's what they believe in. Like, it's not controversial of me to state that they don't literally believe in this stuff. That's what they say themselves. They want to become martyrs to kill you and, inshallah, have 72 underage virgins in heaven.
Inshallah, Allahu Akbar.
Quite literally. Their prophet was a pedophile. That is their most revered person in their religion. Again, I'm not trying to be controversial
No. Muhammad wasn't, by definition... Hold up, I don't know the words, though. Fuck. Really? Well, basically, I think a pedophile is, by definition, somebody who likes them as like an actual baby or whatever. And Muhammad liked them at 6 years old, so I don't know if he's by definition a pedophile, but if not, he's definitely on board or like right on the line of it. But also, the other word basically is a pedophile. Yeah, if you're fucking anybody under the age of fucking 18, you're a pedophile. Maybe if you're in some other fucking place of the world where it's 16 and you're fucking 16 or whatever, then you guys go right ahead and do you. But if you're 18 and you're fucking somebody who's 16 in America, no, fucking pedo shit.
Again, I don't have any hatred in my heart to Muslims that aren't very religious. But if you are a religious Muslim, you probably want to kill me. I'm aware of that. And apparently it's racist to be aware of that. Now, here is more than 30,000 Muslims gathering for the Eid prayer in small Eid Park in Birmingham. This is a show of dominance, by the way. And don't worry, because it's not only there. Here is the Australian Prime Minister Albanese went to a Sydney mosque for the Eid prayers, right? Every single one of these Western leaders has to absolutely capitulate, bend over backwards for their Muslim population because they are the most popular, they're the biggest populations. They're the voting bloc that matters the most. They're the ones that have the most kids and they're conquering your countries. So this is the Australian Prime Minister. He's a gay libtard, all right, who goes out there to literally suck up to these guys. It doesn't work out. And a bunch of Muslims get really mad at this guy because apparently he's Western or something. And they're like, no, stop. Don't say mean words to him, all right? Where this is the subtle conquering of Europe. Oh my God. Someone, go beat your wife. Hello, she is speaking out of line. Yeah, pretty awesome stuff, honestly, because they all hate him and they all want to conquer him, but they know that meanwhile they're a minority, so they have to play ball. I can't believe you're saying the quiet part out loud. No, you're not allowed to notice that this is literally their gigantic plan to conquer Europe by making believe that they're just cool and hip, but they all actually hate us. It's amazing. Wow. Shocking that pandering to people who call you a future dog didn't work out. Truly, no one could have seen this coming. It is truly some shocking shit. But don't worry, it's not just Australia. Here's the Muslim Brotherhood releasing a Ramadan video to all UK Muslims.
Happy Ramadan ding dong, everyone.
Control and takeover.
What is our collective strategy?
Right,
what is our vision
for the
world? Projects.
Not that they're trying to conquer the world.
At least that is what dawah means. Now we need to think strategically to dominate the entire world. And we lay things in a strategic way and according to our beliefs.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has honored this ummah with a responsibility to carry the message of Islam to the whole world.
We are in a transformative phase, and
yeah, we keep losing wars that we start, so therefore we're waging a silent war where we just outbreed you.
What is to come is going to be totally different from what we have left behind.
That's scary, because they've lost every single war they've started since the 1100s, so they're really trying to change up their record.
Now, how long that transformative phase is, only Allah knows.
Right. So, Muslim Brotherhood openly declaring that these guys have a plan to conquer the world, but you're Islamophobic if you notice. All right, just in, the projected largest mosque in the United States has opened. Wow, in Dearborn, Michigan. Isn't that nice? The Islamic Institute of America Mosque opened early to celebrate Eid. But it's the Eid time where they basically let us know that they're conquering us. Isn't that nice? Good stuff, beautiful, love that. Anyway, it's Islamophobic for me to say that actually I don't like the Islamic takeover of America so much. Here is Turkey, turning the Hagia Sophia, which used to be a church, into a mosque again in 2020. And Eid has been celebrated there since 2021. This was the Hagia Sophia yesterday. Yeah, but the West is a colonial, right? The West are colonizers. We're the colonizers. We're the slavers. Right? Not them. They are the better people. They are merely spreading peace but with the sword, quite literally.
If I'm correct, less than 1% of Americans actually owned slaves back in the day, or like 1 or 2%, but I'm pretty sure it was less than 1, but don't quote me exactly.
Across the world, they're conquering us, and then laughing in our face about how...
Also, the African Americans, or not African Americans, the Africans sold the other Africans into African American slavery. Just pointing that out there.
They've conquered us. Pretty cool stuff, honestly, if I do say so myself. This is France. All right, this is just immigration. This isn't an invasion at all. This is just immigration, guys. You don't want your country to look like this? You must be a racist bigot. I can't believe you would be like that. Unbelievable. This is Eid prayers in St. Petersburg, Russia. Russia, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Wow, Russia. Now, the reason why I'm showing you Russia is twofold. One, because just note they are currently
Noise.
their stated goal, and we're not allowed to notice it. And I don't see enough people talking about it quite literally. Maybe it's because it makes you a bigot or something, but more people need to be aware of this. And second of all, is because COKTilYouDrop over here has literally been on record stating, well, I'll just let you hear it yourself.
My main instinct is that the lesson of World War II for some people was white Christian countries were a threat to the world.
Not for consensus, yes.
And that's just not a fact, actually, at all. That's why they hate Russia. It's probably going to be the only majority white Christian country in the world soon. And they hate it. That is why they hate it, by the way. Let's just stop lying about it. That's why they hate it.
Right. So the reason why the West hates Russia is because Russia is going to be the only Christian majority country in the world, because the West is, I guess, not that. Anyway, community note, Russia is Europe's fastest growing Muslim population, currently at 19%, estimated to be at 30 to 50% in 2050. Europe has 6.8 Muslim population, to reach 10 to 2%, and a medium immigration in 2050 that is higher than the current immigration levels. Christians estimated to reach 65%. So this is a lie, actually. He's just literally lying, propagandizing people to think that Russia's cool and awesome and stuff. Russia has the largest Muslim population in any Christian country in the world, and the fastest growing one, too. Notice how he doesn't actually care, because literally he just spouts the Islamic talking points every single time he goes literally anywhere. It's honestly insane. It's crazy. Now, in Zohar Mamdani, New York, this is a Muslim man working for USPS, attacking a Jewish 4-year-old child in New York. Wow. Nice. Wow. We gotta clamp down on this anti-Muslim bigotry real quick. All right? They might not even feel comfortable beating up Jewish children anymore. And I don't even know if I would want to live in New York like that. But look at the way he just shoves that little dude. This is honestly insane. Look at this. Right, here's just a little, just fucking hurls it onto the ground. Oh my god, that's fucking crazy, dude. No, but this anti-Muslim bigotry has to end, and has to end
Death
now.
to anyone who hurts a kid. Instant death just popped in the head.
Hullabaloo lately.
Legally, of course.
Independent citizen journalists are investigating fraud, and that is quite literally the death spiral of the Democrat Party. These guys had the worst week of their life. First, Nick Shirley exposes all the hospice fraud in LA, and now we have more independent citizen journalists breaking down the entire leftoid hive mind. It's honestly insane. So this is a journalist investigating, allegedly, Ilhan Omar's billions in fraud, or rather, I don't want to exaggerate. Yeah, $60 billion in fraud, which is Ilhan Omar's consulting headquarters. This is allegedly. So we're gonna look into this, and it's pretty insane how citizen journalists quite literally save America because our politicians are fucking retarded.
We're in Washington, D.C. because people are tired of the struggle.
I'm almost done, Jachi, and I'm getting back on the game.
So in this video, we're going to be infiltrating Ilhan Omar's sketchy consulting headquarters that claims that they have $60 billion in assets under their management, yet they are located out of a co-working place called WeWork. This company is called Rose Lake Capital, and it is co-owned by Ilhan Omar's husband, Timothy Minette. And similar to the winery, in 2023, it made up to $51,000, and it had a sudden and very suspicious increase in net worth, up to $30 million.
Wow, so it went up by only $29,950,000 in 1 year. Pretty good.
2024.
Are you trying to meet with them, or what is it?
Yeah. So in this video, we're going to see if they have an office. We're going to look for any signs to see if they're actually
This is literally a $60 billion company. I assume they have an office, right? They're managing $60 billion, so they probably have an office.
Operating out of here.
Clearly, there has to be an office.
Only dedicated address. This is the only address that is connected to this multi-tens of millions of dollars worth of investment firm. Alex? Is there an Alex? It took visiting this place to realize that Tim and Matt also have B Street Group registered at this WeWork place, and by the end of this video, you will find out how they made $3 million.
Yeah, Jachi.
Spoiler alert, it was super illegal. All right, guys, we are in and one step closer to uncovering this $30 million.
Why are all these people, like, you have to understand the insanity here. We have Americans that are trying to buy houses, and they can't, all right? So what are we doing as a country? Importing infinite foreigners that are just making billions of dollars through mystery boxes and shit, and they're literally just raping our land. Like, this is insane.
Mystery. I went up to the little tablet and I started to search their directory, and nothing came up for Rose Lake Capital, nor for Tim or his business partner Will Haler. And even if those people weren't on there, it is very strange that Rose Lake Capital investments, nothing was showing up for those key terms. So I'm going to try my hardest to look for any clues or signs that an office could be operating here.
Like, you have to understand, we're dealing with the most third world fraud of all time. Like, understand the insanity. All right, this isn't like an office that exists and they're laundering money, and they claim they have $60 billion in investments. They really only have $40 billion in investments. They're defrauding us for 50% or whatever. The office doesn't even fucking exist half the time with these people. Like, this is unbearable. It's unbearable watching this.
It is very normal to put your business sign on a door. I walked by every single office in this building, and everyone has their logos proudly displayed on the wall. I asked around for Rose Lake Capital, and people were not familiar with it.
Oh my God,
I looked at every logo, and
like, it's insane how much fraud is going on in this country, and it's all leftist fraud, all of it essentially. Obviously not all of it, but vast majority. This is insane.
Rose Lake Capital did not
About
have
90%, I assume.
That means they are
If
using
not
it
more.
exclusively for mailing or just for meeting spaces. Despite being such a large company, you would think that they would have teams and entire infrastructures or even an entire suite on Wall Street. In fact, if Rose Lake Capital wanted to grow, being here would be a great opportunity, as it would open them up to so many potential clients.
Unless it's not real.
I did find one pretty strange looking office here, though.
District of Columbia Democratic Party. Interesting.
No
it's like the only desk that's like a complete and utter mess. Blind Americans in Goldilocks planet.
We already exposed Ilhan Omar's winery for not having a physical location or any way to purchase wines online, despite them having a very high net worth of $5 million. But this right here is massive, because this is where the majority of their net worth comes from. $30 million of a company working out of this co-working space.
And it doesn't exist.
Already starting to see a lot of correlations like we did with the winery. For example, Rose Lake Capital has very, very little public information. They're very secretive, despite saying that they want to have a website that gives an accessible experience online for investors and the general public. Yet that is just complete BS, because on their website they don't have links to anything besides the terms and services. And
Oh my God! It's so obvious. It's so the reason why I'm so frustrated is, like, this is the lowest tier of fraud ever, allegedly. Okay, this is like, bro, Better Call Saul wouldn't take you as his client.
And a LinkedIn profile that is no longer active. And when you click on the contact form, that page has also been removed.
My God.
It really feels like it's chasing after the wind, because you cannot find any information about any clients that they have ever had online. And so you would think there'd be something for them at their headquarters. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. This company doesn't even exist anymore.
Bro?
And they changed.
Really? It just crashed?
Its name to Rose Lake, and when that company owed $403,000 in back taxes, they also shut it down. Dear Ethic.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's insane. It's insane. Like, the fraud cap opened and everything's spilling out. Like, CBS just did a Nick Shirley. They literally saw, this is CBS, like actual mainstream media. They saw Nick Shirley's video investigating all the hospice fraud, allegedly, in California. So they went to California to investigate themselves. And they found the hospice fraud. Who would have thought?
So this building right behind me here has 89 hospices.
Like, I'm showing this to you just to understand what's going on. Nick Shirley is a 23-year-old who investigated hospice fraud, and now you have CBS investigating hospice fraud. Like, understand how citizen journalism is saving the country.
And it's the most extreme case of hospices that are all clustered together in all of LA County, and it's known as Ground Zero. We're going to try to go in and see what we can find. Home Health Agency, hospice.
Can you come back?
Just looking at this directory, you can see dozens of hospice agencies coming up. So inside the lobby, there's a directory with a long list of hospice agencies, and the building's owner talked to us, and he told me that a lot of them have recently moved. He said that only 12 of them remain.
I have vacancies. Tenant will come in as long as they're legit.
Sure.
They have.
I buy that.
Things that we need. I rent. I'm not a police or keeper of what they do, how they do business.
We weren't the first ones to come to this building. Federal inspection records show that regulators visited multiple suites in Romney Plaza between 2021 and 2025, and they found nearly 400 violations.
Wow.
And the owner told me Medicare officials came to this building
These people are insane.
specifically looking for hospice agencies. He let them come in and do their thing, and he said that everyone cooperated and that the business owners didn't really seem that concerned. Some patient advocates say there's another explanation, which is that some might just be ghost hospices that only exist on paper.
Yeah, you don't
bill
say.
Medicare for services
For
that
billions
they
of
don't ever
dollars.
actually provide.
Oh.
Now, back in 2022, the California auditor came out with this scathing report on hospice fraud, and they came up with a list of about 6 potential warning signs for potential fraud. And we found that 72 of the 89 registered here still have at least 3 of those potential warning signs.
Wow. So all it took was some random guy, 23-year-old guy with a camera, to start asking some questions, and all of a sudden CBS is investigating hospice fraud in California. So weird, huh?
If you learn of...
Yeah, so as I've said in the past, Democrats are the party that doesn't believe in thou shalt not murder. I don't expect them to believe in thou shalt not steal, all right? But this is fucking insanity, all right? Remember, Gavin Newsom called Nick Shirley a creep for investigating it. Now mainstream media is doing it after he did. It's insane. Now, there was another investigation that went down for fraud, and I think this is even worse than the other ones. Essentially, it seems like they are paying people to vote, and paying them with, like, drugs. It seems like $50 and, like, crack to get homeless people to vote for them, right? So people went undercover to investigate that, and apparently, they exposed a lot of crazy shit and got assaulted.
Apparently, pretending to be a bum to bust fraud won't stop you from being assaulted, as you might accidentally cut off an addict's access to free cigarettes and cash.
That's right, but they might be giving you free cigarettes and cash to vote. If that's not the most fraudulent shit in the universe, I don't know what is. It's crazy, bro. It's actually insanity how, like, blatant and obvious it is, and it's just because of citizen journalists that this is being brought out, and it's almost all exclusively on the Democrat side. It's so weird how that happens.
As in California, J.J. Smith first captured this scam up in San Francisco.
What's the line for sign a petition?
So we sign little form, we get free shit.
Don't say nothing. You get paid $5 to sign a petition. They give 25.
We'll just give you money.
$5.
And down in Los Angeles, Muckraker found the same.
They are giving cigarettes in exchange for signatures on ballot initiatives.
Oh, wow, that doesn't sound very kosher, does it? Sounds like the thing that never happens keeps happening.
This is a very serious crime. We're going to be referring this matter to law enforcement. Who cares? Do it.
We just talked about this.
They're giving... Whoa, you can't touch that battery. That is battery right there. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you're going to be on the news. We don't care about the news.
You have one of them accept...
We don't care about your news. Yeah, bitch, you're going to jail, fucker.
A clipboard with a signed petition. And that would be a cash transfer in exchange for a signature.
With Cam Higby also seeing an exchange of cash.
Are you registering people to vote, or are you voting?
And if you look closely, that is a cash transfer, $5 in exchange for somebody to register to vote. That is both illegal in California state and federally illegal.
Damn, bro. No, these people are going to get destroyed. It's inevitable. There's just too much. The dam is going to burst.
Has caught this specific individual allegedly breaking voter laws.
This man behind me was actually caught bribing homeless to sign petitions, which is illegal per California election law.
God damn.
Did you get a cigarette?
I actually have you on camera saying that you were
on camera handing out cigarettes. Yeah.
Yes,
you signed the petition. That wasn't illegal if you signed a cigarette. If you sign, you're gonna get something. You're not even being a good investigative journalism.
I'm actually trying to ask you.
You're not doing any investigative journalism.
I love when fraudsters say, bro, you're not even investigating.
I didn't hear you. Don't belong.
This is who the Democrats are defending, by the way. Just understand that the Democrats are the pro-fraud party. The pro-fraud, pro-rigged elections, pro-stealing, pro-raping party. All right? When I literally thought that my expectations couldn't get any lower.
I'm here.
They're doing that all day long. I watched them.
Then James O'Keefe and Cam Higby saw him again.
Oh my God, the same guy.
Sir, can I look at the petition? Can I look at the petition?
We ain't breaking the law, bro. We ain't breaking the law, bro. What's that? They're literally selling our country to be raped by these fucking criminals and vagabonds and migrants. But, like, understand what we're up against here. We're up. The foreign threat is obviously diabolical. The threat within is fucking insane. And so many people just think that the country is just operating normally. We literally have cancer in our country. And cancer happens to be basically the entire Democrat establishment that are totally coordinating with these people. Why would these people be doing these felonies in public if they're not getting paid? Like, get out of here. Like, these are literally just the shitty fuckboys in public that are going out there and, oh, hey, I'll give you this petition. They're not the mastermind. They're the dumb fucks. They're the minions. These are the troglodytes running around. Fucking raid boss spawns a bunch of these little fuck rods to run around the streets. Holy shit, that's a big one. Probably the most accurate video game designer in the history of the world.
Yes. That's what I was low-key thinking. Like, hey, it feels like a video game. It sounds like a video game. No!
That's assault. Oh my God!
I really want to know who's paying these idiots to be out there. Likely.
That's right. These are the morons fucking minions, all right? These are the left going hijacked people who think they're stealing the election for a greater good. Because essentially we're being hijacked by communist or domestic terrorists that are trying to steal our country.
Committing illegal acts on behalf of the Democrats in broad daylight. But sadly in California, it's likely you, the taxpayer. As how did this scam become so egregious?
I don't even think about it like that, but he's so right. Like, we are paying taxes. Those tax dollars are going to the government. The government is using those taxpayer dollars to fund these people to steal elections.
Yep.
Oh my fucking God. Like literally, right? It's unbelievable. And the leftists are just like, no, you have to spread your legs and let us rape you, actually.
Yep.
Just that basically anybody with a cell phone can randomly roam the rundown areas of their city and find an abundance of the same exact fraud non-stop until they're physically assaulted. Not because they're wrong, but because 1, the bums might get cut off from their free cigarettes and cash, and 2, the video evidence of this should be enough to send some of these idiots to prison. And with all this Democrat pushback on the SAVE Act,
They're so badly fighting to make sure that we don't have voter ID. You know, because they could keep stealing elections.
now we
know, we
if
get
we
it.
do see an abundance of this evidence, shouldn't the left be demanding arrests? Nah, when faced with it, California's saddest sobbing senator just runs away.
Senator Padilla, recent undercover reporting in Los Angeles is showing that there is cash for ballot deals being made. I'm with the press.
They don't care, actually. Stealing elections is literally their goal. They actually literally just don't care.
The press. Well, where is that? It's right here. My dad is right here.
And this is especially hilarious since that senator is basically only known for charging into a press conference
That's
without
literally the only thing I know about the Padildo for.
his badge, getting lightly arrested, and proceeding to weep on TV for the next month.
Gavin Newsom is now demanding prosecutions for these cash for ballot deals being made in Los Angeles. This is your state of California where this is happening. Why are you opposed to the safeguards in the Save America Act? There's election fraud actively happening in the state of California, and you're opposed to the Save America Act. Can you explain why?
Two different things.
There is election
Two different things.
fraud happening in California.
Very
Why
eloquent,
not
sir.
be a proponent of the Save America Act to protect American elections? He made his point very clear.
He made his point very clear. Dude, we're literally overrun by idiots. Idiots!
He did not, and the American people still want answers. Thank you very much.
Now, you could claim these are two separate things, but voting without an ID creates concerns about security, and those concerns are compounded when in broad daylight, the little existing voter laws are also being violated, and the lack of voter ID will create the perfect scenario for cheating. As all throughout California, people are signing things they know nothing about for money, so who knows what they could be doing during an election season. But at least in this administration, citizen journalism is finally making a difference.
Oh, it really is. It really is. Nick Shirley's on Fox News. Nick Shirley actually went to Congress. Like, people don't realize, but we're changing the world. Us little the Asmongold, the commentary, people like Decoy Boys, me, even me. The little people are changing the world. Because so many people just fall for, like, these grand science, right? The journalists that went out there, the Nick Shirley's, the campaign beats for all years. All right? All these other people that went out there and actually started investigating. Hey, where is Ilhan Omar's invisible office actually? It makes the fucking difference. You make a difference. All right? Don't be afraid to have an opinion because someone might call you racist. Mean nothing. You see what makes them cheer. Cheer for election fraud.
Yep.
And the assassination of Charlie Kirk. All right? Their boos mean literally less than nothing. All right? We need to destroy these people.
Charlie's recent investigation into California is almost at 1 million views, using CBS News to also look into it, even informing the normies a single building in LA housed 89 hospices. As Los Angeles seems to have all the fraud.
Dr. Bill, the government $120 million in a single year, claiming to oversee 1,900 patients with almost 2,000 hospice agents.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is obviously fraud. Yeah, this is obviously fraud.
The county has more than
LA just has lots of old dying people. Actually, no, get out of here.
36 states combined, and 30 times more than either Florida or New York.
18% of the whole country's home healthcare billing is coming out of Los Angeles County. How is that possible?
Los Angeles! Not even all of California, just Los Angeles. out of here. We have working eyeballs. We're not lobotomized, okay? Oh my god.
For real though.
Public outrage is one thing, but what we really want is... You need to start treating these people like you're treating the Iranian regime. Okay? Like, seriously, dude. And they have started. Currently, today, actually, they arrested a man who was stealing those medical beneficiaries. Journalists, bro. And even though California's Governor Newsom says he wants arrests, I honestly don't believe a single thing he says. It's when he's not burning through 100 million bucks. I saw a bridge to nowhere, most of which being our own tax dollars, led by seemingly insane individuals that are really in the mountain lions. Newsom's out there lying again. This time, second report. You won't see me on a podcast with notes, right? It's spatially I can't look down. That's what I'll do. Because I'll take what's underlined and then I'll put it out. This is literally an actual example.
Oh, he's fucking retarded, bro. I'll just put in a piece of paper.
I want this guy to run for president. He's literally the Democrat front runner for president in 2020. Oh my fucking god, he's actually retarded.
Underline, and then I'll do that for hours and hours and hours, and then eventually I'll put it on a little yellow card, which will have just quick notes, and then it's in my head. It was...
Bro, what? Like this guy's like an actual pathological liar. Holy shit.
Come trying to relate to black people by saying he's also illiterate has to be the most hilarious end to a political career ever.
Yeah, no, that's honestly diabolical. That's the funniest shit in the universe. Bro's like, yo, my black people, I am just like you, I also can't read. But yeah, the fraud is insane. Citizen journalists are making a difference. These people are going to jail. Not fast enough, but they are going to jail. Very literally, fuck these people, okay? Oh my god, we need to bring back an actual decent, moral country, alright? We're the best country on the face of the planet. We can't get dragged down by these insidious retards from within. The CCP-funded operatives like Coke and Hassan Biker, in my opinion, alright? These literal fraudulent ops on the streets getting fake voting, alright? Ilhan Omar making billions of dollars. CNN running defense for Iranian terrorists with their journalists allowed into their missile facilities? Hello? Carlson with CCP agents on his podcast talking about how America needs to step down from being the #1 global superpower and become friends with Russia and China to become the three that governs the rest of the world. Are we serious, bro? We have so many rats on the ship, and we need to exterminate them. But anyway, this was today's Big Blue Deep Dive. Definitely subscribe for more deep dives. Lots of people have been appreciating the deep dives recently. You've seen the work I've been putting into them, and I have been putting a lot of work into them. And tomorrow's it's going to be insane. I already started on it. So I really appreciate all the support. I've been really cooking, so thank you once again. Your support really means everything. I am not funded by anybody, not by the CCP, not by George Soros, and not by the Jews that have been giving 7,000 shekels to everyone that's been whatever they've been. We don't need to make peace. We need to fucking destroy evil.
Yep. That was a good video, guys. And I agree, we need to be more fucking harsh. We need to stop being easy on these people. I remember 2024, I was like, I'm not being hard enough. I need to start pushing harder. 2025, I'm going to go all ham. 2026, it's like, you know what? I need to even go harder than I did 2025. But that's the link right there, guys. Check it out.
This good.
Thank you, God.
Japan into joining the war, as well as looksmacks all of Europe. Those guys got absolutely fremurgened by Donald Trump. Hegseth obliterated the press. Netanyahu might be alive, and he pulled the classic Jew maneuver of pissing everyone off. New York and California exposed for so much fraud while they're crying that the war in Iran is spending money, not as much money as Somali luring centers. Nigeria
yes.
launched a new festival where it is legal to R-word women, and liberals are finding out about that. And of course, radical woke people endorsed by Hassan Piker keep losing elections and getting arrested for obstructing ICE. Honestly, I don't know why God decided to give me such good content today, but he did. So I'm going to make the most of it. Insane deep dive for you today, covering all the things. That's what we do here. Definitely subscribe. But for now, breaking news: U.S. and Japan announce a $30 billion nuclear power project. Wow. Everyone's flying about oil prices. Dog, this is going to be unbelievably good for both of our countries. All right, because I don't know if you've heard the update. This is the Nuxanor update. None of the European countries channel and all, Trump replaced Biden's photo picture of the auto pen.
Yeah.
This is literally one for the history books, honestly, not even exaggerating. Now, apparently, Donald Trump, during this meeting with Prime Minister Taichi, I'm pretty sure her name is, and for the record, I think she's great, right? I'm a fan. She's very right-wing. She immediately congratulated and thanked her. Right? She wants to deport everybody. She literally has a policy to say that no more Muslims, literally, and she's not even afraid of being called Islamophobic. It's incredible how much of their power disappears once you actually don't give a fuck about their opinions. Literally not caring about their insults and pejoratives is like a superpower. It's like left-point kryptonite. They have nothing on you if you just actually don't give a fuck about what they call you. And, well, she doesn't give a fuck. She won the election, and she is wildly popular. So, apparently, Donald Trump dropped a nuke. Okay, you can't say that.
You want to bet?
Alright, but apparently, everyone's so
Drop a nuke on Japan. What are you talking about?
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure, Mr. President.
Special person. Won a tremendous election.
That's true.
A record-setting fashion.
I love how literally her entire position is, I will win, and we will fucking deport everyone. And then everyone voted for her. It's almost like nationalism is so bad, and it's also based, and it doesn't matter if you call us racist. And honestly,
That's so fucked up too, because 2024, guys. I don't know if people remember this, like in my family and shit, but 2024, I was like, yeah, we need to. Damn, where are you going? I was like, we need to get fucking 2015 back. We need to get fucking 2005. We need to get the old school fucking era back. We need to fuck this pussy ass bitch shit that fucking, you can't say this, you can't say that, fuck these faggots. We need to fucking get the old school shit going back again, which is why I think I've been too soft for these people. The softer you are, the more they fucking think they can go. You give them an inch, you take a fucking mile. Fuck that shit. You need to just go all ham on these fucking dumbasses. And, yeah, now it feels like, in my personal opinion, in the past, you know, year plus, that we've, definitely pushed back, if you will, to our older ways of thinking, which is, thankfully, very, very helpful and intelligent, and, you know, not coping via hoping that we can change reality.
everybody on their card.
And I was very proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I thought she was really good. I think she did a fantastic job. I respect her a lot, so I gave her an
Someone told me this proves that Trump isn't a misogynist. This proves nothing. Right? She's not a Trump is that was a joke.
And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan. Won by the most ever. So we're very popular. And she's a great woman. We have a very fine relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes.
I hate leg.
I love how, okay, so listen, I speak a little bit of Japanese, alright? I watched my Naruto, okay? I watched my
Yeah.
so I speak a bit of Japanese.
Hey, I used to watch Naruto in Japanese. What are you talking about?
So that was a good translation, I would say. That's right. Just bored.
I used to read it in English, but I watched it in Japan or Japanese. You know, I watched it in Japan, yeah.
We are actually experiencing a very
So tell them to suck your dick and fuck their mom in hell.
Alright, some guy got 1 million likes from Pakistan, and now all of a sudden he's silencing. Literally the entire world is nuclear threat. Alright, and they need to be destroyed. Trump actually had the balls to do it. To go against the Pakistanis. I'm making fun of them, but they come to England. Alright, listen, I'm making fun of them, but they have England now, so, you know, they're pretty effective.
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
Yeah. Now, again, just for those of you that actually need to understand a bit of reality instead of political jargon, let me help you. Iran, if they develop nukes, would literally hold the entire Strait of Hormuz hostage forever. They would be an unbelievable force of evil that would strangle the entire economy forever. That's right. We would never be able to do anything about it because they would fucking nuke us. So obliterating them now is necessary. Not only is it necessary, but this energy crisis that's happening was inevitable. I'm just really glad that we're doing it now and they don't actually have that much weaponry as opposed to when they actually do. Which is why Trump made a very prudent decision. And all of the media is literally weaponized against him to say, look at the gas prices that went up in the trap. Meanwhile, dead silence, even though the gas prices were higher under Biden. No one cares. All right, but actually, Mr. President, did you notice the gas prices actually raised?
Atlantis?
Inevitable.
I don't know how I got that achievement, but nice.
Which again is an inevitable conflict. It is a religious death cult that believes that their sworn duty in this world is to kill us. This war was inevitable. I'm really glad they're doing it now when they are getting fucking obliterated as opposed to when they can actually pose a threat. But then again, I don't have the leftist mind of actually you have to let them hate you. This is leftist policy for those of you paying attention. Almost every single leftist policy can translate it to you have to let them rape you.
Yep.
It's classic. That's almost every single elected policy. Pay attention. Alright? Take money from the people that earn it. You give it to people that don't. They're going to financially rape you. But basically, leftist politics these days. My opinion is stop raping them.
But even against such backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace.
That's right. Japan, truly one of our greatest allies. And so, and my favorite thing about this alliance over here. The Muslims try to kill us in our own homeland. My God, we nuked Japan. All right, we nuked Japan twice, and they are some of our closest allies in the world right now. All right, it's almost like Japanese culture and Islamic culture are just very different. You know, one believes that they have to blow themselves up to kill you.
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together. So today, I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you. And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's development of nuclear weapons must never be allowed.
Bro, it's like everyone is saying this. Right? They're not even chanting death to Japan, okay, in Iran. They're chanting death to America, and they killed thousands of our people. Even Japan agrees with our policy here. Like, dude, it's unbelievable watching the libtards and quite literally like the quote-unquote anti-war podcasters, which are all actually just bought out by Islam. All right, all these guys literally twisting themselves in the pencil, talking about why it's actually not a good thing that we kill fucking terrorists that have been trying to kill us.
That's why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to...
Oh, but Joe Pence knows more than the state intelligence community of every single developed country on the planet.
Other countries in the world.
Tucker Carlson knows a few things that the Prime Minister of Japan doesn't, okay?
And also the actual or effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
That's right.
Foreign Minister Motegi also had a direct exchange with the Iranian Foreign Minister and urged Iran to stop such activity.
Again, you know, the classic strongly worded letter, but unlike what you expect. back.
On how we can cooperate to make our two nations, both Japan and the United States, stronger and more prosperous.
But this is like the classic nationalist position, all right? We care about our country the most. They care about their country the most. We're going to make a deal to benefit both of our countries. This is every single world leader should be a nationalist. I don't know why nationalism somehow became like a racist dog whistle to leftoids. But if you're not a nationalist, quite literally, you should not do politics at all. I understood those words when she said, and
I also brought specific proposals to calm down the global energy market.
And also, Donna, thank you so much for having a colossal penis that you're not afraid to slap on the table and humiliate terrorists around the world.
Today, I really look forward to our discussion, particularly focusing on our collaboration in economics and also how we can make our two economies stronger moving forward. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan.
That's right. You know, she has a 93% approval rating for from I think Gen Z males. Like, dude, people don't realize how big of a win this is.
That's a large
That's adorable. Don't get me wrong. The Donner asks for something, they comply. That's how it works. The reality is we have the cards. European countries which really don't get that Donald Trump is actually going to NATO. They just make the fact that 70% of the military force of NATO is ours, okay? They don't realize how badly they need us, and they just don't actually believe. This, again, leftist policy is just, you don't even need to believe in reality to be a leftist, right? You know, men can be women and stuff like that. You know, reality is kind of irrelevant and secondary to whatever your emotional makeup is at the time. So the reality is, these guys do not even want to contend with a world where we are not funding their entire survival, all right? And the reality is we are. We get $350 billion in this Ukraine war, which, let me just say, did not benefit
I hate
us
myself.
at all. I'm not saying we shouldn't have done it, but we did it as a charity. But that's a different story for another time. The reality is, we did charity, it was very nice, it didn't benefit us. This war with Iran does benefit us. And literally, none of these reports are accurate. The countries that are not going to be willing to contribute here, I think this is one big, giant fishing expedition where Donald Trump, President of the United States, is unilaterally deciding which one of our allies is gay and retarded. And it's working really well.
and relationship with Japan.
France and Spain are gay and retarded. No offense, guys. They're like better people, please. Please stop with the communists. Get the communists out, right? Please.
And I believe that based on the statements that were given to us, stepping up to the
That's right. They understand that we need to operate in our best interest, and they need to operate in their best interest. And us as an ally. So if we say jump, they say out. Because we're the world power. I'm not saying this to be degrading to Japan. The reality is we anymore. We're tired of it. I knew he would drop that nuke. Sorry, I can't even say that. I knew he would drop that thing. That goes the little thing. He dropped one. Yeah. He dropped 2 nukes so far now. Fucking hit.
But they would also be revolting against the taxes we pay.
Going to war and being like, oh, what if this increases the gas prices? Gas prices don't matter if they drop a nuke on us. Just like we have done in the past. Oh, and also, let me not forget to tell you, killing terrorists is based, actually.
I hate to make this excursion, but I have to do it.
And then we're going to deal with the final boss. After we finish off with all of our adversaries, Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, China, Russia, we can deal with the actual final boss. Aaron, district, attorney, judges. Obama appointed a judge with blue hair, the true final boss.
Numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me that she considers it to be terrible what it is. I think every country does. Just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. Everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on it. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, you
got Qatar and Israel on the same side, all right? If that doesn't prove anything,
then oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse. Much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated the Navy. We've obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. The Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island anytime we want. I go at the little island that sits there, so totally unprotected. We've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But I would say we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something.
He's doing a 2B2T excursion.
And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the
or
excursion.
yeah.
I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay, Mr. President. Mr. President. I think she's
President.
going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? You understand? This is very good.
Ooh.
I mean, it's so nice.
Oh, 419.
God, she learned how to speak.
So, the next time you come, I'll have your language master. Go ahead.
The war is almost over. Why is the Pentagon?
What are you doing, bitch?
Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion.
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but we are being very judicious. What we want to do, don't forget, Biden gave away.
I'll ask Japan to describe the dangers of nuclear weapons.
I rebuilt
Take
the
it away,
military,
Japan.
my friend.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm doing this. I love Japan. Why am I doing this?
Me too. It's funny though. It's funny.
That's why I'm doing this. Because it's funny. That's correct.
Biden gave away so
Fuck your
stupidly
feelings.
to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But it was a very small amount. It was a lot.
Happy
but it was a very
420
small
as well,
relative to what I
guys.
purchased and what I built. We want to have we want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine. They gave so much. You know, Biden gave $350 billion worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, of what you call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, munitions, and
Remember, every leftoid crying about spending $20 billion killing terrorists that have been trying to kill us for the last 47 years, every single one of them voted to give Ukraine $350 billion. All right? And none of them give a shit about the quality leering centers, the little Mogadishu leering centers in Minnesota.
Leering centers.
At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it. But we're building, our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never
Fuck
seen
off,
before.
I'm
Pete's in charge
busy.
of it with all of us, really. But Pete's been very, very strong on it. The general and Pete, myself, the whole group. And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast. Because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape. We want to be in...
The largest sugarcane ever.
we were that, you know, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't build it. He didn't do anything.
He was gay.
And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't...
Literally, this is the libtard values. And this is what Europe is doing. We're actually not going to have nuclear. We're actually not going to have power. We're actually not going to build our military because we love peace and harmony and singing kumbaya around the campfire. Oh my God, is Russia invading Ukraine? United States, please give us billions. We have nothing. That's literally what we're dealing with. All right, you need a military. Sure, peace is lovely, but in order to make sure that there's peace, you need to have the biggest fucking gun in the room.
Don't even want to have a
Yep.
Now you see how important it is. Yeah. But we have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location, and out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of 114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down.
Damn.
With our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay.
That's sad.
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know who he is? Central Castle.
It's over, bro.
You need obsidian, homie?
Complex building than what he's doing at a fraction of the cost. Something is going.
Look, dude. Democrats like wasting money. What can I say? And by wasting money, I mean they become suspiciously rich while their projects never go anywhere. All right, like the Gavin Newsom bridge to fucking nowhere. Right, this high-speed rail where they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on a high-speed rail.
You don't need to place obsidian if you don't want to, of course.
Whether it's contractors, that's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it. And I build them under budget.
Yeah, I might go 5,500. To be honest, I wanted to go like 10k each tonight, but I'm not going to make it that far. So the other one I pushed it to 5,500, I think. So I'll just attempt to push this one to 5,500. Oh my gosh, the leg, because we're almost there. Not gonna lie, I probably need to sleep soon too, but shh. Oh yeah, 5,200.
Renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Devin Walsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly, you should be lowering interest rates. All right? Certainly, who would not lower them? But he's stubborn, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of people have that. You know, it's not a curable disease. But he's also building. He's a stubborn, incompetent person, and that's a bad thing. You know, when you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person. But he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. $25 million.
And Trump used to be a, you know, a building, whatever you call it. I don't remember.
The place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building.
Gal, dang.
For $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right. So it's there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being. The contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make. I mean, he can make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 million. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building; it's a renovation. The skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So, all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And maybe a dishonest guy. But somebody's dishonest because there's no...
Get JD, get the fraud task force on top of this shit. We gotta start arresting famous people. Look, man, Mr. President, my appreciation of you will increase dramatically the moment you start arresting famous people. I'm sorry, I'm a simple man. I see famous douchebags in jail.
Hopefully that building can be $3 to $4 billion. Look, I expect Japan to step up because we have that kind of relationship, and we step up in Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan, so, and we've had that kind of relationship. So I expect. I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else. But I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case,
reciprocal. I told you this from the get-go. Trump doesn't need these people to do these things. He wants them to prove their loyalty.
Which is why, I mean, not why, but reciprocal tariffs. People are bitching about it. It's like, why? He's just saying he wants everybody to pay equal tariffs. They have to pay us what they have been forcing us to pay them. Doesn't that sound fair? Because if America's overcharging them and everything, then clearly that would be giving them more money, but that's not the case. They were overcharging America, and that's why people didn't like it.
This is the biggest loyalty test I think I've ever seen in my life, and it's so fucking based.
In Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil.
There's no way it's a coincidence that Bro wore a yellow tie talking to Japanese people, right? Like there's no, that's not a coincidence. Like, this is the Donald we're talking about.
What's yellow tie mean?
The strait. So that's a big.
I don't get it.
I mean, we've.
Bro, he just met with the Irish Prime Minister 2 days ago with a green tie. Now he's meeting with the Japanese Prime... I'm sorry. We're getting too lost in the weeds.
We've demolished... That country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You can take two people and they can drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get nothing.
Can I get 5,300?
We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even... I think we do it just to be nice. But we...
Stop being nice, Mr. President. Pull out, let them deal with that shit. That's right, that's my stance. That's my America first, baby. Let them figure out the Strait of
We
Hormuz.
stay inside to be nice. Lou should pull
They
out.
didn't want to be involved? Fine, wash your hands of that shit.
Think of it. We don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it.
That's right.
But now they're getting much nicer because of the same attitude. They're getting much nicer. But
that's right, baby. Push him
as
around.
far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know,
oh, shit.
UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send the aircraft carriers after the war is. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss
Battery
it.
low.
90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished.
Yes, sir. Our missile being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they want to rebuild more launchers or more missiles.
Is Marco Rubio sitting there knowing he's going to be the next Shah of Iran?
They couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone.
All technology.
And all of the leaders are gone.
We bow back to this donation. Those fucking Ayatollahs.
One more question for the Prime Minister. Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful. Oh. He sounded shy. Go ahead, please.
Bro, sounds like the gay Ayatollah.
Of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia like Japan about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing you don't want to...
Why does he have to fucking warn you? Let me warn you before I do literally anything. Let me warn people. Wait, you don't warn people, all right? You want a surprise attack. You don't want anyone to know about it. Right, anyway.
So we are very confused about...
You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
Because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
What? No. Oh. Bro, drop the nuke. All right, this was worse than Nagasaki, my guy. Oh, look at your face. Based response, by the way. That's right. Oh my God! Stupid question. You get a bitch answer. That is diabolical. I've never heard. This might be an all-time Trump moment.
Okay. Right?
Dead silence.
Now you believe in surprise. I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what we... And much,
He's just glaring at that reporter.
Much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise. Right? Right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister. Are you good for the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Go ahead, for the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Japan's DG Press. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they're giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So would you plan to bring out relationship between Japan and China while you were there?
Well, I'll be going to China very quickly.
You have a question for her? Yes, the question and the answers and anyway. Absolutely dominating male over here.
I think I really like everybody to talk about China because they have a little bit of an edgy relationship. I'd just like to know what you're saying, how you're doing with China, so please.
ね、日本はいつも中国に対してオープンですからオープンにしています。それから、冷静に対応しています。とにかく米中関係含めてですね、これが目的で、それから時間とかでこれに貢献するものだと思っています。First of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China, and also we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also speaking of the U.S.-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
China.
Alright, well, it looks like they're wrapping it up there. Damn, that was insane. Now, much to the surprise of everyone, the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia called out Iran not only for being evil and whatever, but they called them out for being bad Muslims. Dude, we are reaching diabolical levels of crash out.
I don't know how they claim to be fighting for Islamic causes while attacking Islamic countries.
It's so over. Not only are they getting obliterated by, our overpowering military, not only is a country the size of New Jersey in their backyard absolutely walloping them, taking out all of their precise strikes, but the Muslim countries are calling them bad Muslim. Even Allah doesn't like this. Bro, Allah is literally is pro-pedophilia. So, but this is too far. Just understand.
Attacking a single nation, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, the UAE.
Yeah, what are you doing, guys? Oh, it doesn't stop. Bro, it doesn't stop. Azerbaijan.
All these countries.
I don't feel like this is possible.
What are you doing, fuckwad?
Even before this war,
I feel like somebody somehow hacked this in.
the issues related to the Islamic world.
True.
They support.
How are you helping? I mean, aside from, promoting terrorism throughout the Middle East and Europe.
But it's cool.
That's right, the Houthis.
I need to test it on a copy of the seed later.
And now they are attacking Iraq. They are attacking.
Cause dang, son.
Yeah.
Who didn't suffice by hijacking the political decision in Lebanon, but rather was an effective arm to perform sabotaging actions in the region and in Saudi Arabia.
Surely naturally generated, right? Surely, that's the only logical explanation.
They contributed to 650,000 dead.
I totally didn't place it down. How would you place that down, bro? You can only place like 3 tall, right?
But you're bombing Muslims. You're calling yourself good Muslims? Bro, this is diabolical.
But also good support in the Muslim world.
I'm looking for that crate or that chest I set down so I can empty my inventory real quick. I just forget where I put it to where I hid it.
The Islamic world, when they assassinate politicians in Lebanon, they support Muslim world's issues. Is when they
Not only are they terrorists, rapists, mass murdering pedophiles, but they're also bad Muslims.
I feel like it was.
This is the craziest fucking Yeah, so Will dropped this little 2 minutes obliterated the shit screwed up that badly, that they're being condemned as being bad Muslims. Meanwhile, the people in Iran, this is them, right? The leftists are telling you, no, you can't bomb people to liberate them. Well, look at all these liberated people. They would not have been allowed to walk around with their hair uncovered like this. Every leftist says that, no, how are you attacking? The innocent people. These are the innocent people, all right? These are the people we're fighting for, quite literally. Now, Pete Hegseth apparently destroyed the entire press, all right? He gave this little media gave us a little update on what's going on and then demolished the press. Everyone told me that this speech is fired. I cover all the things. I don't know if you've noticed.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Headset.
Yesterday at Dover Air Force Base, President Trump, the chairman, and I stood in silence as heroes came home. Flag draped caskets.
Bro, do that with fucking JMTV. If you have withering arrows or whatever, I can't spam on my buttons. But if you just double tap them, I'm pretty sure it pops his totem.
They said, finish.
Wait, this says right here.
Honor their sacrifice. Do not waver. Do not stop until the job is done.
But didn't the family of the soldiers that heroically fought listen to Tucker Carlson's podcast when he said that actually this is a war for Israel? Unbelievable. But you never listened to Tucker Carlson before they decided that actually taking out a nuclear threat to our existence is actually a good thing.
Wow.
People are heroes for going out there and fighting for our God and country. But they didn't even listen to Tucker Carlson. I can't believe it.
Can't believe it.
They didn't even take Cenk Uyghur's opinion literally into their mind. They were like, but what would Cenk Uyghur say about this when he laughs at our troops that die in battle?
No.
Literally.
I didn't mean to throw that. I'm an idiot. I need to get a few sticks real quick.
Literally, that's why I don't give a fuck about any of their opinions. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but I don't think they're operating in our best interest, in the interest of our future. And I don't think they're honoring our soldiers that are actually putting their lives on the line to fight for the next generation.
Our response along with that of the president was simple. Of course, we will finish this. We will honor their sacrifice. Their sacrifice only steals our commitment. I wear this bracelet. Staff Sergeant Jorge Oliveira.
Full, basically.
He deployed later to Afghanistan, where he was killed on 19 October 2011. Killed 10 years after 9/11, 15 years ago. He was one of the 1%, the best of America. Not just a guardsman, but a law enforcement. I remember him every day, just like so many other men and women of our generation and previous generations who wear bracelets like this. Just as we will always remember those lost in this conflict. Their names are now etched into our mission and into the soul of a grateful nation. I stand here today speaking to you, the American people.
Thank you. Okay.
Not through filters.
That's right. No more CNN. Because every time you open up the media, it's like, Iran winning? Question mark? It's like, it's honestly unbelievable that they'll literally parrot the Islamic terrorist talking points.
Reporters, not through cable news spin. A dishonest and anti-Trump press will stop at nothing.
True.
We know this.
True.
To downplay.
I mean, to be honest, the press has been working, in my opinion, with the intelligence agencies to prevent Trump from winning any elections, right? Promoting all sorts of lies that Trump is a rapist and that Trump is a pedophile.
Yep, my opinion too.
Epstein, pushing literally all of this garbage, right? Biden didn't release the Epstein files. There's zero evidence in the Epstein files that Trump did anything. But it doesn't matter to the press. It doesn't matter to these intelligence agencies. Which is why now you have these hardcore, old-time CIA people like Tucker Carlson, whose dad was a CIA agent, like Joe Kent, who was a counterterrorism guy and also a CIA operative. And you have all these guys counter-signaling the mission. In my opinion, we are watching a hostile attempted takeover of our country. Because Trump did not come from a very, very massive, intelligence background. Right? Trump was a businessman that was elected as president of the United States. And honestly, I think these intelligence agencies lost control. They lost control of the country, which is why they acted all of a sudden. Everyone's elected to our office. Biden was a vegetable. We don't know who ran the country. They immediately put in Kamala Harris as the person to follow up. No preliminaries, all right, no primaries. Just Kamala Harris is the person, I guess. And it really seems like we're dealing with a CIA hostile takeover of America from the inside. That's my vibe again. But then again, hey, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but I'm right very often. At least I'm not gonna lie. If this ends up being proven in a couple of years, you're gonna have to put another shekel in the nuts was always right jar.
Progress, amplify every cost.
And that's why the media and all the CIA types are all...
How far did you put this, homie? Okay, it's here. I was gonna say.
All into question. Every step. Sadly, TDS,
the fact that the media keeps repeating the lie of we don't even know what our objectives are already run. I feel like that's the most dishonest shit I've ever heard, right? And all the Democrats have been doing the same thing. Bernie Sanders is complaining that we spent money. We spent $20 billion on this war. Excuse me, Bernie. You authorized $350 billion to go to Ukraine. A government that we are for a second. All right. So again, Bernie Sanders' argument, garbage. Right? You got Elizabeth Warren coming out saying, I saw classified information. We don't know what we're doing in Iran. Don't know what we're doing in Iran? We killed 10 generations of Ayatollahs, okay? We know what we're doing in Iran, all right? The media, we don't even know what the objectives are. We absolutely know what the objectives are. Killing the terrorists that have been trying to kill us for 47 years, preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon to eliminate us forever. Yes, it's based, actually. I don't know if you heard the memo. And it's so wild watching every single side of this come with a different reason as to why this war is bad. And the reality is we are winning tremendously.
Is in their DNA. They want President Trump to fail.
Absolutely.
But you, the American people, know better. Yes, there are reporters in front of you, but they are not our audience today. It's you, the good, decent, patriotic American people. You, the hardworking, taxpaying,
Damn it, 5,300
American patriots.
True. Based, actually.
The media here, not all of it.
Those are the main characters. I don't know if you got the memo. God-fearing American patriots are actually the main characters. The rest are NPCs. Get used to it.
Yes.
Like they'll walk up to you and with a straight face, they'll be like,
America,
yeah, men can be women, and it's like, all right, so you're an NPC.
I'm kind of empty.
All right, problem solved. Thanks.
But much of it wants you to think.
Yeah.
Just 19 days into this conflict that we're somehow spinning toward an endless abyss.
It's crazy. That's another narrative. Everyone's pushing. Trump said no forever wars, and here we are in a forever war. My guy, we didn't even do this for 3 weeks. What are we even talking about? Forever war.
Yeah, as they have these fucking forever wars that they've been doing for years under Biden.
Or a quagmire. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Based.
Hear it from me. One of hundreds of thousands who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, who watched previous foolish politicians like Bush, Obama, and Biden squander American credibility.
Yeah.
This is not those wars.
He's right. Literally just look at the data.
Knows better. Epic Fury is our objectives. Given direct.
We are oromogging all the other administrations, all right? We are military maxing, and we are bomb maxing. Right? We are Ayatollah maxing. There have been more Ayatollahs in the last 2 weeks than ever before.
From our America First president remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objectives. Unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles, launchers, and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild. Destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
It's literally that simple.
Objectives from.
Like, they're so blatantly dishonest, it's insane. And so many people fall for this shit. But if you watch this blue retard on the internet, you did not fall for the psyop. All right, I guarantee you, if you're watching this dumb fuck over here, me, that's right, this guy, you did not fall for the psyop that I think so many people fell for.
To the patriotic members of the press, nobody can deliver perfection in wartime. This building knows that more than anyone. But report the reality. We're winning.
That's funny, because the left doesn't believe in reality, all right? All right, you ask them, what is a woman, and you watch their face fucking die. Like, bro, are we serious? Bro, they don't believe in reality. Reality doesn't exist to the left. You have to understand something pretty fundamental here.
Decisively, and on our terms. Iran is a vast country, and just like Hamas and their tunnels, they've poured any aid, any economic development, humanitarian aid into tunnels and rockets. That's what they did with Hamas. Iran has funneled decades of state resources, not to their people, but into missiles and drones and proxies and buried facilities. But we are hunting them down, methodically, ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly.
Like they're gonna fucking die. And it's great, actually, that they're gonna fucking die. And I'm sure that someone's crying about it, but quite literally, your tears are delicious, because they're gonna fucking die, and it's gonna be awesome. That's right, killing terrorists is based, actually. Alright, don't let these retards trick you. Oh, but the terrorists, no, they're gonna fucking die. It's awesome. It's fucking dope. It's great. Man, dead terrorists? Oh, love that shit.
Yeah, it's far enough.
In the world can do, and the results speak for themselves. To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental. That is overwhelming force applied with precision. And again, today will be the largest strike package yet, just like yesterday was. As I've said from day one, our capabilities continue to build. Iran's continue to degrade.
Yeah, this is
We're
an
hunting
overwhelming victory.
and striking death and destruction.
And also, you have to understand that our objectives and their objectives are very different, all right? People think that this is like a head-to-head fight. We're doing our best, they're doing their best. It's literally not true. And the reality is, We have nukes. Like, if we wanted this war to end by any means necessary, we could end the war in, like, 4 hours. Okay, literally. And there would be no country left. Obviously, we want the people in Iran to rise up and make something beautiful from their country, because there are wonderful people in Iran. A fantastic, wonderful people that's been oppressed for the last 47 years. And we want them to rise up. But the reality is, they are doing everything in their power to exterminate us. They are fighting a genocidal conflict with their goal is the eradication
No.
quite literally, as it says in the Quran, and Israel are the two Satans that they are trying to exterminate. They literally say it themselves. They're fighting a genocidal conflict, and we are literally fighting a conflict to prevent them from genociding us literally ever. And also killing as many terrorists as possible, because that's actually fucking awesome. Right? Despite what they tell you, no, killing is bad. I saw a Hollywood movie about a soldier who had PTSD because he killed an Arab. All right, killing terrorists is based, actually. And I'm not underplaying it for any soldier with PTSD. It is a real horrible thing that so many people go through. But this Hollywood romanticization of the poor terrorist that's just trying to live his life, no, that guy's gonna fucking die, actually.
From above. Iran's air defenses flattened. Iran's defense industrial base, the factories, the production lines that feed their missile and drone programs being overwhelmingly destroyed.
Good shit, sir.
We've hit hundreds of their defense industrial bases directly. Their ability to manufacture new ballistic missiles has probably taken the hardest hit of all.
Oh, W.
Ballistic missile attacks against our forces, down 90% since the start of the conflict. Same with one-way attack UAVs. Think kamikaze drones, down 90%.
Japan knows the thing.
Now, the Iranians will still shoot, we know that. But they...
Again, it's the same with Hamas. Like, their goal when they attacked Israel on October 7th was the total destruction of all Jews in Israel. They stated themselves. It's in their charter. It's literally stated in their charter, if there is ever a rock or ever a tree, the rock and the tree will shout, "Hello, Muslim. Hello, servant of Allah. There is a Jew hiding behind this rock and this tree. Come and kill the Jew." Right? This is literally in the Hamas charter. Their stated goal was genocide on October 7th. They wanted to genocide the Jews. However, like almost every single Arab conflict, they got fucking obliterated. Arab warfare be like, epic chants, cool music videos, do some terrorism, and fucking die. All right, I don't mean to be rude here or anything, but this is literally been pretty consistent.
The last job anyone in the world wants right now? Senior leader for the IRGC, or Besiege. Temp jobs.
Oh,
all of them.
True.
And to borrow a page from Admiral Ernest King in World War II, we've decided to share the ocean with Iran.
Oh, that's nice.
We've given them the bottom half.
Yeah, damaged. That's fucking crazy. Oh my God. We are sharing the ocean with Iran. We get the top half.
They're sunk over 120 of their Navy ships, with battle damage assessments pending for many more. See, oftentimes we have to wait a few days on battle damage assessment to get the real number. Their surface fleet is no longer a factor. Their submarines, they once had 11, are gone. Their military ports are crippled.
Legit.
Iran has terrorized the United States and our interests for 47
Stupid leg.
years. Their core industries, not steel or agriculture, tourism. Their core industries are state-sponsored terrorism, proxy militias, underground networks, ballistic 100%. Missiles, and a violent, messianic, Islamist ideology chasing some sort of apocalyptic endgame.
Literally, they say it themselves. They quite literally say it themselves. Their goal is an apocalyptic future where they destroy literally everyone, and they don't care if they die too. Now, I see a lot of people being like, who cares if they get nukes? There will be like mutually assured destruction, North Korea has nukes. They haven't nuked us, even though they fucking hate us too. And the reality is because they know that if they try to nuke us, we'll nuke them back, and they won't exist either. So there's always this
That's what Trump said back in what, 2016 or whatever, 2018, 19 or 17? Trump says we had bigger nukes, bitch.
An apocalyptic death cult. They don't mind, in their words. So the reality is, this is very much not like anyone else, right? You cannot calculate their ideological perspectives the same way we calculate a rationalist ideological perspective, because quite literally they are irrational. Their literal ideology is die for Allah and kill the infidel. Like, literally, not exaggerating. And you can't negotiate with these people. You can't expect them to do what we would consider the rational option and not engage in nuclear warfare. And that's why they need to be fucking destroyed. That's why it's based as fuck that we're doing it now when they don't actually have the defense capabilities to hold us back or to give us too many casualties. And I feel like so many people are, like, retarded about it.
A regime like that, refusing to abandon its nuclear ambitions, is not just a regional problem.
Yeah.
It's a direct threat to America, to freedom, and to civilization.
Yeah.
the world, the Middle East, our ungrateful allies in Europe, even segments of our own press, should be saying one thing to President Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the courage to stop this terrorist.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you like a blowjob with that?
State from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb. Thank you for doing the work of the free world. Yesterday's ceremony reminded us why we fight. Not for nation building or democracy promotion,
for the future,
but to crush direct threats to America, Americans, and our interests.
That's right.
We fight to win, and we are winning.
Yep.
On our terms, following our objectives.
That's right. I don't know if the Ayatollahs got the news, but God just likes us better than them. It turns out. Yeah, God likes us better, and therefore we're fucking killing them, and they are fucking dying. It's a collaboration. We kill them, they die. Literally everyone gets what they want. That you're being mean to the fucking terrorist Ayatollah guy. Being mean? I'm being biblical. I think our response needs to be biblical.
Year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks.
Hey.
He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son.
Wow.
So that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear Iran.
Powerful message.
It's the truth. And they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them.
I do.
Every day.
I do.
On bended knee. With your family. In your schools. In your churches. In the name of Jesus Christ. To the troops, keep going. And Godspeed. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Wow, that was really unbelievable. Yeah, that was a really good speech. And then they're gonna give us little details, which I've already basically covered. Someone sent me this. I don't know who this Joel Webben guy is. It is not Christian to lie to your son regarding that they died for you, so your generation doesn't have to deal with the nuclear Iran. This is fucking evil shit. I don't know who this guy is, but this is the demoralization op going on, and it is fucking tiring. Dude, God bless our troops. God bless our country. I'm like just so perturbed by like this sloppification of media these days. And speaking of the sloppification of media, no media slop has been as good as discussing whether Benjamin Netanyahu is alive or dead. So Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, he's been in a lot of drama lately. A lot of drama. Right? And he just gave a press conference to the international press literally yesterday. Right? So we're going to generated press. He's actually secretly dead. I can't believe the third world is still fucking doing this. And this is their evidence. It's honestly incredible stuff. Right, so as you can see, over here, he's holding the podium thingy, and his jacket sleeve falls down. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. It's not there, and then... wow, it falls down. He might actually be dead. Alex Jones... he literally pulled his arm a little bit back, and his jacket sleeve, which was on the podium, fell off the podium. Like, we are literally dealing with the age of the retard. Like, for real, these ironically retarded, Pakistani, botted fucking third world accounts managed to invade our internet. That's right, it's our internet.
Yeah.
We made the internet, it's ours.
It's our internet.
Grooming gang scandal. You bring Pakistanis onto the internet, you get this fucking shit everywhere. Now listen, I'm just real. The end shitification all comes from the same fuck. Alright, this is getting racist real fast. Which is probably why you subscribe to me, because I'm honest. Racist sometimes, perhaps, but honest. Now, he got into a lot of drama over this entire situation. Alright, he gave this little press conference, and he had this to say, which ruffled a lot of feathers. This is how it was clipped for Twitter.
Also wrote the lessons of history. Very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves and to oppose their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up and wakes them up too late. This is where we are now. The fact that people don't see that, the fact that a lot of the news media are harking on a lot of fake news, but also a lot of short-sightedness, and do not see the historic period and the historic struggle that we are engaged in now. Doesn't obviate these truths.
So he made this statement that a lot of people flipped shortly. Netanyahu, Jesus Christ, has no advantage over Genghis Khan because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. And obviously, a lot of people were very unhappy about this for like the most obvious reason ever. Because Jesus Christ was objectively a way better guy than Genghis Khan. What are you talking about? He's got 20 million views just on for it. And the reality is, if you actually watch the speech, I deleted my earlier repost of this because it was pointed out to me that Netanyahu was quoting an author, something that accounts reposting this clip failed to mention in an effort to make it appear as though they are Netanyahu's own words. He's actually making a good point along the lines of evil prevails when good men do nothing. And that was his point. He is actually, in fact, it became like a whole Twitter news story. Netanyahu quotes historian on power over morality in Iran war. Right? And the reality is, he made a quote about being good is super important, but being good and doing nothing is not enough. You have to be good and also be powerful.
Damn. That was a cough and sneeze and then fucking sneeze. It's fucked up.
Barbaric savages that trample you. That was the point that he's making and why he's quoting that historian. Right? He's not equating Jesus Christ to Genghis Khan in any way, but like these are all more than happy to, quote him out of context for this one. So, being that he ruffled a lot of feathers, and I'm more than happy at seeing a couple of Netanyahuisms or something, right? This was his English address. He gave a press conference to both the Israeli media and the international media. And I mean, to be fair, according to all the third worlders, this guy's the secret president of the United States of America. So we should listen to what he has to say or something.
Now the Prime Minister will be speaking in English.
Welcome to the Foreign Press. First of all, I just want to say, I'm alive.
It's over. Sorry, guys.
So that was recorded in advance. He knew he was going to be killed, so that's why he recorded it and said he wasn't dead.
I'm going to give you an update on Operation Roaring Lion.
Candace Owens sitting there, stroking her imaginary beard. If he was actually alive, would he really need to tell us that he was alive? Wow.
See, now you're getting it.
Visionary leadership. America and Israel are acting together in Iran with great determination and unprecedented.
Bro, I want to see the European leaders glaze Trump as much as Netanyahu does. I'm not gonna lie. I would like to see that. These ungrateful faggots in Europe sitting there and crying and bitching about how we're too fascist or something because Trump wants to support people that invaded our country illegally. But, I'm so tired of this shit. All these guys need to take a lesson from Big Yahoo over here and start glazing Trump a little bit more.
Strength. Operation Rising Lion is designed to remove the existential threats posed by the Ayatollah regime, the regime that has waged war against America and Israel and the people of Iran for 47 years. It chants death to America, death to Israel, and it delivers death to its own people. Our goals are three. One, removing the nuclear threat. Second, removing the ballistic missile threat, and removing both of these threats before they're buried deep underground and become immune from aerial attack. And third, this means creating the conditions for the Iranian people to grasp their freedom to control their destiny.
Oh, it looks like
today the Ayatollah.
Looks like Big Yahoo was going a little further than Mr. President Donald Trump. I think Trump definitely wants the Iranian people to seize their. Trump directly stated his plan was to keep killing Ayatollahs until they get someone in charge that he actually likes. I mean, he's like, do you have anyone in mind you'd like to take over Iran? We're gonna keep fucking killing them. They're gonna keep dying until someone we like shows up. We are not picking who's in charge, but we are picking who's not in charge. We make the job openings, they fill the position, and it seems like Netanyahu is definitely focusing a lot more on the people in Iran rising up.
The regime is not only attacking America, not only attacking Israel, not only attacking the Iranian people, it is attacking the entire Middle East and beyond. They've attacked civilians and Americans and American assets in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Oman. And they've even attacked through their proxies.
Yeah, see, that might have been one of the dumbest fucking military decisions of all time. Iran gets attacked and decide to just fucking bomb everyone in the neighborhood. That might have been one of the biggest military miscalculations ever. Not the biggest. I think the biggest military miscalculation in this generation was October 7th, where they decided to attack Israel. And they ended up losing Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and the Iranian leadership. That might have been one of the most diabolical misplays of all time.
Cyprus in Europe. We've known for decades that their ballistic missile program would be used to attack these targets far and wide.
Yeah, holy
and
shit,
if
he
they're
was
not
right.
stopped, that's just...
Damn, I didn't even think of it this way. But, you know, because when Netanyahu always like, you know, Iran is 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. They're going to attack their Arab neighbors. I was always like, all right, dude's just trying to get a war going. Dude's just trying to start a war. Didn't think it would happen, but no, he was actually fucking right. Wow, that's actually insane.
It's the beginning. The death cult in Iran is trying to blackmail the world by closing a key international maritime route, the Straits of Hormuz. It won't work. Israel is helping in its own way, and intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz. But I want to ask you to imagine how the Ayatollah regime would be able to blackmail the entire world if they had ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now, and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles.
That's why attacking them now is so crucial. He's completely right about this.
International range ballistic missiles.
Yeah, everyone's fucking crying and screaming about the Strait of Hormuz being closed while Iran has like no military. Right? Iran has like 2 retards on like little dinky rowboats with fucking aquatic mines. Right? So they're crippling the Strait of Hormuz. Imagine if they had nukes. Like they could hold the whole world hostage whenever they fucking wanted. And they would have, absolutely. They're a death cult.
And nuclear-tipped warheads. Just imagine what a great threat that would be. So today, Israel and the United States are protecting America, Israel, the entire Middle East, but I venture to say the entire world. Despite the fake news that has unfortunately been spread since the start of the war 20 days ago, we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal is being
If you think about it, Netanyahu is alive and all the Ayatollahs are not. So I mean, technically, that speaks for itself.
massively degraded and will be destroyed. Hundreds of their launchers have been destroyed. Their stockpiles of missiles are being hit hard, and so are the industries that produce them. That's important. In Rising Line, we destroyed missiles, and we destroyed a lot of the nuclear infrastructure. But what we're destroying now are the factories that produce the components to make these missiles and to make the nuclear weapons that they're trying to produce. We're wiping out their industrial base. In a way.
They're not even going to be able to like record themselves having sex with goats. They'll have to just tell their friends about it, and they'll probably believe it.
That we didn't do before. Iran's air defenses have been rendered useless. Their navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Today we hit the other part of their navy in the Caspian Sea. Their air force is nearly destroyed. Iran's command and control structure is in utter chaos. And I can tell you that there's still more work to do, and we're going to do it. And I want to close these opening remarks with one other fake news. That is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into conflict.
Oh boy, he's engaging with the thing. That's crazy. Hold up.
Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do?
Damn.
Come on.
You make it.
President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America.
President Trump just spins a bottle. He has a big map. He spins a bottle. He's like, Venezuela. That's what we're gonna do. Marco, get on that shit.
And may I add, I think what is also good for future generations. In this case, those interests are absolutely clear, and so is the clarity of our achievements. Together in close coordination with President Trump, the close coordination between America and Israel, our militaries, our intelligence services, we're achieving goals in lightning speed. But I want to say another word. It's been said that for 40 years, I've been saying that Iran is a danger to Israel and a danger to the world.
True, he has been doing that.
That is true.
Bro shows up. I'm so happy he's at least addressing this, because one of the major criticisms of Netanyahu is that every 2 weeks, bro shows up and is like, Iran is 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. We must destroy them. He's been saying this for 40 years. I mean, he's been sort of right, but like...
You know who else said that? President Trump.
True! True! Wait, hold on. True! Not wrong.
Iranian thugs took over the American... In his first term in office, he didn't need any convincing. He said the Iranian nuclear deal was the worst deal that he'd ever seen, and he walked out of it. Right before his second term, before he was re-elected, I went to see him at Mar-a-Lago. The first thing he said to me was, baby, we've got to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons.
I told you he was planning this the whole fucking time. Holy shit. All those Netanyahu visits to the White House, all of that shit, it was all planning for this Iran conflict. Like, Trump knew that these retards had to go, and he planned it from the very beginning.
He said that to me. I didn't say it to him. He didn't
by the way, I completely believe him because Trump has been consistent for the last 40 years saying that they needed to obliterate the Iranian regime.
Did he say that? Because for more than 4 decades, this regime, as I said in the beginning of my remarks, is chanting death to Israel, death to Israel. But they say Israel is no sacred standing in their way.
That's true.
The great thing is the United States of America.
It's so funny watching like international politics because like you'll have these like American guys being like Israel secretly controls America. You have the rest of the world that's like all the Muslim countries. They all think that Israel is America's attack dog in the Middle East, which I think is more accurate if you actually ask me. I think that Israel basically does whatever America wants because we give them billions of dollars, which I don't think we should. I don't like actually like the idea of funding anybody. I don't want to fund any foreign countries to be honest. Just billions of dollars every year. If you want my opinion, I don't want to do that. But the reality is Israel does know that, and I think Israel basically does whatever we want. That's my opinion, which is why every time Trump gets upset and he's like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and then like you'll always have like Israel like back off and apologize. Because the reality is, I think that Trump and America, but mostly Trump, uses Israel as essentially its bad cop. He's the good cop. Right? Everyone thinks Trump is bullying everybody. Anyways, I think Trump is essentially the good cop, Israel's the bad cop. And that way, Israel will blow their shit up and Trump will be like, Israel, why did you do that? Israel, why would you do such a thing? And then Israel will be like, oh, my bad. And it was actually all coordinated. That's my conspiracy theory.
And these ideological fanatics, these lunatics, they find their raison d'etre, their reason for being, is wiping out Western civilization in America that leads it. They have claimed the lives, they've maimed and wounded thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed not once but twice.
True.
Now they blackmail for oil.
Yeah.
Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city and every European city and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for Israel. It's certainly a danger for America. We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand that we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I
think they do.
Dozens of
They just don't want to get involved.
Dozens. They all know that. And privately.
It's hilarious. They'll put on a show that they're actually super unhappy that this is going on, because obviously all these countries are being invaded by Islamic migrants and they need to suck their balls to get their votes. That's what England and France and Spain are doing essentially. They all condemn it, of course, but I'm sure they're all thrilled about it. They don't want to deal with the nuclear Iran. Are you kidding?
They all say that. They say that privately, but I say it publicly. The world owes a debt of deep indebtedness to President Trump for leading this effort to safeguard our future.
Yeah.
Questions?
Wow, he totally sounds like he's secretly controlling America and stuff, obviously. All right, now before I go, people gave me this timestamp where apparently they asked him about bombing Iran's oil. All right, because that was a pretty major story. Israel bombed Iran's oil. Iran responded by bombing Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Qatar's oil. Trump released a big tweet saying, Israel, stop doing it. Stop bombing their oil. Bombing Qatar's oil. I will fucking kill them. And he made that big tweet I covered in my previous video. So I wanted to see what he has to say about the fact that, basically America pulled the leash and said you can't bomb their oil anymore. Which again, in my opinion, is a good cop, bad cop strategy. I totally believe that Trump knew about this beforehand, and now he's being good cop saying don't bomb their oil. I think he was doing this to escalate. That's my conspiracy, but we don't know for sure.
In Iran, and are you confident that your strategy will still lead to regime change? And then secondly, if I may, you've also indicated today that you made a commitment to President Trump not to strike these oil and gas facilities in the future. Should President Trump come to you one day and say oil prices are too high, it's time to end this war, will you listen to him? And do you need the United States in order to continue this campaign alone?
Was that a simple question? Jeremy, you really hogged it. I'll answer your questions. I'm not sure who's running Iran right now. Much about.
We keep killing their guys.
The replacement, I told him, is not showing his face. Have you seen him? We haven't. And we can't vouch exactly what is happening there. There is a cloud here that's not clear. What we see is that there's a lot of tensions inside the people who are edging for the top.
Edging?
It's not a uniform.
Iranian edging?
You see that sometimes with the contradictory orders that are given.
Yeah, we see that a lot. my favorite thing is like the president of Iran is like, we will not be bombing any of our neighboring countries. And he's like 5 minutes after he says he's going to bomb neighboring countries. Like, they have no idea what the fuck they're doing. They're an actual chicken without a head.
I think it's important that they know that if they think they're going to target the world, target the president of the United States and so on, they themselves are being targeted.
Okay.
That creates a lot of uncertainty. We found that can have an effect. The removal of Nasrallah has never been really been replaced because some people are
Nasrallah was the leader of Hezbollah.
I think the authority and the hold that Khomeini has had is not going to be translated to anyone, not to Mujtaba if he's there, not to anyone else. But I think this is part of the effort to crack the regime. It's not going to happen one day. We're 20 days into this war. Yes, we're seeing cracks. We're seeing cracks, and we're trying to propagate them as fast as we can. Not only in the top command, we're seeing cracks in the field. It's sort of like a hollowed out, rotten piece of wood that's holding on the outside, but there's a lot of rot inside. We're seeing some defections. We're seeing fear and trepidation in the IRGC units that are manning the
imagine scaring an F-12 to death. That's crazy.
You know why? Because they're afraid to die. They're not all suicidal. In fact, most of them are not. So we're seeing cracks, but
most of them aren't even suicidal. Wow, that's a big W. Wow, that's pretty huge.
We're going to hit them again and again. The minimum thing we want to do is, again, erase the industrial capacity that they had to produce these weapons. They'll have to build it from a start, and that's very hard. It's very hard to do underground, too. So they're not going to be able to just take the pieces and move them below the earth. It's going to be a lot harder for them. But ideally, if it cracks enough, and with some other things that I won't get into, yes, the regime could change. Is it guaranteed? No. And is it up to the Iranian people at the final accounting to make use of the conditions that we're doing in weakening this regime? We'll see. I cannot tell you. They're very brave, by the way. I don't come and criticize them in any way. I think they're very brave. I think they've suffered enormously. And then the question is, will we have a meeting ground between the weakening of the regime and the rising of the people in many ways that could develop? We'll see.
I hope so.
On the oil and gas
here we go.
questions, I can only tell you this. Look, I don't think any two leaders have been as coordinated as President Trump and I. He's the leader. I'm, his ally.
He's the boss. I am co-boss, sort of, a little bit. Yeah, totally sounds like he controls America, guys. Did you guys get the memo?
America is the leader. Israel is, as the National Security Memorandum described us, I think a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I think something like that. They called Israel the model ally. That's how they call it, the model ally.
Yeah.
It's not a superpower, but America is seeking around the world, and you hear it from the speeches of President Trump and others in the administration. They say, "Where are you?"
He's right. He is right.
We've helped you.
Look, I've said this for a very long time. There is a massive shift in alliances throughout the world. But the Eurocucks are kind of killing themselves, mostly through migration and shit. But the reality is, our biggest allies right now are countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Israel, Argentina, El Salvador, Japan, and it's really not the Europeans. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Israel, believe it or not, they fucking got up and they're fighting this fight with us. I mean, I would argue that they should. It's a bigger threat to them than it is to us, the fact that Iran exists, but it's a threat to both of us. And it is really nice that we actually have a actual capable ally that's not only helping us in the field, not only is it the second most powerful air force on the planet, according to Pete Hegseth, but also, let's not forget that they've developed a lot of really cool fucking tech that we are going to be using. The Iron Dome that we're going to be using and making the Golden Dome, that's Israeli tech. And it's really nice to actually have people capable and driven enough to actually want to develop new shit constantly. Also, we give them billions of dollars, so they should be.
That one is crazy.
But, anyway.
And did you try the Java, Perl mod? I did not yet, homie, my bad. I still need to.
Regardless.
I've just been super freaking busy.
It is pretty wild watching this dynamic
I say
shift.
as I'm on Minecraft,
Years, where are you when we're doing something that is as important, at least as important for you as it is important for us?
Okay, no, it's not. It's more important for Israel than it is for America. Don't get me wrong. It is important for both. I think it's objectively imperative.
I think he said at least as important for you as it is for us, or whatever, right? So, he's saying it's more important for them, but it's at least that important for you guys, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking up what he's saying, but yeah.
To obliterate the Iranian regime, they are threatening us constantly. Don't get me wrong. But no, I do think absolutely it's more vital for Israel than for America. Definitely more time dependent.
And yet one country is there. And against all the vilifications that are leveled at Israel, Israel is sponging off America and all that. No, it's not. It's not. Israel is a brave country, a resolute country, with an incredible army, incredible soldiers, incredible courage. And
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. If you look back at Israel's history, they've fucking won every war, and they haven't started a single one. It's honestly pretty insane if you think about it. They've been outnumbered 1 billion, literally 1 billion versus 10 million. All right, and they've been winning wars. Honestly, incredible shit.
we're fighting alongside the United States when the chips are down. We're fighting with the United States. We're fighting for a common goal. So I can tell you that that's the most important coordination. But in practice, President Trump and I speak regularly. We discuss things. Our staffs discuss things. Our militaries are in close coordination as never before. But ultimately, President Trump makes his own decisions. And do I respect them? Yes, I do.
Just one question. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, everyone, for your questions today.
All right. Well, anyway, so that was a thing, apparently. Yeah, it's still shocking to me that people think that this guy somehow controls the United States. It's an absolutely mind-boggling proposition, honestly. Does Israel's lobby have an impact on United States politics? Yeah, probably less of an impact than, like, the Islamic lobbies, which are way richer. But the reality is, we share a lot of enemies. And I feel like a lot of people are a little bit too naive to see that. They're like, Iran is so far away. They don't actually kill as Red does. They've only killed thousands of us trying to kill Donald Trump multiple times, and they're developing weapons to quite literally bomb us from all the way from there. But yeah, no, we have no issue. We should totally let them get nukes. It's a preposterous, retarded position, and I am glad that Israel is a capable ally over there. I'm not going to lie. And now I would like to not give away any more of our money to any foreign countries, please. Thank you so much for listening. Dude, the Israel derangement syndrome and Trump derangement syndrome, it is literally, it's gotta be two strains of the same disease, man. But yeah, realistically, we are the world superpower. Every other country on the planet needs to acknowledge that and know that, and if they don't, then they're not gonna get our literal benevolent grace. That's what I have to say about it. We benefit way more on this Iran war than we do with the Russia-Ukraine war. We've spent way more money, like literally over 10 times the amount on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which literally doesn't benefit us at all. We spent $20 billion on this war so far, quite literally destroying an existential threat to us that had been killing us for 47 years. We've spent $350 billion on the Ukraine war, which literally doesn't benefit us at all. All right, it's a very nice charity. Don't get me wrong. I'm really happy that Ukraine wasn't steamrolled by Russia. I am, quite literally, and that's why I view it as a charity. I think this war is a necessity, and in fact, it's really happening at a time where they can't put up as much of a fight as. Netanyahu bombs their oil field. Trump says stop bombing their oil fields, and Netanyahu stops bombing their oil fields. We all know who's in charge, all right? The Jews. Netanyahu, a lot of people don't know, he's a second-tier Jew, all right? He's the secret Jews in charge.
The secret Jew is Trump.
They are actually the ones pulling the strings. As Tucker Carlson, he figured it all out. So to the Jews that are manipulating us into this war, I'm really grateful that the Jews on this side of the conflict are absolutely helping us destroy the Jews on the other side of the conflict. All right, I'm getting a little too sarcasm-y here, I see. Now, there's some insane shit that's been going on in America. Insane shit been happening, and quite literally, it's getting brushed under the rug because there's so much insane, like, geopolitical stuff happening outside. A lot of people are forgetting what's happening inside. And unfortunately, this guy doesn't forget. And I'm going to be covering all the things. So, insane breaking news, and for some reason no one even knows about this or is talking about this because of this gigantic demoralization campaign to trick you into thinking that Trump isn't actually doing anything because they're trying to steal the country from under us with a giant CIA-backed Democrat coup. All right, hey, that's a conspiracy theory, but it's also correct. As sometimes, wow, Trump revoked 200,000 India driver's licenses with the Prime Minister of India on the phone, which is fucking crazy. And also just a gigantic, huge ball maneuver. And also a massive W. This is a huge W that no one wants to talk about. Now, the House has voted 228 to 190 to pass the Bow Wow Act. This is an act which allows for the deportation of any non-citizen who harms law enforcement animals. 190 Democrats voted against it. This is the most unbelievable bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Nope, that's a war crime.
So here we have, literally,
don't touch the animals.
Attacking our police officers and law enforcement animals, and we're still not allowed to deport them according to 190 of these retards. Again, I am unbelievably fatigued with leftists that quite literally want people to rape our country. That's literally their policy. Leftist policy is bring them in, let them rape us. It's tiring, but that's literally what we're dealing with. You have to know exactly what our enemies believe in order to destroy them. And that's what we need to do, right? We're not making peace with evil. We're destroying them, right? Well, why are so many Democrats against this? It seems pretty obvious to vote in favor of this. Grok is not available for you. All right, great. But the reality is, this is unbelievable. 190 people refuse to deport non-citizens that harm us. Like, they hate us. They fucking hate us. It's obvious. In fact, they hate us so much, they got this guy elected. Zoran Mamdani, Islamist, communist mayor. Zoran Mamdani's wife celebrated Pakistan terrorists, including a plane hijacker, in social media posts from early adulthood. Posts also been found in which he posted the N-word. Oh my god, the N-word! So again, just to understand what's going on here, right? The left, they will ruin your life if you said the N-word. They will ruin your life.
Libs can cry about it.
From your position, they'll get you killed, quite literally. There are people who have been assaulted physically for saying words like this and been defended by the left, literally. We've had, like, Carmelo Anthony stab the white kid, and they're like, he looked at him in a racist way, so therefore it's fine. Which is unbelievably fucking evil, obviously. But here we have the most woke retard on the planet. Not only does she look like an extra from The Walking Dead, but she posted the N-word. Oh, and also, glorified terrorism, and literally no one cares. It's because the left actually supports terrorism, and you're not allowed to know about that. Now, this is going on in New York City now, alright? This is AhQTK8rqYNcyB, alright? Definitely sounds like a straight white male to me. Arrested for randomly punching a person in the New York City subway who later died. Tate is only being charged with a misdemeanor assault charge and was already released from jail. Mamdani's New York City, ladies and gentlemen. They want to fucking kill you. This is leftist policy, okay? This isn't just leftist ideology. This isn't just some random fringe TikToker who celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk. They, on an institutional level, want you to fucking die. And they'll cry when we kill terrorists that are trying to kill us because they side with the terrorists who are trying to kill us because they are trying to kill us. I know that the math is very complicated for people, but this is real-world politics, all right? This isn't like oogie-boogie in the clouds, a couple of random retards on one side and another side of some sort of geopolitical issue. All right, this is the real-world ramification of left-wing politics. They want to fucking kill you. All right, wake up and pay attention, kid, because quite literally, this isn't how the news is reported in the media, obviously, because unlike the media, I am honest. They want to fucking kill you. That's why they defend the people trying to kill you. Actually, it makes sense. Now, New York, income-wise, is really bad.
Yeah, let them live someplace. It'd be one thing if they were proving that spending all this money is helping the homeless population get off the streets and get back into work, but there's no sign of that. In fact, the homeless population is only growing in this city. Governor Hochul, meanwhile,
The reason for this is because, actually, socialism is cancer. It doesn't work. Not only does it not work, but if you promise to give free shit to homeless people, well, then more people are going to be homeless. More people from neighboring states are going to come to join the homeless population of New York City. And those guys that are getting free shit, guess who they're going to vote for? That's right. They're going to go for the fuckwad that fucking hates you and wants to kill you. The one that's deliberately taking your tax dollars to give it to people who didn't deserve it. And that is why not only is socialism satanic, but it's also cancerous. And it also doesn't work. So, if you actually paid attention to the numbers, the cost per unhoused person, all right, they're not even called them homeless anymore, that's offensive. All right, the cost per unhoused person in NYC is $81,700. So, just understand this for a minute, okay? New York City is now paying $81,000 per homeless person. The average median household income is $81,000 for a New Yorker. You work hard and receive nothing in return while the homeless receive your entire paycheck for free. That's right. Now, it's not fraud, it's technically the law. It's waste, and it's unbelievable, and it's satanic. And the lesson from this is, just be fucking homeless. Just be homeless. You'll make as much as someone that actually is working their ass off. And this is why not only is communism evil and theft, all right, but also communism doesn't fucking work. Because why on earth will you wake up, work your ass off to provide for your family, if instead of doing anything productive, you can do fucking nothing and get that money anyway? This is exactly why communism is cancer. All right, this is why communism, socialism, Marxism, it's all cancer. It all doesn't work in practice, and it's all satanic in ideology. So now, the state is spending as much per homeless person as the average income. So why fucking work? And that's what these people are thinking of, and that's why the homeless population is actually growing. And if you look at the numbers, in 2019, $102 million was spent on homeless services. Now in 2025, $368 million is spent on homeless services. And guess what? It didn't even work. In fact, there's homeless people now. It's unbelievable what bullshit going on in this country, and we need to destroy it immediately. And that's why I'm trying to California. I can't believe this is a real statement. This is California's unfinished wildlife bridge to nowhere.
Yo, Bendit.
$100 million to make a
How you doing?
This is the most unbelievable shit of all time. First of all, this should not cost $100 million. Second of all, it's useless. My taxpayer dollars should not be funding a bridge to nowhere at all. Literally. But it cost $100 million. Now, I don't know how many politicians got uber rich through this entire project with all sorts of kickbacks and crap like that. But this shit's unbelievable. Right, so these people are going to cry about us spending money to kill terrorists in the Middle East that have been trying to kill us, and they'll spend their money on this? Are you even serious? Now, Nick Shirley made this video. Everyone's been talking about it. I even did an entire video on it. Essentially, where he exposed $170 million in fraud in this one video alone. Now, this video has 336,000 likes, 39 million views. All right, this is a massive story. Even Elon Musk retweeted it. Everyone is talking about it. And to understand exactly how diabolical it is, every single person that uploaded this video to YouTube, or uploaded a reaction, or an analysis, or a breakdown of this video to YouTube, got it copyright struck. That's right, Nick Shirley got his own video copyright struck by some retard who's trying to silence him. And not just him. Asmongold also got his video copyright struck. And removes for like a day. He fought the claim and won. And you know who else did? This guy! My video got copyright struck. And I fought the claim and won. Of course, it's annoying and it takes hours and you have to file legal shit. But I won the claim. I also got my video copyright struck by these fucking retards trying to silence me. But it's not gonna work. And in my opinion, whoever did the copyright striking needs to go to jail for literal copyright abuse. Now, of course, I'm sure they did it through shell companies and shit, so you have no idea who actually did it. But it is an unbelievable amount of legal jargon and bullshit to silence us, and it didn't fucking work. In fact, it didn't work so badly. Here is Nick Shirley on Fox News.
Yes, the governor of California is an enemy to the people of California. He's literally
Straight facts. Straight facts. This elite class is quite literally the enemy of the actual voter class. And, we proved this very recently. 80% of America wants voter ID, but the Democrats are all voting against it. Why? Why do they not want to instill the will of the American people? It's because they're trying to rig elections. I'll make it faster for you to figure it out. It's because they're trying to rig elections. Because they're trying to cheat. It's very obvious, actually.
working to support the fraudsters. Meanwhile, he could be working to expose the fraud. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to say, okay, let's go after the guy who's exposing the fraud. Let's not go after the fraudsters. That is what he's doing, what he's actively doing each and every single day when he makes out these statements, and all he does is blame the people who are showing the fraud. Why don't he say, hey, Nick, great video. How can we help? Right?
That's what I would say. It was, wow, great video. How did you find this? Where did you go, and where are you going next so we can find somebody to go with you? Don't you think that would be a common response?
Exactly, because these tax dollars don't say right or left on them. They don't say Republican or Democrat. Right. Each tax dollar is a dollar for the American people. And when they go in and steal these dollars from us, they're not robbing just a liberal Democrat in California. They're robbing everyone. And then the governor gets mad at the person for exposing the fraud. How crazy do you have to be to think with that logic? Oh, no. Yes, so based. And honestly, a really well put together response from Nick Shirley, because Gavin Newsom's response to the fraud documentary was calling Nick Shirley, in my opinion, a pedophile. He said, this guy just lets him go stupid look at children in daycares. What an unbelievable, vile piece of shit, honestly. And Nick Shirley handled himself very, very well. And everyone knows about this. This isn't just a very viral video on Twitter now, but this is a very viral story. 38 million views on Twitter. Another whoever many, 4 more views from whoever actually watches Fox News these days. Don't get me wrong, but if you want to see the actual splash of independent journalism, little retards like me on the internet, people making the impact, because quite literally, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back too hard or anything, we're saving America. All right, it's this news coverage from all of the little people that's quite literally saving our country, because this is the truth. All right, you're actually getting the truth here, or at least I'm trying my absolute best to deliver the truth. I'm not giving you this over-pasteurized bullshit. CBS News investigation. The Salon Modeling Agency at 89 hospices. We visited a 3-story LA building being called Ground Zero for fraud. We went to look for ourselves. So CBS News reports actually do an investigation and actually do real journalism, just like Nick Shirley. And Nick Shirley responds, we're glad to see news organizations with $1 million budgets do some real journalism. Honestly, unbelievable. 23-year-old kid with a camera basically bullied CBS News actually Alright, this really not. This is still part of the leftoid retard situation. Alright, so this is an African YouTube channel. And they decided to do a poll in Africa to decide, wait a second, let's see what the average IQ is in Africa. Because if you look online, the average IQ of Africans is 80. Can't be that bad, right? Right.
Our candidate included a mix of young and old participants, male and female, as well as A-level student. Everyone who participated was above 16. Only 3% of the participants scored 102.
And they've been calling me racist for months. 3% have an average IQ. Oh my God! The Nigerian super genius is average if you look at Western nations.
Another 3% scored over 80 and over 90, respectively. The highest group, 26%, scored 69, followed by the second highest group, 20%, scored 76. Disappointingly, 52%.
52% have a score under 70. Oh my god! This is like so it's so over. It's like so over, guys. Right? They're calling me racist. And then I say, if we import these fuckers into our country, they're gonna make our country worse. Objectively, extensively, through every metric. Alright? The rape rate increases, the IQ rate decreases. This isn't being racist. This is just being honest.
Participants scored below 70.
52% below 70 IQ. That's fucking insane.
Counting for candidate overall, the average score was 74. The median was 69. This raises some pertinent questions. How does IQ affect a population's ability to invent, produce, develop, or run a country?
Well, Nigeria's a shithole, so I think we know the answer to that.
Is the IQ test really useful?
Well, Nigeria's a shithole. I love how this guy's like, we did test. Average IQ, sub 70. But does IQ really mean anything? Yeah, obviously it fucking does. Because they're still in the fucking Stone Ages. Alright, I'm not trying to be controversial or anything, but this has been proven. In fact, speaking of Nigeria, videos show men chasing and groping women in the Ozoro Rape Festival. Alright, now, again, these are the people they're trying to import into our country. Let's just understand. Many girls reportedly raped and molested by men in Ozoro during what's being described as a raping festival in the area. That's pretty diabolical, actually. Holy fuck, that's insane. And here we have leftists. What do you mean there's a day set aside for men to rape women? But don't worry, because leftists are in the response to defend rape once again. But all they have to do is stay indoors from 5 p.m. on one day. It's not a big deal. They just don't need to go outside on the day of the rape festival. But should it exist in the first place? This is literally leftist fucking retard bullshit world. Alright? Like, again, this is like the Me Too movement, every man's a rapist and evil, except for Nigerians. You know, where they literally have a rape festival one day a year. Alright? And then it's like, maybe they shouldn't go out that day, actually. Their culture is just as good as... We need these people in our country. Now, of course, the media is in full blast, right? This is Hollywood production talking about how ICE agents is arresting people.
Hold on, she needs to swim. It'll only take a minute. We're leaving. Hey, man, you're hurting her.
Oh, no! Jesus, it's an ICE agent arresting an innocent woman who invaded our country illegally and is in our care. I'm not going to show you more because of copyright. But, like, this is the shit we have to deal with. Bleakest hours of television in recent times. Where they just put propaganda, like propaganda, in the fucking TV shows to convince us that ICE is actually evil. Meanwhile, I don't want this culture here. Sorry. If there is a country with an average IQ of 70 where they do rape festivals, I don't want to bring their people here. Is that really a controversial opinion? I don't know, man. I personally don't think it is controversial at all. I think, actually, we shouldn't have these people in our fucking country, obviously. In fact, here's Mahmoud Khalil. He is a Palestinian activist who claims he's Palestinian. I never heard of a Palestinian before, but apparently they exist. He's one of them. And this is what he has to say. They're trying to deport him, and they can't because district court judges keep preventing us from deporting this guy. He's not a citizen. He's on a student visa, and literally everyone is bending over backwards, making him a celebrity to try to prevent him from being deported.
So many Palestinian factions around me, but they were not interested in that as a whole. And as Bahir said, it's very racist to ask a Palestinian this question just to validate their views.
It's racist to ask a Palestinian if they support Hamas, a terrorist organization. If that's your stance, you need to get the fuck out of our country. Whoa! That is the United States designated terrorist organization. If you are too Palestinian to answer the question, then you shouldn't fucking be here. Or go back to Gaza or whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. You shouldn't be in our country. I don't care. If you want to be here, you gotta assimilate. Immigration without assimilation is invasion. And I don't want to play this game.
Because I don't see them asking any Israeli or American politician about condemning all the killing that's happening.
Ask me to condemn it. I don't care. I'll say whatever I feel like. All right. Last I checked, the killing, in quotes, is a literal response to a Palestinian terrorist organization massacring people. So in response, they fucking killed the terrorists. Now, I don't know if you heard the memo, sir, Mahmoud Khalil. You probably don't agree with this take because you're probably a terrorist yourself. But actually, killing terrorists is based as fuck, actually. And if you didn't want collateral damage to happen, well, then maybe the terrorists shouldn't have fucking started a war that they lost miserably. Again, it is so tiring watching these people jump around in circles to basically just endorse terrorism.
That, you know, in Lebanon and in Palestine and Iran, anywhere.
What's Palestine? Is that a country? I don't think that ever existed.
So that sort of like hypocrisy and double standards.
It's a hypocrisy. If you support military in a democratic country killing terrorists, and that's okay, but they try to support terrorist organizations that have been designated as terrorists by the United States, like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Iranian regime, and suddenly that's a bad thing? Fuck yes, actually, it is a bad thing. And if you don't like it, you should leave. You should leave. Go to Lebanon. Go to Iran. All right, not my business. You don't need to be here. Actually, this country's not yours. It's insane that we need to bow down to these retards.
That's being used against us. I refuse to be part of that.
Yes, we are using the fact that you support a terrorist organization against you. Correct.
And they would never answer such a question.
I would answer this question. Actually, killing terrorists is based.
And just like a 20-second bite sound.
Oh, I would do it in a 20-second sound bite. Killing terrorists is based, actually. And if you didn't want collateral damage to happen, the terrorists probably shouldn't have started a war and then used human shields. And
Ask me.
Right. Just for them, you know, like to say, oh, he's like, we pushed him, he said that.
No, he does. He supports terrorism. He so obviously supports terrorism.
To me, he did not.
And he's in our country for some reason.
That, and then he is Hamas sympathizer or whatever. Or
he is a Hamas sympathizer. You need to get deported, sir.
The other part about justifying violence. Once again, like, you can never justify violence. You can never justify...
Yes, you can. Of course you can justify violence. When the terrorist tries to kill you, you fucking kill them first. That's justifying violence. I could do that. That's easy. Right, Iran has been threatening to kill us for 47 years, and now we're fucking killing terrorists, and it's based, actually. You can justify violence all the time. What are you talking about? What are you insane? Now, you can't justify violence because you support terrorism. And you are not, quite literally, able to assimilate into Western civilization, and you need to get deported.
Justify October 7, what happened after October 7, but to them, you can never just, like, you can never contextualize October 7.
No, you cannot contextualize October 7th. October 7th was just a couple of terrorists breaking into a country, raping, massacring, and capturing as many innocent people as they could, quite literally with the stated goal of genociding the Jews in Israel. That was October 7th. No amount of context actually makes that cool and okay, and the response to destroy the terrorists that did this, actually, is completely valid. Sorry.
But October 7th...
I'm not happy with how Netanyahu handled it, don't get me wrong, but actually killing terrorists is based as fuck.
7 justifies everything after. Which to me is again like that double standard. Like you have
double standard. I don't understand what you mean. They're trying to kill terrorists. You against that?
To be very
yes.
Consistent with your values. And
I am very consistent with my values. Killing terrorists is fucking awesome, actually.
That's what I care about, like having consistent values.
Oh, consistency
whether
matters.
About Palestine, about Israelis, about like whoever. Just like
me
that.
Too.
But, like,
me too. I also have consistent values. If there was this Israeli terrorist guy, that guy needs to get fucking killed too. Execute him. Absolutely. Israeli terrorist goes out there and murders some people. Execute him. I support that for sure.
Once again, these are all like deliberate attempts to silence people because it's easier for...
Don't try to silence you. You just support terrorist organizations.
...them to silence me than to actually engage.
Well, I can engage.
In the conversation about what...
You need to get deported. This isn't about silencing you. It's like, why does the government want us to deport me for supporting terrorist organizations? Why would they want to deport me for something like that? I mean, I'm just a guy. You're going to deport me for what? For supporting terrorist organizations? You're trying to silence me. They're trying to silence my opinion. Sir, you are not American. You don't have the right to an opinion. You could get deported.
What's happening, and that's what we're seeing now, in especially when it comes to Israel's attempt to censor the First Amendment in this country.
Again, this is someone who believes that you should be executed for making fun of Muhammad. All right, he doesn't believe in the First Amendment. He doesn't actually give a shit about any of our ideals or any of our values. He's just using them against us to destroy us. All right, and Israel's not censoring the First Amendment in this country. I'm sure they would if they could, but they can't. And you, sir, do not have a protection from the First Amendment because you are not American. You are literally not American. I'm pretty sure this is like a Syrian national, all right, or something like that, or a Lebanese national, and he's not here on some sort of, he's here on a student visa or something, all right? We could... But you don't have protection for the First Amendment to support terrorist organizations? Excuse me?
Like, this is really what's happening.
No, this is really not what's happening. And again, they'll use your liberties against you to destroy you, and we need to deport these people. All right, Hassan Piker going out there to defend Cuba's oppressive communist regime, fighting for freedom.
I am on my way to Cuba. By this time tomorrow, I will be live in Cuba. I will be doing a regular broadcast in Cuba as well.
Guys, can we take over Cuba while Hassan is there, please?
We are going to get to the island and interview a bunch of people. I'm going to be doing my regular news coverage when I'm out there. I have established a place where I'll hopefully be able to have internet access and energy, even though the grid is on shaky grounds. I'm very excited to go to Cuba and see the Cuban folks, which is a beacon of hope and resilience. Yeah.
You realize the Cuban folks are currently rebelling against the Cuban government because they're communists, right?
I will also try to do IRL streams as well. I will try to do a roaming backpack stream as well, but that is going to be much more limited, of course. We are not going to be transmitting through the flight or the flotilla.
The flight?
Either.
God, I love how he was supposed to take like a flotilla. Turns out he's taking, a plane.
Initially, we set it up so that I could stream it, but I'm not going to be streaming that process either for safety concerns. But I will be live when I get to Cuba. Tomorrow, like I said, I will be live.
Trump, please fucking topple Cuba while Hassan is there. It would be the funniest fucking thing ever. Anyway, a trans woman retweeted and 4 Colorado Democrats just blocked the Senate bill, which would require jail time for child rapists. Quite literally, leftists. The party of rape. They'll support Hamas, rapists. They'll import Nigerian rapists. They will promote this transgender shit, grooming shit, and then they will fight to release the pedophiles from jail. It's the pedophile party. Now, there is one pedophile activist, the likes of which we have never seen before. There is a politician named I don't know what her fucking name is. It's not a name that should be in America, to be honest. They didn't arrive on the Mayflower, to be clear. This individual is a radical leftist communist, supported and endorsed by Hassan Piker, and she just lost her election. Was gonna win. She had all sorts of steam on social media. She even did she was beating up ICE agents, bro. Allegedly. So she must be based. Now anyway, she lost her election massively because it turns out online communist transgenders aren't actually making up the massive voting pool. So she lost miserably, and she got arrested and is going to jail. Literally no one saw this coming. But anyway, this story is apparently fucking insane.
Everyone deserves health care.
Even illegals?
Every single person in the world deserves.
Just for the record,
this is the retard that was running that lost. By the way, thank God this bitch fucking lost. Now, to be clear, that is not true. Not everyone deserves health care. In fact, I would say no one deserves health care. In fact, no one deserves fucking anything. All right, we should be grateful for our country for giving us all sorts of amazing things. But this entitlement bullshit, it's tiring. You don't deserve shit, dude.
Candidate, you're for illegal aliens getting Medicaid.
I think everyone in the world deserves
That's a yes.
healthcare.
That's a yes.
That is a yes. This politician, quite literally, heart liberal named Kat Abuzaglazigluzuglu, and I am retarded and gay, and I'm trying to get votes from retards because of how much emotion I have. I am going to say that, yes, your hardworking taxpayer dollars should actually go to people that break into our country illegally because I'm a communist retard bitch. That is literally the stance, and we have to start actually calling the shit out and humiliating these people, quite literally. This is just literally another woke white person issue, and I'm just so tired of dealing with this garbage.
Yes.
I'm such a
Democratic
I mean, it is a yes, but
yeah,
it's a democratic position. Illegal aliens should get Medicaid.
But I mean,
How is this controversial?
But how is this controversial? She says. Again, these are people, the most entitled nepo people of all time. Literally, they are trying to get into power to rape us. That is the Democratic policy. It is unconsensually fucking you. Right? This is literally Democrat policy 101 these days, and it is tiring, bro. All right, I am going to come into power, and I am going to rape you.
How is it controversial?
How is it controversial to think they don't want someone to die?
That is their stance. We need to give free things to everybody. But why don't they actually do something to earn it, or actually go to their homeland and get it there? Why do we have to be responsible to give things to everybody? Because you fascists, we have to give things to everybody. Did you know that there's a billionaire that's rich?
In the hospital, they can't afford
Who
it.
do you think pays for health care when undocumented people show up at a hospital? Who pays for that?
We all pay for it,
Exactly.
including undocumented people, because they actually contribute. That's the point. That's the point. We do realize that undocumented people.
No one fucking cares if undocumented people pay taxes, okay? I definitely don't.
Who pays for the welfare system in this country?
These people are coming into our country to rape us and to pillage us because our country is better than their country. So they are trying to ruin our country by invading it. And I don't actually give a flying fuck. They all need to go. Every single one of them. We have borders. Our border laws need to be enforced. They all need to fucking go. And if, unfortunately, they get sick, they should go home and get health care there. And if they're sick and dying, you know what I think? I think that our doctor should, of course, do whatever the doctor can, to help this illegal alien, and immediately get ICE to deport them straight from the hospital, and then, through tariffs, bill their country of origin in order to pay for their Medicaid. That's right. No free trip, no free shit. Enough of this.
Generally, taxpayers. Are you for it or not?
Can I start my logic train?
Are you for it or not?
My logic train starts with the fact that I don't want to kick 11 million people off of Medicaid.
I do. If they're illegal in our country, they're stealing our money. I am paying taxes, and it's going to people that invaded our country, and he's claiming that they pay taxes, but they don't. They're parasites. And you people are trying to emotionally manipulate me and gaslight me. Oh, no, poor Jorge. He's just a child. He's coming from war-torn Mexico, and he's literally, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's also not really my problem.
Aliens on or not?
First of all, do I want undocumented citizens to have health care? The answer is yes.
We abolish and prosecute ICE. We need to repeal the Patriot Act.
This is literal. These people are literally traitors to America. They're traitors to being is not this fucking retarded.
We need to lift refugee caps, and we need to offer complete amnesty and citizenship to any immigrant here who has not committed a violent crime.
A violent crime, all right? Now, understand, rape is not really that violent according to the left these days, all right? I don't even know if that qualifies. Like, again, you have to understand what we're dealing with. These people are literally like again, people criticize Trump, right? Some people are unhappy with the war in Iran, stuff like that. I'm doing my best to cover all the things. I cover all the things, and I try to be as objective as I possibly can. The reality is, Trump is the fucking dam stopping retards like this from raping our country, all right? This person's like, I know the average IQ in Nigeria is 69, and I know that they have literal rape festivals where one day a year you can rape women, but we should import them en masse, give them citizenship, give them power over us. They can actually contribute, because they're retarded, literally, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because they will be able to vote just like me and you. They'll have paperwork that makes them just as American as all of us, and they'll be able to control our country and rape us.
Additionally, we need trials. There is no moving forward without justice.
I agree. Absolutely. We need trials. Every single woke judge that voted against ICE or voted against deporting people, I think they should be in jail for treason.
For Greg Bovino aren't...
Oh, trials for every single ICE agent that's literally doing their legal duty, their mandated duty at keeping our country safe. She is literally running her platform on, we need to fucking kill ICE agents.
Enough. Body cameras aren't enough.
Why not?
We need people willing to put everything on the line, not when it's politically convenient, and not have their...
So, we got to talk about a humiliating loss.
Let's go.
Woke Gen Z firebrand. Cat, booga 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 booga.
That's the correct pronunciation.
I don't know how to pronounce her last.
I don't give a shit, actually. Honestly, it really doesn't matter because she didn't win. We'll never have to talk about her again. And next time we'll talk about her is going to be on her way to jail because she was arrested.
A booga 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 booga. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with this young lunatic, she is the same woman that is currently facing charges for obstructing and impeding ICE.
Good.
Okay? And
fucking throw her in jail forever. Zero mercy. Don't give a shit. Sorry. Jail forever. Jail forever. You're a traitor to our nation.
And she found out while doing that, she got tossed on her ass, right? While trying to obstruct ICE. Went viral.
Good shit. Good shit.
But it is surreal to be the person on the indictment, especially because my name is really long.
What do you think about those charges, though? They seem really serious.
Yeah.
Conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer.
Which, it's true. I mean, I think she definitely did that shit.
Assaulting or impeding that officer.
Yeah, true. Hey, she's a terrorist, in my opinion. In my opinion, she's a terrorist. She'd be treated as such, actually. And actually, putting these terrorists away forever is based, actually. She's a traitor to our nation. She needs to get fucking destroyed. She needs to face the consequences so badly that her life was never going to be the same again after this. That's right. And a lot of people are going to think I'm going too hard on her. No, actually, I think that justice is actually awesome. And we don't need to be cowards and be like, no, we shouldn't actually administer justice because then the people that committed the crimes that are going to suffer. Fuck yeah, they're going to suffer. They fucked around. They found out. They're going to fucking suffer. The rest of their life is going to be absolute dog shit because of this. This is called the consequences of your actions. It's a little thing that leftists don't believe in, like agency and consequences. They don't believe in any of this fucking shit. Not above the law, you're gonna get fucked.
Charges.
The charges, I think they're actually like slightly different, but no matter what the charges are in the indictment, I plan on pleading not guilty. And this is a political prosecution.
No, it's a prosecution against, in my opinion, a domestic terrorist, and it happens to be political because you are running for the Gen Z platform of retards and bitches. So it's actually not a political prosecution because you lost. That's right. You lost. So therefore, it's not political anymore. Now it's just a prosecution.
Plain and simple. It's an effort to criminalize free speech,
the free speech protections of throwing bricks at ICE officers and assaulting them and vandalizing their vehicles and stopping them from arresting criminals. The free speech of murdering ICE agents.
Criminalize free association in an effort to criminalize the very act of protest. And so we're going to be pleading not guilty. Good. And
please,
the evidence will come out in court.
Please plead not guilty. Go to court, stream the trial. I want to watch you get humiliated in court forever. Yeah, this is going to ruin your life. And I'm sure that a lot of people, every time I do this, people get upset. They say that, hey, but she's just a kid. She's not. She's an adult with actions that have agency and consequences. She has free will, just like me, just like you. And she's going to face the consequences of her actions for the rest of her life. The rest of her life is going to be absolute dog shit because of this. Yeah, that is correct, actually. Am I celebrating that her life's going to be shit? A little bit. Totally her fault. Actually, don't give a fuck.
And I fully plan on winning.
Yeah, just to be clear, the indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side.
Wow, that doesn't sound like free speech.
Impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court.
Oh my God.
And
you know why she plans on she's saying this? Because in my opinion, she probably did all these things. She just hopes that when she actually goes to court, there's going to be some sort of Democrat communist revolution, all right? And they're going to take over the courts and rig all the trials in the favor of the leftoids, all right? That's what she believes, honestly. She knows she's guilty, all right? Let's be honest for a second. She just thinks that they could do like a hostile takeover of this country, and we're not going to fucking let them.
I plan on winning.
Okay, well, let's watch the video of what happened that day that they are...
This is obstructing justice. I think this is domestic terrorism for sure.
When you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said, I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
She just
really quickly, I did want to ask you about just the fact that, like, conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and intimidating an officer is up to 8 years.
Jail forever?
Is that
ruining the rest of her life? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I think all the domestic terrorists should be ruined, to have their lives ruined. Based, actually, yes. That's right. Justice doesn't actually fall for your emotional blackmail, pussyfoot bullshit.
That could actually hinder your ability to serve in Congress. Are you concerned?
No, she's not concerned because she lost. She's not concerned because she lost miserably. bro, her life is really shitty right now. Jail for 8 years, also lost her election. Oh, no one even knows who she is. All right, but Hassan Piker endorsed her, bro. Oh, it's over. It's over. Good.
About that?
She left. She's not there anymore. She ran away. She couldn't handle the truth. This is like the most softball interview.
Did she just sign off?
Yeah, wow.
Did she just leave the chat? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there it is.
She left because I asked her questions about what happened that day.
Yep, that is correct.
All right, well, I will continue.
And this is like a leftist show also. It's like leftist was a little not left enough for the other leftist. That was a domestic terrorist, in my opinion.
The conversation on my own, I guess. This is very bizarre. Yeah, so I guess this is... I've never had that happen before.
From this young radical lunatic. She still lost her primary election, okay? Daniel Bliss won the primary election for this district out in Illinois.
Colossal W. All right, so she did all the shtick. She tried to do all the things. She ran a campaign on being a radical communist retard. She's going to go out there. She's going to fight the fight. She's going to do the shit. She's going to kill ICE agents. Literally, that was what her platform was on, killing ICE agents. Right, running like a Nuremberg trial for ICE agents to kill them. Literally, that was literally her plan. All right, Democrat, woke, got all the woke online endorsements and lost miserably and going to jail forever. Fuck yeah, baby. And this just happened, so I really wanted to cover this, honestly. So I just wanted to watch this clip of her getting thrown on her ass one more time. And... oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's beautiful. And that's the last we'll ever be hearing about Cat Abuza Gluza Gigizuguza Gaga Gugu until we actually talk about her trial when she goes to jail for 8 years for domestic terrorism. Pretty diabolical stuff, if you ask me. Man, I love this woke Democrat Party just going out there losing elections as quickly as they can because they're fucking insufferable. All right, she didn't even get the Zohran Mamdani vote. All right, Zohran Mamdani was like, we're just gonna do Sharia law and shit. All right, and we're gonna promise free shit to everybody. So literally, all the foreign rapists voted for him. Right? She couldn't even get the foreign rapist vote, dude. That's so sad. But yeah, absolutely. I am never gonna cower. I'm never gonna get emotionally blackmailed by people to actually not be like, oh no, you're being mean to this human being with agency. Listen, man, maybe I'm more feminist than you because I actually think that this woman has the right to face consequences for her actions. And I say that because I respect women. I believe that women do actually have agency. I don't believe that they're just bumbling idiots. And therefore, because of my serious amount of respect for women, I really hope she's in jail for 8 years for terrorism. She was like one of those radical Gen Z rock stars, but she lost her election. She's going to jail. I'm not going to lie, bro. Thank God. Things are good. Things are good. Thank you so much for being here. I very much appreciate you joining me on this massive deep dive. This was a really big one. I know. The videos have been getting longer and longer. People have been telling me. But I've been receiving really, really good feedback, essentially. So I really appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much. I've been doing a deep dive every single day on all of the things, covering all the things in the way they need to be covered. Domestic policy, foreign policy. I cover all the things. So if you want to be up to date with all the things and the correct opinion on all the things, definitely subscribe. Not only are my predictions accurate, but I also make fun of retards a lot because they deserve it. That's right. Domestic terrorists getting fucked. America. And God bless all of you. Have a blessed rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
And yeah, guys, with that being said, that's where I'm going to end this video. I dropped the link in the chat in case you guys want to check out that full video. But yeah, damn, 10 likes and 4 people that are still here right now. But yeah, that's where we're going to end this stream for a little bit, guys. I do hope you all enjoyed and hope you all having a great day. If you did enjoy, then guys, a like and or subscription would be amazing. You don't need to, but you know, it would be amazing. And, yeah, with that being said, I will catch you all later.